Hanyu immediately raised the stakes, preparing to increase the intensity, 1 million monarch tier creatures, a level that would grant him a direct 6-crown accolade. In the myriad realms, only those who had reached the pinnacle of the Emperor tier were qualified to undertake a challenge of this magnitude. Although everyone's cultivation was suppressed to the monarch tier, as their strength grew, so too would every aspect of their power. An Emperor tier expert suppressed to the monarch tier would undoubtedly be far stronger than a genuine monarch tier being. It was like playing a game with the same equipment and stats. A veteran player would always surpass a newcomer, even to the point of effortless domination. At present, Hanyu's combat experience couldn't compare to even lower-tier creatures, much less seasoned monarch-tier veterans. He had fought his way here primarily by relying on overwhelming stats and a reckless, no-holds-barred approach. Unlike other fighters, who carefully strategized to conserve energy, seeking maximum gains at minimal cost, such considerations were entirely absent from Hanyu's mindset. He simply activated Berserk mode, trading injury for injury, bulldozing through every encounter. After all his side effects would be transferred to his enemies, while theirs remained their own. In his view, this was the simplest, most time-efficient, and effortless fighting style imaginable. Now Hanyu thought the same. A mere 1,000 or 800 monarch-tier foes posed no pressure whatsoever, so he decided to crank up the difficulty for himself. His remark had been offhand, with no real expectation that the monarch's trial tower would comply. Yet the moment he spoke, the tower responded. Detecting challenger's request. Due to your exemplary performance in the first 2 rounds, this permission is granted. Buzz. As the tower's voice echoed, countless monarch-tier creatures began manifesting across the vast space. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, then 1,000,000. The massive horde of creatures either hovered midair or landed on the ground, crowding the once spacious trial arena until it seemed almost cramped, an awe-inspiring sight. 1,000,000 monarch-tier beings gathered in one place was a staggering visual assault. Many of them were colossal, towering like small mountains, their auras surging and coalescing into powerful spatial domains. In the region where thunder-attributed beasts congregated, lightning crackled incessantly. Dark storm clouds swirled overhead, thunderbolts flashing as immense energy gathered. The demonic beast's territory was no less intimidating. Murky black clouds churned, thick with baleful energy. The shared will of these monarch-tier creatures had even birthed several colossal emperor-tier realms, capable of continuously replenishing their stamina while simultaneously suppressing Hanyu. This was the true difficulty of the trial. No matter how strong a challenger was at their own tier, even they had limits. In the outside world, a single emperor-tier expert could annihilate billions of creatures on a resource-rich planet all by themselves. After all, they wielded an emperor-tier realm, allowing them to endlessly draw energy from the world around them. But even if an emperor-tier expert, without having their cultivation suppressed, were thrown into this monarch's trial tower and faced with 1,000,000 monarch-tier adversaries, they would find no hope of survival. This alone demonstrated just how terrifying a being capable of earning the 6-crown accolade truly was. Even Hanyu felt the immense pressure, but instead of panic, exhilaration flooded him. Perfect. Only a battle of this caliber can truly excite me. His lips peeled back in a grin as he activated all of his S-rank talents. The moment the countdown ended, he charged headlong into the sea of 1,000,000 enemies. Like a lone leaf boat plunging into an endless ocean, where others might sink without a trace, he instead roused a cataclysmic storm. The terror of 1,000,000 monarch-tier creatures was beyond description. Their casual strikes were akin to nuclear explosions. 1,000,000 such detonations were enough to annihilate any star. Wave after wave of attacks rained down on Hanyu, rapidly depleting his malice reserves. Ding! You are under siege by 1,000,000 monarch-tier creatures. Countless forms of agony rack your body and soul. Divine thunder, searing flames, body-rending strikes. The enemy's blood spills over you like a baptism. Your combat prowess surges. Your talents evolve. Ding! Tempered by endless heavenly punishment, your S-grade talent, Profane Thunderwings, has evolved into the SS grade, Celestial Thunder God Wings. Every movement you make now summons divine lightning upon the mortal realm. Ding! Your S-grade Prison Flame Demon Body has ascended to the SS grade Annihilating Demon Body after enduring infernal torment. You are now the sovereign of all flames. Where your fire reaches, the heavens burn and space melts. Ding! Nourished by boundless deathly energy, your S-grade Devouring Demon Body has advanced to the SS grade Gluttonous Demon Body. Your devouring power now allows even stars to become your sustenance. Ding! Forged through endless assaults, your S-grade Bronze Skin Iron Bones has transformed into the SS grade Vajra Divine Body. Your physical strength skyrockets. Your defense reaches inconceivable heights. A single punch splits mountains and shakes the cosmos. All of Han Yu's S-grade talents had now ascended to SS grade. Even latent potentials he'd never awakened, Marquis Aura, Monarch's Intent, Emperor's Domain, were gradually unlocking. Though his cultivation level remained unchanged, his combat power had transcended all norms, reaching unimaginable heights. The price? His billion-point malice reserve had nearly bottomed out. Across the boundless battlefield, corpses of aberrations piled into mountains, their blood forming rivers. Han Yu stood atop this carnage. His crimson robes dyed even darker. With a sweep of his hand, annihilating demon flames surged forth, an upgraded version of nether prison fire. Flesh vaporized, bones refined, all absorbed into the nearby prison flame bone dragon. The skeletal leviathan had swollen to 10,000 zhang in length, now akin to a walking asteroid. Congratulations! You have completed 6 trial rounds, achieving historic first-place rankings in all. You are granted 6 Emperor crowns. Proceed to the next trial. No! Han Yu's malice reserves were exhausted. Venturing further without the system negating backlash would be suicide. Cheat codes sure are nice, he mused, smiling faintly. The 6 crowns spiraled down, merging into a single diadem studded with 6 gems, each thrumming with infinite power and imperial might. The 6-jewel Emperor crown. Worn by an emperor, it slays saints. With a thought, the crown vanished, and Han Yu returned to Thunderstar. Barely 2.5 days had passed outside. When Han Yu emerged, hidden observer Han Xiaotian stiffened in disbelief. So soon? These gains must be negligible, he muttered, disappointment flashing across his face. Back when he'd first entered the monarch's trial tower, earning just 3 crowns had taken him 3 grueling days and nights, and that trial, 1,000 monarch-tier foes, required exploiting terrain, leveraging talents, and relentless tactical maneuvering. It was a marathon punishing both body and mind. Han Yu emerged so quickly, it seemed that, at best, he would only become a triple crown king, and that was under the most ideal circumstances. It seems this kid advanced too fast. His foundation isn't solid enough. Now, with the Thunder Clan's invasion, I'll have to clean up his mess again. Han Xiaotian sighed inwardly, preparing to intervene and suppress everything only after Han Yu was beaten half to death by the Thunder Clan. Han Yu returned to Thunderstar, took a proper bath, and rested for a while. Then, he issued an order recalling all garrison forces on Thunderstar to prepare for the alien invasion. After that, he simply waited quietly. Thunder Clan's world. Tearing through space was a massive undertaking. Even for Saints, it required significant effort. Fortunately, the human Saints had provided a breakthrough point this time, revealing a weak spot in Thunderstar's spatial barrier to the Thunder Clan's Saints. Otherwise, with the human Saints' divine pressure sealing the space, the Thunder Clan would have had to expend far more energy to tear through. Boom! Thankfully, the 3 Thunder Clan Saints managed to pry open the spatial rift. Floating in a triangular formation, they pulled apart the fabric of space like a curtain. All the Thunder Clan warriors, seeing the spatial rift open and sensing the long-lost aura of their homeland, were overcome with excitement. Warriors, follow me into battle. Reclaim our ancestral star. The strongest warrior of the Thunder Clan's army, the Crimson Thunder War Emperor, suddenly roared, his voice rolling like thunder. Gripping a crimson lightning spear, he charged into the spatial rift first. 100,000 Thunder Clan elites transformed into streaks of lightning, surging through the rift and arriving on Thunder Star. The Thunder Clan was born from the primal energies of heaven and earth. Some took humanoid forms, others beast-like shapes, all wreathed in crackling lightning, their skin covered in multicolored thunder patterns. An eerie and mystical sight. Now, with 100,000 Thunder Clan elites descending upon Thunder Star, the remaining human forces felt as if celestial soldiers had descended upon them, an overwhelming pressure bearing down. Just as the Thunder Clan warriors were about to begin their slaughter, killing every human and destroying the teleportation arrays, they halted. A youth clad in blood-red robes stood in their path. Every Thunder Clan elite froze at the sight. The human garrison forces were equally stunned. For days, the garrison troops had been restless, having learned through various channels that the alien forces would launch a full-scale invasion of Thunder Star. The powerful and well-connected warriors had long been reassigned to other resource-rich planets. Those left behind were ordinary fighters from various nations, trapped, unable to escape, forced to wait for the alien onslaught. Everyone knew they had become pawns in a high-stakes game, and Han Yu was the one responsible. Yet, to their shock, this very culprit had not fled when the Thunder Clan arrived. Instead, at some unknown moment, he had positioned himself directly in front of the invading army. "You are Han Yu?" The Crimson Thunder War Emperor looked down at Han Yu with disdain. Their mission was not only to reclaim Thunderstar but also to kill Han Yu. This was part of the deal between the human saints and the Thunder Clan saints. Sensing the martial emperor-level energy swirling around Han Yu, the War Emperor smirked. "A mere emperor? I could crush him with a flick of my finger." High in the sky, Han Yu stood alone against 100,000 elite warriors of the Thunder Clan, appearing insignificant in comparison. Yet he showed no trace of fear. "Is this all you've brought?" Han Yu spoke calmly, his tone dripping with disdain. To the Thunder Clan, his words were like needles to their ears. "Insolence!" The Scarlet Thunder War Emperor roared, his voice thundering across tens of thousands of miles of sky. "It seems the rumors are true. You really are unbelievably arrogant. No wonder even your own kind can't tolerate you." "Hey!" The Scarlet Thunder War Emperor made no effort to hide his alliance with factions within the human race. If this revelation could stir internal strife among humans, it would be a boon for the other races. The speed of humanity's rise was simply too staggering. In just a few centuries since the universal spiritual revival, they had already ascended to the pinnacle of the myriad realms, an outcome too absurd to fathom. Thus, for the countless races of the universe, the annihilation of humanity had become a shared goal. When a whale falls, all creatures feast. Only by toppling humanity from their throne as rulers of the myriad realms could the other races hope to rise. "Heh! I thought someone capable of making even saints scheme would be far more impressive. Turns out you're just ordinary." The Scarlet Thunder War Emperor sneered. Faced with such mediocrity, he couldn't be bothered to act personally. "Which of you will step forward and eliminate this brat?" "I will." A Thunder Emperor wreathed in violet lightning stepped forward without hesitation, charging straight at Han Yu. This Thunder Emperor had no intention of underestimating his foe. From the very first move, he unleashed his full power, activating his S-grade Thunderblood lineage and manifesting his Thunder Domain. Countless bolts of violet lightning erupted, completely engulfing Han Yu. "Ignore him. All forces, disperse and destroy the human teleportation arrays." The Scarlet Thunder War Emperor didn't even spare Han Yu a glance. His true objective was the conquest of Thunderstar. By dismantling the human teleportation arrays and then relocating Thunderstar with the aid of the Thunder Clan saints, humanity would struggle to ever find it again in the vast cosmos. Every star that birthed intelligent life was incomparable to ordinary celestial bodies. The former could be called a world, while the latter, no matter how rich in energy, remained mere stars. This was why the Thunder Clan sought to reclaim Thunderstar. Every resource-rich star was, in truth, a world of another race. Just as the Thunder Clan forces began to scatter, a deafening explosion echoed through the skies, drawing all eyes. From within the space engulfed in violet lightning, a monstrous entity wreathed in black energy burst forth. The supposedly indestructible Thunder domain shattered like glass, and the Thunder Emperor who had engaged Han Yu paled in horror. "War Emperor, save me!" he cried in the Thunder Clan's tongue. Boom! Before his plea even faded, the Thunder Emperor was torn apart, his body reduced to scattered bolts of lightning. The surging demonic energy devoured him entirely, leaving not even a trace behind. Delicious! A chilling voice emerged from the demonic entity. Han Yu was quite satisfied with the Thunder Emperor's body. After consuming it, he could clearly feel his SS-grade divine thunder wings and the thunder energy within him grow stronger. I wonder, if I slaughter all of them, will my divine thunder wings advance to SS grade? Han Yu felt an inexplicable surge of intense anticipation, while the elite warriors of the Thunder Clan who witnessed this scene could no longer remain composed. Bastard! How dare you kill my Thunder Clan kin in front of this emperor? You're seeking death. Qi Lei Zhandi, Red Thunder War Emperor, roared furiously, brandishing his spear and pointing it at Han Yu, his voice icy. Remember, the one who kills you is called Qi Lei Zhandi. As he spoke, 5 illusory crowns materialized above Qi Lei Zhandi's head before merging into one. The surrounding space trembled violently as crimson thunder surged forth, instantly spreading across 1,000 miles and forming a new domain. This was the power of an emperor's domain. At the marquis level, one nurtures their aura. At the king level, one refines their true intent. At the emperor level, one forges a boundary. And at the saint level, one creates a true body. This was a gradual progression. The boundary of an emperor was fragile before the domain of a king. But now, as Qi Lei Zhandi's domain unfolded, even his fellow Thunder Clan members felt utterly suppressed, unable to muster even a shred of resistance. From the outside, the space had become a world of crimson lightning, obscuring all sight. In the cosmic void beyond Tianlei Star, Heavenly Thunder Star, Han Xiaoyan's avatar could no longer remain idle. With a single step, he traversed tens of thousands of miles, preparing to shatter the Emperor's domain. These bastards are quite bold, sending a 5-crowned Thunder Emperor. With the strength of this saint-level avatar, I might have to trade my life to kill him. Han Xiaotian couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Saint-level avatars were not expendable. Forging even one required immense effort and resources. Most saints only had 2 or 3 avatars, and while Han Xiaotian was better off than most, he only had 10 in total. Just as Han Xiaoyan's avatar began to move, 3 thunderous shouts erupted from the spatial rift. Ha ha ha! Han Xiaotian, you really did send an avatar. They weren't wrong. 3 pairs of lightning-wreathed eyes gleamed from the other side of the rift, locking onto Han Xiaoyan's avatar. Then, 3 overwhelming saint-level auras surged forth, instantly suppressing him. What?
Han Xiaotian's avatar Shuddharat.
How do you still have the strength to act? Every resource star was protected by arrays set up by the human saints, reinforced with layers of saint-level power. The 3 Thunder Clan saints maintaining the spatial rift should have already been at their limit. How could they still have energy to spare against him? Ha ha ha! Take a good look. Are the arrays your human saints set up still intact? Han Xiaotian frowned, his gaze piercing through billions of miles to scan the teleportation points. Each teleportation point served as a spatial anchor, allowing humans to traverse from the other side, and they also functioned as the foundation of the Saints' Grand Array. But now, though the teleportation points appeared undamaged on the surface, every spatial anchor had been sabotaged, teetering on the brink of collapse. Damn it! Han Xiaotian did not possess spatial-based martial talents, but with the enemy saint's taunt, he could still discern the truth. It seemed that before handing over control of Tianlei Star, the foreign martial saints had secretly dispatched warriors with spatial abilities to sabotage the teleportation points, leaving them in a state of near collapse. Now, with the 3 Thunder Clan saints exerting their power, the anchors crumbled easily, causing the Grand Array to fail. Filthy scum! I never expected you to stoop this low. Han Xiaotian understood all too well. This wasn't an attack on Han Yu. It was an attack on him. They had already anticipated that Han Xiaotian would send a sage avatar to protect Han Yu, so they also planned to destroy this avatar here. These foreign martial sages weren't worried about their scheme being exposed. The memories of an avatar and its true body only synchronized upon reuniting. Thus, as long as Han Xiaoyan's avatar also perished on Heavenly Thunderstar, they could rest easy. Heh, a bunch of fools. It seems I've been too lenient with you all these years, making you forget the brutality I wielded in the past. If my avatar and my grandson die here, every single one of you will suffer unimaginably. Such were the thoughts of Han Xiaoyan's avatar. Even as an avatar, he was well aware of his true nature. The actions of these martial sages had crossed his bottom line. Over the years, they had conspired with foreign races, scheming to strengthen themselves, and Han Xiaotian had turned a blind eye. After all, humanity still needed the collective protection of all sages to deter other races. But now, these fools dared to set their sights on him. Utterly detestable. Seeing Han Xiaotian remain silent, the three Thunder Race sages burst into laughter. Han Xiaotian, you probably never expected that your own fellow human sages would betray you. Did you? Ha ha ha. We may not be able to kill your true self, but annihilating one avatar is still satisfying. When you drove our Thunder Race out of Heavenly Thunderstar all those years ago, did you ever imagine this day? The three Thunder Race sages bore deep grudges against Han Xiaotian. Clearly, they had suffered greatly at his hands before. Now that they held one of his avatars at their mercy, they reveled in the moment. Fury burned in Han Xiaoyan's heart, yet he stayed silent. He understood that any outburst would only amuse his enemies. While Han Xiaotian remained wordless, the Thunder Race sages seized the chance to vent their pent-up grievances from years of humiliation. Don't worry, Han Xiaotian, we won't obliterate you immediately. First, we'll let you watch as we tear your grandson apart. Even if Han Xiaotian was merely an avatar, they longed to see him lose his composure. Hearing their taunts, Han Xiaoyan's killing intent surged. Unfortunately, his avatar was only at the Emperor level. Against the suppression of 3 sage-level auras, he could do nothing but await fate. Just as the Thunder Race sages were reveling in their triumph. Boom! From within the Scarlet Thunder War Emperor's domain of thunder and flames, a terrifying aura erupted. 6 beams of radiant light shot into the sky, tearing 6 gaping holes through the Emperor-level domain. Through these openings, the 3 Thunder Race sages and Han Xiaotian glimpsed the scene inside. 6 Emperor crowns hovered midair, slowly rotating. Beneath them stood a youth clad in scarlet robes, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he gazed disdainfully at the Thunder Race's elite army of 100,000. 6 crowns. He attained 6-fold coronation? One Thunder Sage was stunned. As a sage, he himself possessed only 6 crowns. But what shocked the 3 sages most was not the number. Rather, the overwhelming Emperor-level might each crown exuded. Such terrifying Emperor pressure made the Scarlet Thunder War Emperor, who stood opposite Hanyu, shiver involuntarily. He knew exactly what this meant. 6 Emperor crowns, all at the peak tier. To put it into perspective, the Scarlet Thunder War Emperor was a renowned veteran. He wielded 5 crowns, enough to qualify for sagehood. Yet among them, only 2 had reached Emperor rank, while the remaining 3 were still at the king level. 6 complete Emperor crowns? Their amplification of power was unimaginable. A surge of envy burned in his chest as he stared at Hanyu, still merely a king. How could a mere king achieve this? If at king rank, he already wielded 6 Emperor crowns, what if he became an emperor? What if he ascended to sagehood? Would he manifest 9 sage crowns outright? Suppressing his shock, the Scarlet Thunder War Emperor raised his spear. The thunder flame energies within his domain surged violently, converging onto his body. 6 Emperor crowns mean nothing. You're still just a puny king, he roared. Let's see if you can defy heaven itself. With a thunderous charge, his spear, wreathed in annihilation, lanced toward Hanyu. Hanyu didn't speak. He simply flicked his wrist and unleashed all of his SS-grade talents at once. The gluttonous demon body transformed into a set of pitch-black demonic armor, covering his entire frame, while the blazing demon body became rolling flames that coiled around his form. Behind him, the heavenly thunder god wings unfurled. A pair of wings forged from lightning flapped, unleashing rumbling thunderclaps. Finally, the sacred artifact of the Netherfire demon dragon's incarnation took shape as a skeletal armor, encasing him completely, leaving only a pair of pitch-black eyes exposed. Hanyu gripped the bone halberd, his aura erupting violently. Every movement he made caused the surrounding space to tremble uncontrollably. And this was not all. The 6 imperial crowns merged into one, forming the 6-pearl imperial crown. Boundless energy surged through Hanyu's limbs and bones. Though his cultivation was only at the emperor level, his combat power was enough to annihilate any imperial-level expert. The bone halberd and the crimson spear collided mid-air. The once unstoppable scarlet flames and thunder were instantly obliterated, the spear's surface cracking before shattering into countless fragments. The bone halberd pierced straight through the body of the Crimson Thunder War Emperor, its myriad destructive forces ravaging his flesh. Boom! A forest of bleached bones erupted, tearing the Crimson Thunder War Emperor's body apart in an instant. The entire Imperial-level domain shattered in response. Every elite warrior of the Thunder Clan who witnessed the scene was struck with terror, their livers and gallbladders trembling in fear as they stared at Hanyu, as if he were a demon god from hell. Even the 3 pairs of thunderous eyes within the spatial rift flickered uncontrollably, their gazes filled with uncontainable shock. How can this be? How can this be? The 3 Thunder Clan saints trembled. Meanwhile, the expression on Han Shao Tian's avatar shifted from astonishment to unrestrained ecstasy. Good, good, good. My grandson Hanyu possesses the bearing of a great saint. No, the potential to ascend to godhood. Han Shao Tian had never imagined that Hanyu, after only a few days inside the king's trial tower, would obtain the blessing of 6 crowns. And not just any crowns, but 6 imperial crowns. Such an achievement was something even he, the number 1 saint among all races, had never dared to envision. Even now, witnessing it with his own eyes, Han Shao Tian felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. 6 crowns, all imperial crowns. Just how was this possible? Before Han Shao Tian could find an answer, the 3 ThunderClan saints reached a unanimous decision. He must die. Han Shao Tian alone has already suppressed the saints of all races, forcing us to bow our heads. But this boy is 10,000 times more terrifying than Han Shao Tian. If he reaches the saint level, our races will never rise again. The 3 saints acted in perfect sync, forcibly expending their power in an attempt to break through the saints' off formation. Though the formation was now like a tattered fishing net, it still restrained the saints' strength, preventing them from unleashing their full power. Otherwise, they could have annihilated Hanyu with a mere flick of their fingers. Yet, even under the suppression of the formation, the 3 saints' desperate outburst was still terrifying beyond measure. Han Shao Tian sensed the overwhelming killing intent and immediately shouted, "Xiaoyu, hurry! The teleportation array hasn't been destroyed yet. Escape now. This saint will cover you." But before Han Shao Tian could finish speaking, Hanyu, clad in his skeletal armor, stepped forward and stood in front of him. A cold voice echoed, "No need. I want to see just how they plan to kill me. You reckless brat. You're only at the emperor level. Even if they can't use their full strength, they're still saints. Run."
Han Sia Tian urged frantically.
Yet Hanyu's tone remained calm as he spoke, word by word. "Grandfather, you may have heard the saying, an emperor can slay a saint. But today, I will show you. A king can slay a saint as well. An emperor can slay a saint, and so can a mere sovereign." These words reverberated across the heavens and earth, shaking the souls of all who heard them, be they human or Thunder Clan. Even the 3 Thunder Clan saints, who had been preparing to besiege Hanyu under the suppression of the saints' aura array, were momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by the sheer audacity of the declaration. Hanyu's combat prowess was indeed formidable, but compared to that of a saint, the gap was still immense. Had he been at the peak of the emperor rank, they might have hesitated. But now, He was merely a sovereign, and even with the enhancement of 6 emperor crowns, what could he possibly do against them? The 3 ThunderClan saints were like monstrous sharks churning the ocean's depths, while Hanyu was but a lone fisherman in a tiny boat. He couldn't even withstand the residual pressure of their might, yet he dared to brandish his harpoon against them? Utterly laughable. Ha ha ha! A sovereign slaying a saint? What a joke! Come then, let this saint see how you plan to kill me. One of the ThunderClan saints bared his fangs, half of his true form emerging from a spatial rift. Even just this partial manifestation was as vast as a star, wreathed in endless lightning, making him appear like a deity. This was the true saint form, the body of a saint, the closest existence to a god. To ordinary beings, their very presence was indistinguishable from divinity. The overwhelming saint's aura surged, causing the entire heavenly thunderstar to tremble. Countless creatures collapsed under the pressure, unable to resist. Even Han Xiaoyan's avatar, standing too close to the source, was on the verge of shattering, barely able to endure. Xiaoyu, stop this foolishness. Run! Han Xiaotian shouted without turning back, his voice urgent. Damn these old bastards! Saints stooping so low as to target a junior? If my true self learns of this, I'll wipe out your entire Thunder Clan. One of the Thunder Clan saints sneered in response. Dare you? Can your human race withstand the wrath of the 10,000 Clans Alliance? Your kind is already a target of envy. The moment you annihilate any clan, it'll be the spark that ignites a united assault against you. Ha ha ha! Even if we kill your grandson and destroy your avatar today, what can your true self possibly do to us? The 3 ThunderClan saints roared with laughter. Hearing this, Han Xiaotian let out a cold snort. He realized now he had been too lenient in recent years. A mere few decades of silence, and the 10,000 clans had already forgotten his wrath. It seems I haven't been ruthless enough. Since you seek death, then wait. Once my true self learns of this, not only your Thunder Clan but every human who took part in this will perish. Xiao Yu, this time your grandfather underestimated human nature. For that, I owe you an apology. Han Xiaoyan's avatar sighed, but when no response came, he turned, only to freeze in shock. His own avatar could barely move under the crushing pressure of the Thunder Saint's might, on the verge of collapse. Yet Han Yu stood completely unharmed. His eyes were lightly closed, his expression almost serene. What the hell? Is my grandson a masochist? No, something was different. Han Yu's aura was rising. In Han Xiaoyan's perception, Han Yu's cultivation was soaring, rapidly approaching the peak of the martial sovereign realm. But what he didn't realize was that Han Yu's true growth wasn't in cultivation. It was in his lightning affinity. The surrounding space was saturated with saint-level lightning, enough to tear any emperor apart in agony. Yet for Han Yu, it was nothing but nourishment. His depleted malice value, exhausted after slaying Qi Lei the War Emperor and provoking the 3 Thunder Saints, had already replenished to over 10 billion, and was still skyrocketing. The sheer malice and killing intent from 3 saints? It was a feast. If he didn't milk them dry today, he'd wake up in the middle of the night and slap himself for missing the opportunity. Boom! Countless bolts of sacred lightning tempered his body, yet the rate of malice points being gained couldn't keep up with the rate of consumption. Han Yu frowned, then raised his head arrogantly, looking down with disdain at the 3 Thunder Clan saints. Aren't you supposed to be saints? Is this all you've got? The moment these words left his mouth, the 3 Thunder Saints finally realized that Han Yu didn't seem injured in the slightest. His aura wasn't weakened at all. In fact, it was even stronger than before. How is this possible? Could this brat be immune to our sacred lightning? No wonder he's so arrogant. Damn it. If not for the restrictions of this sacred thunder array, I could crush him with a single slap. To Han Yu, the 3 saints were like 3 great sharks facing a lone fisherman. But these sharks were trapped in a net. Even if the net was tattered, it still prevented them from exerting their full strength. All they could do was thrash about, stirring up waves to attack the fisherman's small boat. They had expected the fisherman to be quickly swallowed by the raging storm, But instead, not only was he surviving just fine, he even seemed to be enjoying himself, constantly taunting them from a distance. How infuriating! Soul-annihilating Thunder Saint will hold the sacred thunder array steady. You go kill him. The two Thunder Saints turned their gazes to one among them. Wreathed in dark lightning, the soul-annihilating Thunder Saint immediately agreed. Good. Hold the fort for me. Give me 10 breaths, and I'll annihilate this brat. His murderous intent toward Han Yu was palpable. The other two Thunder Saints immediately channeled their sacred power to reinforce the array. The soul-annihilating Thunder Saint felt a sudden lightness. The freedom from restraint was exhilarating. Without hesitation, he used half of his true form, which had penetrated the heavenly thunder star, to strike at Han Yu with overwhelming force. A pair of pitch-black thunderous hands blotted out the sky, descending upon Han Yu with terrifying might. If the strike landed, Han Yu's current strength would be insufficient to withstand it. His body would be utterly obliterated. This was the power of a saint. Even with the enhancement of his 6-pearl imperial crown, Han Yu stood no chance of resisting. Yet, Han Yu showed no trace of panic. He merely muttered a single phrase in his heart. System. Side effects. Instantaneous eruption. Han Yu's side effect system initially had 2 functions: delayed feedback and instantaneous feedback. But as he accumulated more and more malice points, it had gained additional minor features. One of them was the ability to instantly unleash all stored delayed side effects. By now, Han Yu had endured a massive amount of backlash from the 3 Thunder Saints' attacks, and he had already redirected all those negative effects back to their source. However, he had chosen delayed feedback, intending to unleash a devastating counterattack at the right moment. Though the situation was urgent and the time bomb hadn't reached its maximum potency, detonating it now would still deal significant damage to the Thunder Saint. Boom! The moment Han Yu willed it, the soul-annihilating Thunder Saint, who had been charging forward with overwhelming momentum, suddenly shuddered as an intense discomfort surged from within his body. For a saint, this discomfort might not be fatal, but it severely impaired his combat ability. It was like suffering from explosive diarrhea. While not deadly, no one could fight effectively while dealing with it. Crack! Crack! The soul-annihilating Thunder Saint let out a pained howl as the thunderous hands he had conjured instantly collapsed. His true form convulsed violently, arcs of lightning crackling across his body. The other 2 saints were stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. But before they could react, a flash of white light streaked across the sky. A massive white bone halberd, enlarged to 10,000 feet, pierced straight through the soul-annihilating Thunder Saint's true form. Then, countless bone spikes erupted from within, impaling his body from the inside out. Like a punctured balloon. Boom! The soul-annihilating Thunder Saint's true form exploded into fragments. An endless surge of energy swept across nearly half of the heavenly thunder star, unleashing a storm of lightning that reduced countless thunder beasts to bloody mist. The saint's true form shattered. Ayaha! My true form! The soul-rending Thunder Sage let out a scream of unbearable agony. The backlash of having his true form destroyed was indescribable. Even for a sage, it was too much to endure. To put it plainly, when a sage's true form is severed, they lose half their life in an instant. The 2 remaining Thunder Clan sages stared at Han Yu in terror, their minds filled with disbelief. How had he done it? Soul-rending Thunder Sage, what happened? Why did you leave such a fatal opening? One of the Thunder Sages demanded. He had clearly seen that if soul-rending Thunder Sage hadn't faltered for that split second, losing control over his attacks, Han Yu wouldn't have been able to destroy his avatar. How should I know? Some damned sage must have cursed me. Who dares scheme against me? What? A cursed attack? To strike you unnoticed, it must have been another sage. Damn it! Could this be a trap set by the human sages to lure us to our deaths? As one of the Thunder Sages spoke, the remaining 2 were struck with horror. The more they thought about it, the more certain they became. This had to be a setup. Retreat! The 2 sages whose true forms remained unscathed immediately fled, returning to the Thunder Clan's homeworld. Only soul-rending Thunder Sage, his true form in ruins, was left behind. Originally, the three sages had barely managed to withstand the divine might array. Now, with two gone, the remaining sage felt as if the heavens had collapsed upon him. Boom! 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 The divine might of the 36 human sages pressed down upon him relentlessly. Weakened as he was, his body cracked under the pressure. You cowards! You used me as your vanguard, only to abandon me. Damn you both! Soul-rending Thunder Sage howled in fury. Meanwhile, Hanyu sensed an opportunity. Perfect timing. Without hesitation, he raised his bone halberd and launched a relentless assault on the sage's true form. Numerous S-rank talents activated in succession. Indestructible Vajra shakes the heavens. Gluttonous Devourer swallows the sky. Heavenly Thunder annihilates divinity. Countless manifestations of his talents surged forth, tearing into the sage's crumbling form. At this point, soul-rending Thunder Sage was like a great shark tangled in a net, while Hanyu relentlessly thrust his harpoon, determined to pierce straight through him. No matter how he screamed or begged, Hanyu ignored it all. Boom! 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 Time lost meaning. Even Hanyu felt mentally exhausted by the time soul-rending Thunder Sage finally shattered completely. The gluttonous demon Avatar's manifestation opened its maw and devoured all the surrounding energy. Boom! 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 Already at the peak of the Emperor rank, Hanyu's cultivation surged once more. Ding! You have absorbed the essence of a Thunder Sage. Countless lightning forces temper your body and refine your concept comprehension. Your intentions have all reached perfection. You have acquired domain power. Your cultivation has broken through to the martial Emperor rank. A shame that the heavenly thunder wings haven't advanced further. Reaching the Godslayer rank won't be so easy. Hanyu wasn't surprised. Even after battling hundreds of thousands of thunder beasts in the King's Trial Tower, he had only barely managed to refine his lightning comprehension enough to reach the transcendent rank. To push his lightning-based talents to the Godslayer rank, he'd probably have to annihilate the entire ThunderClan world. But that day wouldn't be long in coming. Right now, however, his priority wasn't purging the ThunderClan. It was settling the score with the human sages and squeezing some more malice points out of them. Of course, that would require his grandfather's help. With that in mind, Hanyu turned, only to see Han Shao Tian staring at him in utter disbelief, as if gazing upon a monster. Han Shao Tian was a sage, the current strongest among humanity, and unrivaled across all races. Yet even he was deeply shaken by the sight of Hanyu, barely an emperor, slaying a sage, even if it had been achieved through exploiting advantages of circumstance. You brat. You really are a prodigy among prodigies. Han Shao Tian's praise was sincere, but Hanyu brushed it off. Prodigy? What does that matter? The original protagonist had ascended to godhood, even reaching the rank of divine king. Hanyu had already surpassed and killed him. If he couldn't become a divine king himself, he was nothing. Still, the awakening of the ancient gods should still be far off. I wonder if the protagonist's death will trigger their early revival. Hanyu recalled the original storyline. The ancient gods' revival occurred when the protagonist reached the emperor rank. Ruins of their legacy appeared across the myriad worlds, granting divine blessings to those worthy, chosen of the gods. During that era, many geniuses from different races ascended to godhood, becoming the protagonist's future adversaries. Only after sweeping through them all did he finally claim the throne of Divine King. After exchanging a few words with Han Shao Tian, the old man's eyes gleamed with killing intent as he spoke coldly. Come. Your grandfather will take you to kill, no, to slaughter sages. With those domineering words, Han Shao Tian led Han Yu away from the Thunder Star and toward the human Imperial Star. The Imperial Star was humanity's greatest fortress outside their homeworld. Only those who reached the marquee rank were permitted to set foot upon it. The Hall of Sages, where humanity's greatest gathered, stood at its center. Every moment, endless resources poured into the Imperial Star from across the cosmos, nurturing humanity's most elite talents. Initially, Han Xiaotian had intended for Han Yu to leave the homeworld and temper himself here. Who could have guessed that Han Yu would instead choose to garrison dozens of resource planets, and even accomplish the heaven-defying feat of slaying a sage as a mere emperor? The moment Han Xiaotian's avatar arrived on the Imperial Star, his other incarnation within the Hall of Senses immediately synchronized memories with it. Boom! The normally subdued Hall of Sages erupted into activity. Most of the human sages were occupied with their own affairs, their avatars scattered across the universe. Han Xiaotian opened his eyes and swept a frigid gaze across the gathered sages. The normally taciturn man uttered only a single command. All of you, bring your true forms to the sacred ground immediately. Every sage's avatar stiffened at his words. To summon their true forms meant only one thing. Something monumental was about to happen. The last time all sages had gathered their true forms in the sacred ground had been to exterminate an entire race. Were they mobilizing for another war of annihilation? Some sages were confused, while others understood immediately. They assumed that Han Xiaotian had learned of Han Yu's supposed death, and was rallying them to annihilate the Thunder Clan in revenge. Little did they know, Han Xiaotian's goal wasn't to exterminate the Thunder Clan. It was to slaughter them. The few saints who spearheaded this matter believed they understood Han Xiaotian's intentions and naturally had no intention of cooperating with him. Thus, they spoke up one after another. Xiaotian Martial Saint, our true selves are currently traveling across the myriad realms of the universe. You ask us to summon our true selves to the land of divine miracles without explaining anything. Isn't that a bit too unconvincing? A martial saint from Sakura country spoke up. Han Xiaotian's gaze turned icy as he stared at him. Though he wasn't entirely sure who exactly had orchestrated the Thunder Clan siege of Thunderstar and the sabotage of the teleportation arrays beforehand, he was certain that this Sakura country martial saint was among them. The reason was simple. Among the human saints, whenever something benefited Dragon Xia country, Sakura country would oppose it, and whenever something harmed Dragon Xia country, Sakura country would be the first to support it. Even now, Dragon Xia country still had many hidden agents planted by Sakura country. They had never abandoned their ambition to invade. Though they had already secured ample territory on other resource-rich planets, their holdings on the homeworld remained minimal. Yet, the homeworld was the cradle for nurturing prodigies, and every resource there could be a crucial stepping stone in a prodigy's growth. Hearing the Sakura country martial saint's objection, Han Xiaotian replied coldly, "Summon your true self to the land of divine miracles, and you'll find out what I intend to do. If you utter one more word of nonsense, I'll annihilate this avatar of yours." At these words, the Sakura country martial saint showed no fear. Instead, his face twisted into a sneer. Han Xiaotian, I thought you were some selfless paragon. Now, are you trying to use your authority as chief martial saint to force us to obey you? Don't think I don't know what you're planning. Thunderstar has likely already been retaken by the Thunder Clan, and that arrogant grandson of yours is probably dead, isn't he? And now you want to mobilize the might of the human saints to wage a war of extermination. Just to satisfy your personal vendetta, you'd squander the resources of the entire human race. Do you really think we'd agree? The Sakura country martial saint paid no heed to Han Xiaotian's threat. He didn't believe the other party would dare act so recklessly, nor did he believe Han Xiaotian could actually kill his avatar. After decades of tempering, his Sakura country had formed deep ties with the Ghost Clan. He was no longer the same as before. Perhaps Han Xiaotian was strong, but he was no weakling either. As a martial saint of Sakura country, even if he couldn't defeat Han Xiaotian, the latter would never be able to kill him. As soon as the Sakura country martial saint finished speaking, several foreign saints chimed in. Ha ha ha, we're all part of the human race. No need for such hostility. The heavenly ghost martial saint makes a fair point. If this is just about avenging your descendant Xiaotian martial saint, you could always deploy your Han family army. With your strength, wiping out the Thunder Clan should be effortless. Exactly. The myriad races have only been at peace for a few decades. If we humans launch a war of extermination, the other races might unite against us. We can't afford that. Seeing the attitudes of these saints, Han Xiaotian suddenly laughed. It seems I've been too lenient with you all these past decades. I'll give you one last chance. Will you do as I say or not? The Sakura Country martial saint scoffed. Ridiculous. Han Xiaotian, do you really think the Hall of Saints is your personal fiefdom, and that we human saints are your lackeys? You should know that the title of Chief Martial Saint is a privilege granted by the Hall of Saints. If the rest of us saints refuse to acknowledge it, then your position is nothing but an empty title. Killing intent surged in Han Xiaotian's eyes as he glared at the Sakura Country martial saint. So, you're defying the Hall of Saints? According to its laws, such behavior is tantamount to betraying the human race, and the penalty for betrayal is death. Still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, the Sakura Country martial saint looked at Han Xiaotian with disdain. Oh? So you're going to kill me? How amusing. Do you really think I'm still the same as before? That you can still suppress me with a flick of your wrist? While you've been holed up in seclusion, we've learned countless divine techniques and secret arts from the myriad races. If you dare make a move, it'll be the day you, Han Xiaotian, fall from grace. As the Sakura Country martial saint spoke, several foreign saints fixed their predatory gazes on Han Xiaotian. The neutral saints, seeing the tension escalate, quickly stepped in to mediate. Everyone, we are all of the human race. There's no need for such hostility. Let's set this matter aside for now. Exactly. Although our human race has now become the dominant race across all realms, the saints of other races are still not to be underestimated. Harmony is precious. The current Hall of Saints is primarily divided into 3 factions. Their differences stem from their respective martial philosophies. One faction is the conservative group led by Han Xiaotian, which advocates focusing on humanity's own martial theories and unlocking human potential. Another faction is the integrationists, primarily composed of martial saints from countries like Sakura Nation and Mi Nation, who advocate deep integration with other races, learning and imitating their cultivation methods. The last faction is the neutralists, opportunists who dabble in a bit of everything. The factional divisions among the high-ranking members of the Hall of Saints have also spread throughout humanity. Over the past few decades, the integrationists have grown increasingly powerful, to the point where many of them no longer resemble humans but rather other races. For example, in Sakura Nation, practitioners of the ghost cultivation path have long become half-human, half-ghost. Meanwhile, warriors from the Dark Continent have even begun mating with various beasts, giving birth to many half-human, half-beast warriors. It must be said that the integrationists' methods have been highly effective, as their new generation of warriors has grown remarkably strong. According to statistical data, within the next decade, the number of human saints is expected to surge, likely surpassing 100. However, how many of these new saints will still be considered human remains unclear. At this moment, on the Imperial Star, Han Yu and a clone of Han Xiaotian traveled across various regions, observing the arrogant and domineering prodigies of the integrationist faction. Both of their expressions darkened. Han Xiaotian recounted the events in the Hall of Saints to Han Yu inside. Xiao Yu, it seems we'll have to carefully plan before we can kill their true bodies now. However, for the time being, I can completely eradicate their clones and expel them from the Hall of Saints. Hearing this, Han Yu smiled faintly. That works. But for this matter, I'd prefer to handle it myself. Han Xiaotian was taken aback. You want to fight those saint clones? It's possible, but you should be aware. The clones they've left in the Hall of Saints have combat power equivalent to newly ascended martial saints, far stronger than this clone of mine. Exactly what I want.
Han Yu nodded.
The two sped through the skies and soon arrived at the Hall of Saints. By this time, the atmosphere inside the Hall of Saints had grown tense. Han Xiaotian's clone had closed his eyes and remained silent, while several foreign martial saints, sensing an advantage, pressed further, as if believing Han Xiaotian had already conceded. Just as they had expected, this man no longer possessed the dominance he once had. But before long, Han Xiaotian suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with overwhelming killing intent. The person has arrived. It's time for you all to die. The saints were stunned, unsure what he meant, until the grand doors of the Hall of Saints abruptly swung open, revealing two figures. Han Xiaoyan's clone did not draw their attention, but the youth clad in crimson robes stood out starkly.
Han Yu.
He wasn't dead. How was that possible? 3 Thunder Race Saints had attacked him. How could a mere martial emperor survive that? The martial saints who had witnessed the entire event were filled with confusion, unable to comprehend how Han Yu had survived. Moreover, they had another question. If Han Yu wasn't dead, why had Han Xiaotian still sent their true bodies to the land of divine miracles? Was it just to exterminate the Thunder Clan? No, the Thunder Clan only had 3 saints. There was no need to summon all of humanity's martial saints for that. The few martial saints from Longsha Kingdom alone would have been enough to wipe them out. From this perspective, Han Xiaoyan's target wasn't the Thunder Clan. It was their true bodies. That bastard was trying to purge the pantheon of human saints. Realizing this, the martial saints were both furious and resentful. The martial saint from Sakura Country glared at Han Xiaotian and asked pointedly, Han Xiaotian, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to incite infighting among humanity? Han Xiaotian remained silent, but Han Yu spoke up indifferently. Humanity? Can you even still call yourselves human? Heh. Especially you half-human, half-ghost freak. The moment these words left his mouth, the Sakura Country martial saint erupted in rage, his eyes brimming with killing intent. You insolent brat! Who gave you the right to speak here? What the hell do you think you are? Heh! I'm your damn reckoning. Han Yu had no patience for wasting words on these fat sheep. Unlike Han Xiaotian, he wasn't here to reason with them. For people like this, fists spoke louder than words. Without hesitation, he activated all his SS-grade talents, summoned his bone armor, and charged straight at the Sakura Country martial saint. No one had expected Han Yu to attack without warning, and in the pantheon of saints, no less, once again his audacity shattered their expectations. Previously, when Han Yu had taunted them through the spatial prism, everyone had assumed he was just running his mouth, the kind of loudmouth who talks big online but cowers in real life. But who would have thought that not only was Han Yu arrogant online, but he was even more brazen in person. You arrogant little shit, a mere martial emperor. What the hell? How are you already a martial emperor? The Sakura Country martial saint was shocked by Han Yu's rapid advancement. In just a few days, he had risen from martial king to martial emperor. So what if you're a martial emperor? This saint will still crush you. He immediately unleashed the full power of his avatar. His body wreathed in ghostly energy as he transformed into a monstrous, fanged demon. This saint's avatar has been blessed by a ghost god. Today you shall be its sacrifice. That was what the Sakura Country martial saint thought. But Han Yu was already upon him, the bone halberd in his hand erupting with blazing demonic flames. This was the evolved form of netherworld hellfire, possessing absolute suppression against souls. Boom! 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 The netherworld hellfire instantly engulfed the Sakura Country martial saint. The ghostly energy around him rapidly dissolved, and agonized wails filled the air. Damn it! What kind of fire is this? How is it so strong? The Sakura Country martial saint hadn't expected Han Yu's flames to be so terrifying. They could even inflict fatal damage on his martial saint avatar. What are the rest of you waiting for? Attack and kill this brat together. Hearing his words, the other foreign martial saints hesitated for a moment, glancing at Han Xiaotian, who showed no intention of intervening. After exchanging looks, they immediately activated their avatar's full combat power and rushed at Han Yu in unison. Boom! 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 The combat power of several martial saint clones was not to be underestimated. Surging saintly might swept through the surroundings, but fortunately, the Hall of Saints was also a treasure in itself, fully capable of withstanding the pressure of their battle. Surrounded by multiple martial saints, Han Yu felt considerable pressure, but it was still within his limits. After advancing to the martial emperor realm, his combat power had risen by more than a notch. Even without using the 6-pearl imperial crown, he could still hold his own against the martial saint clones with his SS-grade talents, and the sacred artifact of the infernal flame dragon avatar. The martial saints had not expected Hanyu to be as tenacious as an unkillable cockroach. Despite their attacks being powerful enough to obliterate any ordinary martial emperor, Hanyu showed no signs of weakening. Instead, he grew fiercer the longer the battle raged. Damn it. This kid is too damn unnatural. Hey, you lot. Stop standing by and watching. Han Xiaoyan's goal is to purge the Hall of Saints. Since your ideals clash with his, do you really think he'll spare you? The martial saints who had struck first spoke again, their voices laced with urgency. All fusionist martial saints, why not join forces to eliminate Han Xiaotian and this brat once and for all? Once they're gone, the Hall of Saints will no longer be under his control, and the entire human race will be ours to command. Their words were meant to sway the others, but the remaining martial saint clones still hesitated. Then, the martial saint from Sakura country played his trump card. Everyone, don't worry about Han Xiaoyan's true form. I've already struck a deal with the vast heaven martial saint. He will lead the 12 demon saints of the demon race to help us exterminate Han Xiaotian and wipe out the Han family for good. If you choose the wrong side now, you'll bear the consequences. Some even resorted to threats. After careful consideration, the fusionist martial saints hesitated no longer and immediately joined the assault on Hanyu. Thus, out of the 36 human martial saints, 15 were Naweigong Hanyu. Even if they were only clones, the pressure from 15 martial saints was terrifying, enough to easily crush even a peak-level martial emperor. Hanyu, too, was beginning to buckle under the strain. Without hesitation, he summoned the six-pearl imperial crown. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, radiant imperial crowns shimmered in the air, swirling briefly before merging into a single six-pearl imperial crown, which then fused into Hanyu's body. At the sight of the six-pearl imperial crown, all the human martial saints were stunned. What? The six-pearl imperial crown? What kind of monster is this kid? To obtain it in such a short time. Initially, none of the martial saints had taken Hanyu seriously. Though his growth speed was astonishing, they had seen many races in the myriad realms with similarly rapid development. Some foreign races were even born as emperors, yet very few among them ever reached sainthood. To a saint, even those born as great emperors were nothing but ants if they failed to ascend. Over the past few centuries, countless human prodigies had emerged, only to be stuck at the peak of the martial emperor realm. Only a few dozen had ever become saints. But Hanyu was different. Not only was his growth speed terrifying, but his combat power was also formidable, proving that his foundation was rock solid, unlike those who advanced too quickly and ended up with unstable cultivation. This brat must die. If he becomes a saint, he'll never let us go. Exactly. If he ascends, even our true forms might not be a match for him. Panic spread among the martial saint clones. Some even regretted joining the siege against Han Xiaotian. But it was too late for regrets. The dozen-plus martial saint clones could only desperately bombard Hanyu, drowning him in a storm of martial techniques, leaving him no room to counterattack. This went on for a long time, but as time passed, the saints grew increasingly uneasy, because this kid just wouldn't die. Then, after what felt like an eternity, Hanyu's voice rang out, sending their hearts plummeting. You've had your turn. Now it's my time to strike back. Boom, boom, boom. Hanyu, who had been purely on the defensive until now, suddenly erupted with a terrifying surge of power. His cultivation, originally at the one-star martial emperor level, began skyrocketing. In reality, Hanyu's cultivation had been steadily rising all along while these people were besieging him. However, to avoid discouraging their enthusiasm for attacking him and preventing them from realizing something was amiss and fleeing prematurely, Hanyu had been suppressing his cultivation the entire time. The killing intent and hatred from over a dozen martial saint clones were, for Hanyu, the best catalysts to push him toward the martial emperor realm. Ding! You have received malice from the human race's martial saints plus 999 billion. An endless stream of malice poured in, and was rapidly consumed. Ding! Under the relentless bombardment of martial saints' saintly might, even as a martial emperor, you felt unbearably weak. This is the true gap between the saint and emperor levels. Even though they're merely clones, they subjected you to life-threatening peril. After teetering on the edge of life and death countless times, your emperor-level domain grew flawless, and your cultivation began to soar. Ding! You have reached Martial Emperor. 3 stars. Ding! You have reached Martial Emperor. 9 stars. Ding! You are advancing toward the Martial Saint realm. Enough! The moment his cultivation reached peak Martial Emperor, Hanyu no longer had the patience to keep pretending with these Martial Saint clones. Frankly, their attacks had lost most of their tempering value for him. Rather than wasting time on them, it was better to slaughter them all and then settle accounts with their true selves. Thus, Hanyu unleashed his full power, his cultivation erupting in successive surges. Boom! 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 His peak Martial Emperor cultivation was displayed in its entirety. Hanyu's Emperor's domain abruptly expanded, enveloping every single Martial Saint clone within it. What? How is his Emperor's domain so strong? How can it possibly contain us? The Martial Saints were shaken, especially the one from the Cherry Blossom country. Even as mere clones, they existed beyond the Emperor level. A puny Emperor's domain should never have been capable of restraining them. At best, a Martial Emperor could only deploy their domain defensively like a tortoise shell. Yet now, Hanyu had enveloped all of them effortlessly. Such a thing was unimaginable. His cultivation has already reached peak Martial Emperor, a horrified saint exclaimed. Damn it! This brat's been hiding his strength. He was a peak Martial Emperor all along, posing as a newly ascended one. Who cares if he's peak or newly ascended? Below saint level, all are ants. No, this one's different. Amid their panicked cries, Hanyu activated his arsenal of SS-grade talents, amplified to terrifying degrees by his peak Martial Emperor cultivation. Not just his talents, even his Ashen Flame Dragonbone armor and Bone Halberd now unleashed their full combat potential. Boom! 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 His Emperor's might clashed violently against the Saint's holy aura. The Emperor's energy, once fragile under saintly suppression, now overpowered them completely. With a single thrust of his Bone Halberd, Hanyu impaled a Martial Saint clone. Countless bone spikes erupted, tearing its body to shreds. Unlike ordinary clones formed from condensed saintly power, the clones in the Hall of Saints possessed true flesh and blood bodies. If a Martial Saint's main body perished in the outside world, these clones could replace them, retaining limitless potential. Thus, when Hanyu killed this clone, the benefits he gained were no less than when he had slain that Thunder Race Saint earlier. A torrent of deathly Sa Nunglang, Sa Qi, malignant energy, was devoured by his devouring heaven demon body, while over 100 billion points of malice flooded his system. Excitement surged within Hanyu, his eyes gleaming with ruthlessness. Strip! With a wave of his hand, the clone's skeleton was cleanly extracted. Behind him, a throne of bones materialized, and the saintly skeleton shrank, merging into it. Or rather, it was no longer just a throne. After slaughtering countless Thunder Race experts, including one of their saints, the throne now crackled with lightning, embedded with the remains of Thunder Race elites. It had long since evolved into a Bone Emperor's throne. A saint's vitality was terrifyingly tenacious. Even after Hanyu shattered their body and stripped their bones, a trace of their saintly consciousness lingered, screaming in agony from within the skeletal remains. Watching as Hanyu flayed a fellow Martial Saint before their eyes, the remaining clones finally realized they had made a grave mistake. Upon that bone throne, they saw the skeletal remains of countless Thunder Clan elites. Though the Thunder Clan's physiology differed from humans, composed mostly of lightning, they nevertheless possessed bones, far harder than those of ordinary humans. Entwined with thunderous energy, these bones could draw heavenly lightning and endure unmelted for eons. In the Thunder Clan's world, the sacred Thunder Mountain was built from the piled corpses of their kind. Ceaseless heavenly bolts struck it at every moment, tempering the flesh of nearby Thunder Clan warriors. Now, Hanyu's bone throne, forged from over 100,000 Thunder Clan skeletons, had begun resembling that very mountain, radiating terrifying majesty. Yet what horrified the assembled saints even more was what it represented. They knew the Thunder Clan had dispatched 100,000 elites to besiege Heavenly Thunder Star. Yet all those warriors had been reduced to bones, now supporting Han Yu's seat. Among them even lay the carcass of a Thunder Clan saint. A truly monstrous feat. What kind of aberration was this? Not yet a saint himself, yet he'd already slain one. And they could sense it. This was no clone, but a true saint's original body. This youth defied the heavens themselves. Run! The word screamed through the minds of every martial saint clone present. As one, they lunged toward the exit of the Hall of Saints. Vast as a small world, the hall could withstand attacks capable of shattering stars, and indeed, neither Han Yu nor the saints' assaults had left even a scratch. But as they fled, a towering figure blocked their escape. Running! A cold laugh echoed. Did you take me, Han Xiaotian, for decoration? With a surge of aura, the hall's mighty doors slammed shut, sealed by his saintly might. None could leave unless they killed him first. Just as Han Xiaotian prepared to unleash his full power and annihilate the fleeing clones, Han Yu urgently called out, "Old man, stop. They're not getting away. Don't steal my prey." Han Xiaotian paused, then chuckled wryly. This brat actually treated martial saints as hunting trophies. Fine, he'd play gatekeeper instead. Withholding lethal force, he merely repelled the clones assaulting the doors. Only then did the saints realize, even without Han Yu, Han Xiaotian was never someone they could challenge. A dozen martial saints struck together, yet he dispersed their attacks with effortless ease. How could clones of the same rank vary so wildly in power? Regret flooded their hearts. With escape impossible, only surrender remained. Saint Xiaotian, we pledge loyalty. Spare us. Yes, we're all humans. The Japanese saint deceived us. We were blinded. No more betrayal. We'll follow your every command.
Han Xiaotian snorted.
Fools, you can't even beg from the right person. Understanding dawned. The clones immediately turned and kowtowed to Han Yu. Young Master Han, we submit. Grant us mercy. Han Yu nodded pleasantly. I'm not bloodthirsty. Of course I'll forgive you. The saints rejoiced. So he still feared their true bodies. He prioritized human unity, avoiding total war. But then his tone shifted. However, I do need a small favor. He gestured to the skeletal throne behind him, smiling. My throne's evolution requires saint-level bones. Would you kindly lend me yours? Before the words fully landed, killing intent erupted. These martial saint avatars finally understood. Han Yu had never intended to let them go from the very beginning. Bastard! If we perish here, our true selves will never spare you. Once our main bodies learn of this, the human race will descend into chaos. The Han family will be annihilated. And so will your Dragon Xia kingdom. One after another, the martial saint avatars began to issue desperate threats. But Han Yu paid them no heed. His bone halberd swept through the air with relentless fury, shaking the entire Hall of Saints. Extract! 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 The skeletal remains of the martial saint avatars were forcibly torn from their bodies and absorbed into the bone throne, intensifying its sinister aura. After what felt like an eternity, all dozen or so martial saint avatars were completely annihilated. Han Yu retracted his abilities as countless drops of saintly blood scattered through the air, staining his crimson robes in an eerie, macabre display. The remaining saints exchanged uneasy glances. Never since their ascension to sainthood had they felt such bone-chilling terror. Every gaze directed at Han Yu was filled with deep-seated fear. They feared this young man might lose himself to bloodlust and slaughter every last one of them in the Hall of Saints. Fortunately, Han Yu was not that deranged. These saints had no enmity with him and were not on his list of targets. These traitors conspired with foreign races to murder our human prodigies. By my decree, they are henceforth severed from the human race, banished forever. The tense silence lingered until Han Xiaotian finally spoke up. The other martial saints remained silent. As neutral parties, they had hoped to maintain stability and dreaded this very outcome. One of them, the Sage of Heavenly Secrets, sighed heavily and said, "Now that they've openly turned against the Hall of Saints, they will surely seek refuge among foreign races. We must alert our true selves immediately and fortify the human defenses." The remaining saints looked at one another, their eyes filled with unease. With only a dozen or so saints left, humanity had fallen from its position as the dominant race. If the exiled saints joined forces with other races, it would pose an unprecedented threat. The once stable order of the myriad races would collapse, and the great war of 10,000 realms would reignite. Their fears were justified. Not long after their avatars perished, the true bodies of these saints, far beyond the heavens, sensed their demise and erupted in fury. While distant avatars did not share real-time memories with their main bodies, upon death, all their experiences would return to their origin unless blocked by special means. Upon learning the full truth, the rage of these martial saints knew no bounds. "Han Xiaotian, I've dedicated centuries to humanity, and you dare slaughter my avatar and cast me out? You deserve death." Consumed by hatred, these martial saints wasted no time in contacting the foreign races they had secretly allied with, defecting without hesitation. As beings standing at the pinnacle of the cosmos, they cared little for the fate of humanity. To them, reaching greater heights of power was all that mattered. Whether through humanity or foreign races made no difference. Take the martial saint from Sakura country, for instance. He immediately fled to the Ghost Clan's realm. His true body had long been half-human, half-ghost, hosting a saint-level ghost within him. Combined with his own saintly power, his combat prowess was formidable. This was also why he had always looked down on Han Xiaotian. In his eyes, Han Xiaotian's rigid adherence to pure human cultivation was an outdated concept. The inherent limits of the human body were too restrictive. Without assimilating the strengths of other races, ascending to greater realms was impossible. The other martial saints shared this belief. As members of the assimilation faction, their loyalty to humanity was weak, advocating instead for cosmic unity. This was also the philosophy of the original protagonist. In the future, these defectors would become his most trusted allies. Meanwhile, the conservative faction led by Han Xiaotian would either be subverted or exterminated, with Han Xiaotian himself cast as the final villain. Thus, many of the martial saints who had ties with the demon race sought out Tang Hao. When Tang Hao learned of the civil war within the Hall of Saints, he could hardly contain his excitement. "Good, good, good. My son Tang Chen's vengeance shall be fulfilled today. Contact the Ghost Clan, the Thunder Clan, and the other major races. Prepare for a full-scale counterattack." Tang Hao had thought avenging his son would take decades, if not centuries. He never expected the opportunity to come so soon. With humanity weakened, leading the demon race and allied foreign forces in an assault would ensure the complete annihilation of the Han family, and perhaps even the conquest of all realms, ushering in an era of peace under his rule. Han Xiaotian, you truly raised an exceptional grandson. The chaos engulfing the cosmos now is all thanks to him. Tang Hao sneered inwardly. As the foreign races mobilized their armies to strike at humanity's defenses, news of the impending invasion reached human forces. The Sage of Heavenly Secrets relayed the intelligence to Han Xiaotian, who remained composed. He immediately issued orders for the garrisons on resource-rich planets to prepare for war. Time flew by. When Tang Hao, leading nearly 50 foreign saints, crossed the cosmic void and arrived at humanity's first line of stellar defense, it marked the true beginning of the Great War of 10,000 realms. In the vast expanse of the universe, dozens of saints stood in confrontation. They did not immediately engage in battle upon meeting. On the human side, Han Xiaotian led the forces, while on the alien side, Tang Hao took command. Same old rules, saints fight saints, and those below saint rank battle among themselves. Agreed. Tang Hao cast a disdainful glance at Han Xiaotian, who remained composed and nodded without objection. As saint-level powerhouses, They were well aware that if saints were to strike, they could easily obliterate any resource-rich planet. Each resource planet was an independent world, capable of nurturing intelligent life endlessly, a matter of great importance to saint-level beings. If a saint were to attack those below their rank, even a single one, given enough time, could annihilate all races in the universe. Thus, in the Great War of the Races, the unspoken rule was that saints fought saints. With an agreement reached, neither side wasted further words. At the command of their respective saints, spatial rifts tore open, and elite warriors from both sides descended upon lifeless planets, launching into fierce combat. This was one of the ways the Great War of the Races was waged. Neither side wished to fight directly on resource-rich worlds. After all, battles of this scale would only bring devastation to those planets. No one wanted to claim a ruined world after the war. Thus, the surrounding lifeless stars became the ideal battleground. The only way to breach the enemy's world was to slaughter all opposition and then pass through their spatial rifts. Those participating in the war were at least heaven-level in strength. Only warriors of this caliber could survive the harsh conditions of lifeless planets. On the human side, there were over 5 million heaven-level martial artists, while the alien forces numbered even greater, reaching a staggering 10 million. And this was not even their full strength. Since this was a joint siege against humanity, their alliance was unstable, preventing them from committing their entire forces. Over 10 million heaven-level beings clashed across dozens of lifeless planets. The terrifying shockwaves of battle rippled for millions of miles, tearing apart the planetary surfaces as magma surged like rivers. A spectacular yet brutal sight. The saints of both sides did not immediately join the fight. Instead, they observed the battles below, watching lives extinguish like ants in a death struggle, their eyes devoid of pity. The combat potential of the humans is still not to be underestimated. An alien martial saint, observing the battlefield, couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Despite being outnumbered, humanity held the upper hand in nearly every battlefield, fighting against multiple times their foes with surprising dominance. Though impressed, the alien saints showed no concern. Instead, their gazes turned toward the dozen or so human saints who had defected. No longer hiding their allegiance, the martial saint from the Sakura nation sneered at Han Xiaotian. Han Xiaotian, didn't you exile us from humanity? Today, you'll see just how fragile the human saints' hall is without us. Without our support, it is nothing. With a surge of saintly power, his voice reverberated across the battlefield in an instant. Warriors of the Sakura nation, now is the time to rise. On the battlefield, Sakura nation martial artists exchanged glances before summoning the spectral souls of the ghost race within them, turning their blades against their former human comrades. Fellow martial saints, there's no need to hide any longer. Order your people to act. The Sakura nation martial saint glanced at the other exiled human saints, who nodded in unison. Their voices, amplified by saintly power, echoed across the stars. In an instant, half of the millions of human warriors turned traitor. The once dominant human forces were suddenly pushed into a desperate situation. Damn traitors! Good thing we were prepared, or we'd have been ambushed and slaughtered. Human soldiers cursed in fury. Before the battle had even begun, they had been warned to stay vigilant against these warriors. Yet now, the warning had proven true. These traitors had fully embraced their betrayal of humanity. Seeing the human side falling into decline, the martial saints who had been exiled from humanity couldn't help but feel smug. They thoroughly enjoyed the anguished expressions on the faces of those loyal to the humans. Yet, when they glanced at Han Xiaotian, the chief martial saint, they found no trace of discomfort on his face. Han Xiaotian, do you see this? It's all you're doing, because of you and that damned grandson of yours. If you hadn't exiled us, humanity could have enjoyed centuries of peace, sneered the martial saint from Sakura country with a vicious grin. But Han Xiaotian merely smiled faintly. There's no need to panic. The war has only just begun. His composure took all the saints aback. Where was his confidence coming from? Whether it was among the saint tier or those below, humanity was at an overwhelming disadvantage. Was he truly not just bluffing? The saints were riddled with doubt, and the Sakura country martial saint scoffed. Han Xiaotian, enough with the act. If you apologize to us now and hand over that grandson of yours to die for his crimes, we might spare your life. Han Xiaotian just shot him a cold, contemptuous glance and remained silent. Fury surged in the Sakura country martial saint, but he suppressed it and turned his attention to the other human martial saints in the void, particularly those of the neutral faction. Everyone, surely you don't wish to see all the warriors of your lineage wiped out? If you abandon this lost cause and stop aiding Han Xiaotian in his tyranny, we will welcome you into our ranks. Together, we can rebuild a new human alliance. No, a new 10,000 races alliance. Hearing this, Han Xiaotian couldn't help but chuckle. A 10,000 races alliance? You mean an alliance built on handing over the spoils earned by humanity's martyrs to other races, fabricating some illusory vision of universal peace? Most of the worlds in this universe now belong to humanity. If you hadn't promised to carve them up and distribute them among outsiders, could you have mustered this ragtag coalition? His words struck a nerve. Those who had betrayed humanity felt exposed, while the foreign saints burned with indignation at his disdain. Humanity's rise to dominance over countless worlds had not been achieved through empty ideals of harmony, but through sheer strength and the sacrifices of countless martyrs. Had it not been for those sacrifices, humanity would not have just 30 saints today. Every one of those fallen heroes had been a genius of unparalleled brilliance. Without them, humanity would never have enjoyed even a fleeting golden age across the realms. Yet now, these so-called human saints, a bunch of leeches living off the victories of their forebears, were willing to surrender those hard-won spoils for the sake of pretentious generosity and so-called grand vision. What a joke! The saints had no patience for Han Xiaotian's cutting words and coldly retorted, Han Xiaotian, abandon your stubborn ideals. In this universe, strength reigns supreme. If you wish for humanity's survival, surrender now. Surrender. Han Xiaotian let out a mocking laugh. Those words should be yours. If you don't believe me, take a look below. Frowning, the saints hovering high above the cosmos turned their gazes downward into the battlefield among the stars. Yet they saw nothing amiss. The human forces were still being hunted like stray dogs. But just as their confusion deepened, a lone figure emerged on one of the war-torn planets. Amidst hundreds of thousands of combatants, this man stood out starkly. Clad in blood-red robes, his eyes brimming with savage ferocity, his mere presence seemed to command the battlefield's center. At the sight of him, many of the saints gasped in shock.
Han Yu.
The expelled human martial saints saw Han Yu, their eyes filled with overwhelming killing intent. The memories of their avatars had already merged with their true selves, and everyone knew it was this guy who had slain their meticulously cultivated avatars. Damn brat! This saint will kill you! The martial saint from the Sakura nation was the most enraged and immediately prepared to traverse billions of miles of starry skies to obliterate Han Yu. However, at that moment, a cold snort rang out. Do you think this saint does not exist? If you dare to act against those below the saint rank, this saint will be the first to annihilate you. At those words, the Sakura nation martial saint shuddered, his movements freezing instantly. He could only shoot a hateful glare at Han Yu and sneer, I thought this brat was some kind of freak, but turns out he's still below saint rank. Humph. An emperor rank being able to slay our saint rank avatars does show some skill. But now, with our true selves here, any one of us could crush him effortlessly. The other martial saints nodded in agreement. Though they were displeased that Han Yu had destroyed their avatars, they all understood the vast gap in power between an avatar and a true saint rank being, a difference of at least 100-fold. They did not consider Han Yu to be on their level. Unless he ascended to saint rank, he would forever remain an ant in their eyes. Even if this ant had managed to bite them, they would never believe it could truly defeat them. However, the saints suddenly realized one critical issue. Even if Han Yu was no match for them, he posed a deadly threat to all beings below saint rank. If this monster entered the battlefield, he would undoubtedly become a slaughtering machine. With that realization, several human martial saints quickly convened with the other non-human saints. Initially, the foreign saints were skeptical, but after persuasion from the two ThunderClan saints, their resolve wavered. The ThunderClan saints had witnessed Han Yu's combat prowess firsthand. Though they had been suppressed by an ancient saint-restricting formation that day, limiting their power, it was still inconceivable that a sub-saint being could kill them. And yet, Han Yu had done exactly that, an act they would never forget. Thus, the saints immediately issued orders, mobilizing all elite non-human forces to converge on the starry battlefield where Han Yu was located. Meanwhile, on the battlefield itself, Han Yu's arrival caused the stalemated battle to momentarily slow. On this celestial battlefield, the human martial faction numbered fewer than 100,000, while the non-humans, along with traitorous humans, had amassed nearly 500,000. Among these hundreds of thousands of sky rank and above foreign warriors stood over a dozen emperor rank experts, leading them with imposing momentum. Another human? Ha! His cultivation aura is decent, already at peak emperor rank. Interesting. A ghoul emperor sneered maliciously. His own cultivation had also reached peak emperor rank, and he wielded 5 emperor rank crowns. He was the strongest among the foreign emperors on this battlefield, having suppressed even the human emperors without fail. Everyone, leave him to me. You continue slaughtering those human slaves. The ghoul emperor licked his lips with a crimson tongue, his expression twisted with malice. He belonged to the ghoul race's carrion devourer lineage, a subspecies renowned not only for their potent spectral energy, capable of corroding souls, but also for their formidable physical strength. Even among ghoul kind, the carrion devourers were fearsome, though they rarely reached the pinnacle of power. Those who ascended to emperor rank could fight several opponents of the same rank single-handedly, which was why this carrion devourer emperor was so confident. Human slave, offer your delicious flesh and soul as tribute to this emperor. The carrion devourer emperor lunged toward Han Yu, his emperor rank domain unfurling. A sinister, malevolent presence erupted, instantly enveloping Han Yu. Seeing Han Yu trapped inside the ghoul emperor's domain, the other non-humans paid no further attention. To them, Han Yu was already dead. Earlier on this battlefield, another human emperor had been drawn into the carrion devourer's domain and was soon drained into a withered husk, his soul obliterated. But before these thoughts could fully settle, a blood-curdling shriek tore through the ghoul emperor's domain. Countless non-humans whirled around, only to witness a sight they would never forget. Within the Chicheda pitch-black ghoul emperor's domain, an enormous white bone halberd, towering like a mountain, abruptly pierced through. The halberd stretched thousands of feet, and impaled upon its tip was the colossal corpse of the ghoul emperor's true form. The carrion devourer emperor writhed like a hunted beast, desperately struggling against the halberd's suppression. Jets of green blood sprayed violently as his eyes filled with terror. He never could have imagined that Han Yu wouldn't even bother activating his own domain, instead tearing straight through his, instantly overpowering his true body. This human, he couldn't possibly be just an emperor. No emperor should possess such monstrous combat power. Save me. Someone, save me. The carrion devourer emperor screamed at the 9 other foreign emperors. Startled yet reacting instantly, they unleashed their full strength. Domains expanded, emperor crowns blazed, and their combined might surged toward Han Yu. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding space trembled violently as the remaining non-human forces scattered in terror, not daring to remain near the epicenter. A battle between so many peak emperors would be apocalyptic for those below that level. They could only watch from afar. With 10 foreign emperors joining forces to suppress a single human, the outcome seemed inevitable. Die, human worm! A blood-fiend emperor's crimson sea domain surged toward Han Yu, who still did not activate his own domain, allowing the bloody tide to swallow him whole. Dissolve! Your flesh shall nourish my domain. The blood-fiend emperor was ecstatic. His domain was lethal to flesh and blood beings, and with Han Yu offering no resistance, his demise was assured. Yet, unlike what he expected, the human submerged in the blood sea did not dissolve. Instead, a weary sigh echoed within. Sigh. It seems attacks at the Emperor level no longer have much effect on me. In that case, keeping you all alive serves no purpose. Gentlemen, if you would kindly die for me. Hanyu let out a furious roar as his bone halberd swept wildly, churning the Blood Emperor's oceanic domain into turmoil. With a thunderous boom, the Blood Emperor's body was shattered into pieces, flesh and blood raining down like hail before merging back into the endless sea of crimson. All the emperors witnessing this scene trembled in horror, utterly baffled. How could their opponent possess such overwhelming combat power without even deploying his domain? Unreasonable. Absolutely unreasonable. They were emperors, veteran emperors at that, bolstered by their imperial crowns. Yet this man, armed only with a single sacred artifact, had crushed them to the point of helplessness. It was unimaginable. Though confusion gnawed at them, now was not the time for hesitation. Seeing the Blood Emperor perish in an instant, the remaining emperors wasted no time. Without a word, they retracted their domains and scattered like frightened beasts, fleeing in all directions. But then, a cold laugh echoed behind them. Thinking of running now? Too late. Domain expand. Boom! Hardly had the words been spoken when the fleeing emperors turned back in terror. A vast, black domain surged toward them, its sheer majesty dwarfing them despite their emperor-level strength. Like some primordial beast, the domain engulfed them entirely. Terror gripped their hearts as they gazed at Hanyu standing at the domain's center. He might as well have been the most demonic overlord in existence. Desperate, they channeled their power wildly, launching frantic assaults against the domain's barriers. Boom! 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 Yet no matter how hard they struck, their attacks dissolved like mud in an ocean, stirring not even a ripple. Damn it all! How is this domain so resilient? It far exceeds an emperor's domain. Could this be a sacred domain? Quick! Combine our domains. We need to break through. Crash! 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 Damn it! His suppression is too strong. My domain's range has shrunk tenfold. Less talk. Just attack. Several Emperor-tier domains flickered weakly under the overwhelming pressure as they rammed against Hanyu's barrier. But nothing changed. The results were the same, zero impact. Dread surged through their minds. How could they, fellow emperors, fail to even dent another emperor's domain? Had they not experienced it firsthand, they would have never believed it. Normally, when two emperor domains clashed, it was like two bubbles pressing against each other. Neither could easily overpower the other. Yet now, hurling their domains against Hanyu's was like throwing fragile bubbles against an indestructible wall. Worse still, their own domains teetered on the verge of collapse under the strain. Hanyu observed their struggles without interference. He wanted to test the limits of his domain. Had he not needed to ensure none escaped, he wouldn't even have bothered deploying it. To him, a single halberd was enough to sweep through all emperors. Using his domain against them? Overkill. Watching their futile efforts, Hanyu almost pitied them. Shame. I gave you a chance. But you weren't up to the task. Don't blame me then. Hanyu's voice reverberated throughout the domain, piercing the ears of all present. Though he spoke in the tongue of Longxia, these beings, at their level, could easily comprehend any language through sheer memorization. Hearing his words, the remaining emperors panicked, dropping to their knees in frantic pleas for mercy. Hanyu paid no heed, merely raising his hand slightly and uttering a single word in indifference. Annihilate! Before his voice even faded, thunder erupted within his domain, hellfire roared, and in an instant, several emperor-level beings were engulfed. Corpse after emperor-level corpse was refined, merging into the bone throne behind Hanyu. By now, the bone throne had long surpassed the saint-level threshold. With the continuous assimilation of powerful remains, it was evolving toward even higher realms. The same applied to Hanyu's white-bone halberd and his bone armor. They were originally one entity. Even his blood-stained robe, having absorbed the essence of countless fallen warriors, had transformed into a saint-level artifact brimming with malevolent aura. Effortlessly slaying several emperors, Hanyu did not withdraw his domain. Instead, he directed it toward the hundreds of thousands of foreign legionnaires, crushing them under its might. His domain spanned thousands of miles, resembling a small celestial body. Utter annihilation awaited any being below the Emperor level. Even monarch-level beings were shattered like glass upon the slightest contact with his domain. Those weaker than monarchs fared even worse. Before the domain even reached them, the mere pressure of its aura pulverized them into dust. Boom! 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 Hundreds of thousands of foreign lives were obliterated in an instant, their bodies reduced to a churning sea of blood that roiled endlessly in the sky. This scene stunned not only the tens of thousands of elite human soldiers on the battlefield, but also the numerous saints watching from the depths of space. The exiled human saints witnessing this nearly broke the rules in their fury, eager to intervene and suppress Hanyu. They knew his strength too well. Beneath the saint level, none could challenge him. Thus, without hesitation, they summoned every emperor-level warrior from other battlefields to besiege Hanyu. The alliance of foreign armies invading humanity boasted hundreds of emperors. To ensure absolute certainty, the saints mobilized several hundred more from their strongholds, assembling a force of 1,000 emperor-level combatants. While Hanyu possessed the strength to slay saint avatars, among this 1,000 emperors, hundreds were capable of the same feat. Even if none could surpass him one-on-one, 1,000 emperors could achieve qualitative change through sheer quantity. Without a doubt, against such a force, not a single saint present could emerge unscathed. Boom! 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 On Hanyu's battlefield, spatial rifts trembled violently as emperor after emperor surged forth. The sheer pressure of so many powerful auras destabilized the fabric of space itself. When these 1,000 emperors landed, they did nothing. Yet their combined might alone shook the stars. The celestial body, once in steady rotation, froze under their oppressive aura. The remaining human elites, initially hovering midair, found only monarchs could barely maintain flight. Below that rank, warriors plummeted like raindrops, awestruck at the sight of 1,000 foreign emperors, like ants gazing upon an endless sky of stars. But just as despair threatened to consume them, a streak of crimson tore across the heavens. The instant it appeared, the suffocating emperor-level pressure vanished, leaving everyone weightless. "It's the Bone Emperor," a human warrior cried out in exhilaration. Hanyu's solo annihilation of the enemy had already etched itself into their souls. No one knew who first coined the title Bone Emperor, but now it was universally embraced. Hanyu stood alone in the void, facing 1,000 emperors. Yet his aura eclipsed them all. Sensing their formidable presence, his lips curved faintly. "Good. Now this is interesting." His voice resonated across the battlefield. "All human warriors, withdraw. This battlefield is mine." Hearing Hanyu's words, all the warriors on this star-studded battlefield were stirred with excitement. It was clear that Emperor Yu intended to face 1,000 imperial-level beings from other races alone. The mere thought of such a scene was enough to set one's blood boiling with fervor. Unfortunately, given their strength, even the chance to spectate was beyond their capability. Just moments ago, the clash between Emperor Yu and a few imperial-level beings from other races had nearly cost many their lives. Were it not for Emperor Yu's deliberate protection, the tens of thousands of human warriors here would undoubtedly have perished. Without hesitation, the crowd immediately retreated through spatial rifts, returning to the stellar world from whence they came. Still, a few audacious individuals remained, human sovereigns who lingered at the spatial fissures, unwilling to miss the spectacle. This was the legendary battle of Emperor Yu against 1,000 imperial foes, an event that would surely be immortalized in human history. If they couldn't participate, the very least they could do was bear witness. Missing it would be a lifelong regret. With their exceptional vision, these sovereigns could clearly observe the scene unfolding tens of thousands of miles away. Clad in a blazing scarlet robe, Hanyu stood alone against 1,000 imperial adversaries. Yet his aura not only matched theirs, it surpassed them. The 1,000 imperial beings did not immediately attack. Instead, they regarded Hanyu with solemn expressions. The fearsome combat prowess of this god of slaughter had already been forewarned by their saints, slaying over a dozen saintly avatars single-handedly. Such a feat left no room for underestimation. Mighty warriors, I am the Thunder Clan's Azure Thunder War Emperor. Among my 6 crowns, 5 have already ascended to sainthood. I ask that you heed my command as we unite to vanquish this foe. Among the enemies, a lightning-wreathed Thunder Clan Imperial spoke, his voice resounding across their assembled ranks. His declaration sent shockwaves through the gathered forces. The Thunder Clan had already stood among the mightiest of the myriad races in personal combat. Yet this Azure Thunder War Emperor had achieved 5 saintly crowns while still at the Imperial level. Transforming his final crown would grant him effortless ascension to sainthood, placing him among the highest echelons from the very start. Most saints possessed 6 saintly crowns only after their ascension. But Azure Thunder had nearly reached that pinnacle without even stepping into sainthood. His ambitions were unmistakable. Ordinary Imperials would rush to become saints upon attaining a single saintly crown, their vision limited to sainthood alone. Yet Azure Thunder, with 5 crowns, suppressed his urges, choosing instead to further temper his foundation. Because his aspirations lay beyond sainthood itself. The other Imperial beings gazed at him with gravity. None had expected the cosmos to harbor such a prodigy. Their astonishment only intensified as, following Azure Thunder's proclamation, others stepped forward. I am the Blood Demon Clan's Abyssal Blood War Emperor, with 4 of 6 crowns ascended to sainthood. I shall heed Azure Thunder's command. I am the Ghost Clan's Shadowless War Emperor, also wielding 4 saintly crowns. I stand united under him. The Wood Demon Clan pledges. The Frost Demon Clan. Dozens of Imperials declared themselves, each bearing 6 crowns with at least half ascended to sainthood. Everyone was a peerless genius of their era. Had they chosen to ascend, they would have effortlessly achieved sainthood with near certainty. With these prodigies rallying under Azure Thunder, the remaining Imperials trembled inwardly. Though they were no weaklings, each possessing at least 5 crowns raised to Imperial tier, some even with 1 or 2 saintly crowns, they paled in comparison. Following Azure Thunder's lead, the rest cast aside their pride, voicing their submission. Thus, 1,000 Imperials united in purpose. Their previously scattered auras silently coalesced, forming an overwhelming pressure that shook the very foundations of the battlefield. Even before taking action, their combined might alone was enough to make the celestial battlefield beneath them quake violently, fracturing under the strain. The terror of 1,000 Imperials was beyond comprehension. Observing from afar, the human sovereigns trembled uncontrollably, their eyes filled with fright. Against such a force, even sovereigns like them felt like insignificant grains of dust. Could Emperor Yu truly withstand this? Their gazes turned to Hanyu, only to see the scarlet-robed youth standing unshaken against the crushing aura of 1,000 Imperials. His face devoid of fear, brimming instead with exhilaration. Good, good, good. Hanyu clapped his hands, uttering the word 3 times in succession. He was exhilarated. The stronger his enemies, the greater his anticipation of crushing them. Ignoring Han Yu's reaction, Azure Thunder, now with the allegiance of his peers, wasted no further time. Imperials, heed my order, he roared. Unleash your crowns. Suppress our enemy. Boom, boom, boom. 6 crowns materialized above Azure Thunder's head, 5 of which blazed with the majesty of saints. As you command. As you command. One by one, the Imperials bellowed in response. Their crowns emerged like radiant stars, illuminating the void with dazzling brilliance. The collective crowns of 1,000 Imperials exceeded 5,000 in number. The already unstable battlefield could no longer endure the pressure, shattering instantly beneath the radiance of 5,000 crowns. Amidst the cosmic expanse, the gathered crowns shone with intensity rivaling that of a star. Bathed in their brilliance, Hanyu appeared like a lone moth drawn toward a raging inferno. Witnessing this spectacle, the imperial ranks swelled with boundless arrogance, shedding all previous caution. Only absolute confidence remained. This man would perish. Hanyu, however, merely smiled wider at the sight of 5,000 crowns. "Crowns, you say?" he remarked lightly. "I possess some myself." Boom! A cascading array of crowns erupted above Hanyu, each radiating world-shaking pressure. The instant the enemy Imperials saw their quantity and quality, their expressions twisted with horror. 9 crowns, and every single one was a saintly crown. 9 crowns of the saint tier. Even when witnessing it with their own eyes, the foreign emperors could hardly believe it. How is this possible? The saints said he only had 6 emperor crowns. Why does he have 9 saint crowns? It must be an illusion. Exactly. Each year, one can only enter the king's trial tower once. This guy just went in not long ago. No matter how talented he is, it's impossible for him to gain 3 more crowns in such a short time, let alone upgrade them all to saint tier. The foreign emperors murmured among themselves, most convinced it was merely an illusion conjured by their enemy. However, the leading war emperors felt their hearts tremble violently. As the elite among elites, they understood that anything was possible in this world. While ordinary beings could indeed enter the king's trial tower only once a year, there was an exception. If someone broke one of the tower's records, they would gain additional entries. They had already gathered intelligence on this human and knew his rise was as unfathomable as the legendary beings of ancient lore. Perhaps he truly had obtained 9 crowns and elevated them all to saint tier. And indeed, just as these emperors suspected, Hanyu had previously shattered multiple records in the trial tower, granting him the privilege of entering it numerous times a year. Over the past few days, Hanyu had been relentlessly training inside the tower. After annihilating over a dozen martial saint clones, his reserves of malice points were more than sufficient, allowing him to conquer all 9 trials and claim 9 crowns. Moreover, he had used his accumulated trial tower points to upgrade all of them to saint tier. For Hanyu, it was a simple matter, just kill, kill, and kill. The enhancement from 9 saint crowns was terrifying. With his already formidable combat power and this additional boost, he felt no fear even when facing 1,000 emperors alone. A pity, my talents are still one step away from reaching SSS tier. But with my current strength, it's more than enough to handle everything. Hanyu's gaze turned icy as he stared at the 1,000 emperors, as if they were mere prey. Meanwhile, the war emperors, led by the Thunderstorm War Emperor, sensed the danger. Whether Hanyu's 9 crowns were real or not, they could no longer afford to hesitate. Their morale would collapse otherwise. With a thunderous roar, the Thunderstorm War Emperor unleashed surging lightning. Kill! The domains of countless emperors unfurled like falling meteors, crashing toward Hanyu with overwhelming force. Hanyu did not underestimate his enemies. He unleashed his full power without hesitation. Boom! His domain expanded abruptly, magnified to over 100 times the size of an ordinary emperor's domain under the amplification of his 9 saint crowns. Bang! 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 The emperor domains collided violently against the barrier of Hanyu's domain. The emperors, positioned at the cores of their own domains, controlled their forces, relentlessly assaulting his defenses. The sight was spectacular beyond measure. Even the saints observing from the void were stunned. No matter how strong his domain is, it can't withstand the combined assault of 1,000 emperors. It won't hold for long, one saint remarked. The larger the domain, the greater the energy consumption. In a prolonged battle, even a saint couldn't endure the siege of 1,000 emperors, let alone an emperor. No matter how powerful, he's still just an emperor. Another agreed. Yet the moment they finished speaking, Hanyu's domain trembled, and the attacking domains were suddenly pulled inside. Damn it! He's trying to drag us into his domain. Retreat immediately. Stop close-range collisions and switch to long-range attacks. The Thunderstorm War Emperor barked orders, but before the others could react, Hanyu's domain expanded once more, swallowing half of the 1,000 emperor domains in an instant. What? He can still expand his domain further? Caught off guard, over 500 emperors found their domains devoured. The Thunderstorm War Emperor was shaken, but he quickly suppressed his emotions and spoke in a low voice. Don't worry. The larger the domain's range, the more dispersed its power becomes. We can join forces with the other emperors within the domain, strike from inside and out, and quickly shatter this human's domain. Thunderbolt War Emperor's imagination was rosy, but reality proved far crueler, because they soon discovered that no matter how fiercely they attacked, the human's domain showed no signs of collapsing. Even when all the emperors focused their assaults on a single point, causing the domain's barrier to tremble violently, it would recover completely within moments. Hanyu calmly observed the alien emperors bombarding his domain, making no effort to stop them. These emperors wielded countless different attributes. Every negative effect unleashed upon Hanyu's domain was rapidly converted into power. The stagnant progress toward the saint-level breakthrough now surged at an astonishing rate. Ding! You have been struck by countless alien domain forces. The convergence of diverse attributes has accelerated the evolution of your emperor-level domain into a saint-level domain. Your progress towards saint-level breakthrough has reached 60%. Your progress towards saint-level breakthrough has reached 80%. Your progress towards saint-level breakthrough has reached 100%. Ding! Boundless saint-level power surges through your body. You have successfully grasped saint-level might. You have become a martial saint. The trials within the King's Tower had only honed Han Yu's combat prowess. Only external attacks could be converted into fuel for his cultivation growth. Initially, Han Yu had assumed he would need to battle a saint-level entity to break through the barrier blocking his advancement to the martial emperor realm. To his surprise, the deployment of these 1,000 emperor-level foes had saved him considerable effort. The moment Han Yu ascended to saint level, the 1,000 alien emperors were stunned. Why had this human grown stronger under their siege? Why had he now broken through to saint level? Was this reasonable? Was this normal? Amid their confusion, Han Yu's voice, laced with the majesty of saint-level power, echoed in their ears. Thank you, everyone. As repayment, I'll ensure your deaths are relatively painless. Terror gripped the alien emperors. In the next instant, Han Yu's domain trembled violently, unleashing an overwhelming tide of saint-level might. Like bursting bubbles, the emperor-level domains shattered one after another. The emperor-level experts could only stare in horrified disbelief, utterly helpless. Perish! At Han Yu's command, the bodies of hundreds of emperors exploded, their bones extracted like streaks of white meteors, absorbed into Han Yu's bone sovereignty throne. Seated upon his bone sovereignty throne, Han Yu didn't need to lift a finger. With a mere thought, every emperor crumbled like paper. This is bad. Retreat. He's broken through to saint level. Thunderbolt War Emperor, sensing the surging saint level might radiating from Han Yu's domain, screamed in alarm. He tried to retract his domain and flee, but it was too late. A cold chuckle sounded. Apologies, but you're already out of time. Farewell, all of you. Han Yu's domain expanded again like a devouring black hole, swallowing the remaining emperors whole. Only then did the alien saints watching from the distant void finally react. Human brat. Stop this instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like blazing suns streaking across the cosmos, dozens of alien saints tore through billions of miles of space, charging toward Han Yu with unstoppable momentum, smashing directly into his domain. Boom, 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 boom. Every strike from the saint-level experts against Han Yu's domain sent shockwaves rippling through space, stirring up countless cosmic storms that engulfed dozens of stars, shattering them into fields of meteorite debris. A bunch of scoundrels. Do you think this saint doesn't exist? Han Xiaotian growled coldly before charging toward Han Yu as well. However, the remaining alien martial saints intercepted him. At the forefront was Tang Hao, who glared at Han Xiaotian with frigid hostility. Your opponent is me. Boom! Before his words even faded, a towering saint avatar, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, emerged, radiating boundless saintly aura. Tang Hao Saint Avatar brandished a massive saint-tier warhammer and smashed it down mercilessly toward Han Xiaotian. Humph! Han Xiaotian snorted derisively and unleashed his own saint avatar. a ferocious beast wreathed in golden flames. SSS class transformation type talent, Golden Flamed Swanee. Han Xiaotian commanded his saint avatar to charge straight at Tang Hao, and the two clashed in a violent battle, forcing the other saints to hastily retreat. Every exchange between their attacks sent shockwaves surging outward, capable of obliterating entire stars in an instant. Martial Saint Haoyan's talent has also reached the Godslayer tier? Exclaimed a stunned saint. Of course. Did you really think a mere human could unite all the demon tribes without overwhelming strength? Enough talk. Hold off the human saints. Once they finish off that human brat, we'll gang up on Han Xiaotian together. Saints from both sides erupted into action, manifesting their own colossal saint avatars. Battle raged across the vast cosmos, with every stray burst of energy reducing countless stars to rubble until the void became a swirling ocean of shattered celestial bodies. Fragments of obliterated stars scattered in all directions, stirring violent cosmic storms that spread endlessly into the depths of the universe. Unbeknownst to the warring saints, in a distant, enigmatic corner of the universe, lay a place shrouded in profound mystery, a land littered with the ruins of gargantuan structures. Even in their broken state, each of these ruins towered like mountain ranges, their surviving remnants hinting at the glorious civilization that once stood there. This was the sanctuary of the divine, a fabled realm rumored to have been the dwelling of gods, where countless divine legacies remained hidden. Over the years, saints from innumerable races had scoured its ruins futilely, finding no trace of divine inheritance beyond faint remnants of sacred aura lingering in the rubble. Yet, as the distant battle raged on, each colossal clash sent tremors reverberating through the cosmos, like stones cast into a still lake, sending ripples across reality itself. These peculiar cosmic vibrations resonated with the sanctuary of the divine, causing the ruins to quake as radiant divine light erupted from the debris. Suddenly, a suspended teleportation array materialized. Beyond the portal lay an immeasurable expanse where towering divine statues stood, each exuding majestic divine pressure. The eyes of the idols blazed with light, and ethereal strands of divine energy surged outward, spreading across the universe in mere seconds. Every living being touched by this energy heard an almighty, overwhelming voice resonate in their minds, soundless yet omnipresent. The sanctuary of the divine has opened. All beings of the myriad realms may enter, undergo the trials of the gods, and claim their divine inheritance. The saints locked in fierce battle froze at the proclamation. What? The sanctuary of the divine actually holds divine inheritance. That was unmistakably the voice of a deity. Damn it! We need to end this battle now and head straight there. If other races snatch the divine inheritance first, we're finished. Originally, their primary objective had been annihilating humanity to seize its resources. But now, with the sanctuary of the divine unlocked, offering the chance to ascend to godhood, the fate of the human race suddenly seemed insignificant in comparison. However, since the prelude of war has already begun, and they have suffered such heavy losses, failing to inflict some damage on the human faction would be too great a disadvantage. The group of saint-level experts besieging Han Yu shared the same thought. These were all saints who had been exiled from the human race, and their hatred for Han Yu quickly suppressed their urge to rush toward the divine miracle zone. Hold nothing back. Go all out. Exterminate this brat, and cleanse the humiliation of our avatars being destroyed. Then we'll hurry to the divine miracle zone. Good. All the saints unleashed their full combat power, activating their saintly true bodies, each as immense as a celestial star. A dozen saintly true bodies bombarded Han Yu's domain, causing the barrier to tremble violently. The trapped emperor-level prodigies within the domain sensed the changes outside and grew exhilarated. The saints have come to save us, cried one emperor in excitement. Thank the heavens for those few battle emperors. If they hadn't forced a breakthrough, temporarily ascending to the saint level, we'd surely be dead already. Over 100 emperor-level cultivators turned to look at the few foreign battle emperors standing in front of them, each a prodigy crowned with saint-level potential. The moment Han Yu dragged them into his domain, they dared not hesitate and immediately burned their own potential to forcibly break through to the saint level. These battle emperors had laid their foundations for a long time. Their chances of ascension were already high. Now, throwing caution to the wind, half of them successfully broke through. With the empowerment of saintly might, they barely managed to withstand Han Yu's attacks. Seated upon his bone throne at the heart of his domain, Han Yu gazed at the struggling emperor-level cultivators with an amused smirk. Originally, he had intended to annihilate them the moment they entered his domain, but to his surprise, some had managed breakthrough mid-battle. To Han Yu, this was undoubtedly a good thing. He didn't even bother interrupting them. After all, the benefits of killing a saint were far greater than killing an emperor. Wonderful! With the saint's assistance, we'll surely break free. No matter how strong this guy is, he can't possibly defeat actual saints. Right? He's only just broken through to the saint level. His mastery of saintly might can't compare to veteran saints. The newly ascended saints like the Violet Thunder Battle Emperor rejoiced, but their joy was short-lived. Han Yu slowly rose from his throne, stretching lazily before a bloodthirsty glint erupted from his eyes. Now that real saints have arrived, keeping mere whetstones like you around is pointless. Perish! Before the command even fully left his lips, the full power of his saintly domain erupted. Every emperor, whether they had just broken through to the saint level or remained mere emperors, was instantly shredded into bloody vapor by Han Yu's overwhelming saintly might. None of them, not even in their final moments, could comprehend why Han Yu was so terrifyingly powerful. Han Yu paid them no further mind. To him, they weren't even worth considering, merely cannon fodder. His gaze pierced through the barrier of his domain, locking onto the dozen-plus true saints outside as a predatory smirk curled his lips. Now, here comes the real main course. Retracting his domain, Han Yu stood bare before the attacking saints, whose fury ignited upon seeing his face. Brat Han Yu, today, you'll pay with your life for destroying our avatars. Leading the charge was Japan's martial saint, now transformed into a monstrous ghost spanning tens of thousands of miles. His visage demonic, fangs bared in a grotesque snarl. Han Yu merely sneered, his voice booming like thunder. Archaic, half-dead mutt. If I could slaughter your meager avatar yesterday, today I'll butcher your real body. Now die! Before Han Yu's voice had even faded, he transformed into a giant clad in bone-white armor, wielding a massive halberd as towering as a celestial pillar, and swung it fiercely toward the sacred avatar of the martial saint from the land of cherry blossoms. The two collided in the void of the cosmos, their boundless sacred power erupting outward. Countless stars within billions of miles were instantly pulverized into dust. Stellar winds swept up the cosmic debris, hurling it in all directions. The nearby minor worlds suffered collateral damage. Each speck of cosmic dust was akin to a mountain crashing down upon their inhabitants. Once thriving worlds were reduced to desolate wastelands in an instant. The law of the universe, the strong prey on the weak, was laid bare in this moment. When gods fight, mortals suffer. And when saints clashed, these lesser beings bore the brunt of devastation. Yet no one cared about their fate. Neither the foreign martial saints nor Han Yu spared them a thought. What the gathered saints truly cared about was one thing. Why was Han Yu so strong? Damn it! This brat just broke through to saint level. How can he fight me on equal footing? The martial saint from the land of cherry blossoms gnashed his teeth in fury, while the others were equally stunned. They had expected him to swiftly suppress Han Yu, yet not only was he failing to gain the upper hand, but he was gradually being pushed into a disadvantage. This kid truly is a freak, reaching peak combat power the moment he became a martial saint. His individual strength must already be close to that of Haotian martial saint. Enough talk. He's a monster who obtained the 9 sacred crowns. Kill him now. One by one, the saints attacked, manipulating their sacred avatars to strike at Han Yu in unison. Admittedly, these saints were no pushovers. Han Yu, who had been dominating in his duel with the cherry blossom saint, was instantly overwhelmed. Surrounded by over a dozen martial saints, he could barely fight back. Humph. Hanyu, your legendary life ends here. Let's kill you first, then Han Xiaotian, and then wipe out your entire Han bloodline. Leave none alive. These saints sought not just to kill but to break his spirit. Hanyu had destroyed their avatars, severing a portion of their potential. An unforgivable sin, tantamount to cutting off their path to greater power. Had he merely slain their descendants, they might not have been so enraged. But destroying their avatars? That was utterly detestable. If Hanyu died too easily, their resentment would never be quelled. Don't worry, everyone. I'll use a ghost clan's secret art to extract his soul and refine it into a ghost slave, tormenting him for eternity, forcing him to witness the slaughter of his entire clan. Only then will our hatred be satisfied. The cherry blossom saint grinned viciously, and the others laughed in approval. Good, good. Only this will put my mind at ease. Once we've dealt with the Han family, we'll head to the divine ruins and seek the path to godhood. The saints began to revel in their fantasies, failing to notice that despite being suppressed and seemingly on the verge of death, Hanyu's sacred avatar showed no real signs of collapse. After a prolonged battle, one saint finally sensed something amiss. Something's wrong with him. Why does he always look like he's about to die but never does? Doesn't this seem familiar? The other saints stiffened as fragmented memories surfaced, memories of their avatars' deaths. Back then, Hanyu had also been surrounded, yet he had not fallen. Instead, he had used their attacks to temper himself. Damn it! There's definitely something unnatural about him. What kind of talent does he have? Does he grow stronger by absorbing all attacks? Even if such a talent exists, there should be a limit. We've been attacking him for so long. He should have reached saturation by now. Enough talk. I have a bad feeling about this. Retreat. Before the words had fully left his mouth, one saint shot away like an arrow loosed from its bow. Why are you running? He's about to die. Fleeing now would waste all our efforts. What a coward. Let's keep going. Wait. Something's off. We should leave. As they fought, the saints gradually realized the strangeness of the situation. Hanyu had been purely defending, making no move to attack. Even if one of the martial saints revealed a flaw, Hanyu acted as if he hadn't seen it. They finally realized. They had been used as whetstones once again. Just what kind of monster was this? One by one, the martial saints sensed impending doom and immediately attempted to flee. But at that moment, a cold shout rang out. Gentlemen, it's a little too late to run now. Thank you all for helping me refine my saintly Tao avatars. Now, allow me to show you the fruits of your labor. Before Hanyu's voice even faded, several towering, corporeal figures materialized around him. Each of his talents had manifested as a saintly Tao avatar. A saintly Tao avatar was the crystallization of a saint's innate talents and accumulated foundation. From the might of a martial marquis, the true intent of a king, the domain of an emperor, to the realm of a sovereign, all of these were fused into a single saintly Tao avatar, granting it boundless power. Hanyu had ascended too quickly, lacking the time to refine his avatars. But now, with the help of over a dozen martial saints, he had completed the process. When the fleeing saints glanced back, they saw the avatars already closing in on them. Each avatar took a different form. One was a furious Vajra guardian, its muscles coiled like steel, radiating golden light, the embodiment of physical power, capable of shattering stars with a single punch. Another was a devouring abyss fiend, its body covered in violet-black patterns, its eyes like bottomless voids, exuding an aura of all-consuming terror. The last was a thunder-flame demon dragon, wreathed in searing nether flames and crackling with black lightning, the two destructive forces merging seamlessly. An ordinary saint could only manifest one saintly Tao avatar. Yet Hanyu had three. The fleeing saints were at a loss for words. They scattered in panic. The earliest to react had already torn open a spatial rift and vanished without a trace. The rest tried to do the same, but Hanyu gave them no chance. His three avatars pursued, their overwhelming saintly Tao power disrupting space itself. The barely opened rifts collapsed before they could be used. Before the saints could react, the avatars were upon them, shattering their own saintly Tao avatars with ease. Even among avatars, theirs were like brittle glass compared to Han Yu's. No! Han Yu, spare me. We're both human. Let me live. I can still contribute to our race. He's right. With the divine realm opening, if too many of our saints die, the other races will take all the opportunities. We'll suffer huge losses. Spare us. We'll submit to you. They begged as they fled, their earlier arrogance long gone. In mere moments, the hunters had become the hunted. Fine. Stop running, and I'll let you live, Han Yu said with a smile. Really? You don't trust me, yet you expect me to trust you. Then swear a saint's oath. If you deceive us, may you suffer endless calamities, a fate worse than death, be cast into the 18 hells, and never know reincarnation. Gladly, I swear. If I'm lying, then... Han Yu rattled off a string of even more vicious oaths than they had demanded, listing every conceivable misfortune he could think of. This wasn't an ordinary vow. It was a saint's oath, binding to the heavenly Tao itself. Breaking it would bring every curse to pass. Sensing the genuine fluctuations of saintly Tao power around Han Yu, the saints hesitated but eventually stopped fleeing. Though uneasy, they were convinced Han Yu wouldn't throw away his future just to kill them. The sheer magnitude of those oaths would doom even a deity, let alone a saint. I've sworn so many oaths, yet you still hesitate? Do you doubt my integrity? Han Yu's gaze turned icy. The martial saints exchanged glances, then reluctantly flew toward him. These were seasoned experts. If they had truly scattered, even Han Yu would have struggled to kill them all. But the moment they drew near, Han Yu grinned. Sorry, but I lied. Before the words fully left his mouth, killing intent erupted. Han Yu's holy domain suddenly expanded, enveloping all the saints within it. With the door shut tight for the slaughter, none could escape. You've gone mad, Han Yu. How dare you violate such a sacred oath? Have you no fear of divine retribution? One martial saint roared in fury. Han Yu sneered. Divine retribution? I spit on the heavens. Let it come. See if I care. Seeing his unrepentant defiance, the gathered saints were consumed by regret. Had they known he would turn out like this, they would have fled without hesitation. At least then, they might have had a sliver of hope for survival. But who could have imagined Han Yu would descend into such madness, trampling even the most sacred oaths beneath his feet? A lunatic, through and through. Han Yu, may you die a wretched death. Once the oath's backlash claims you, you won't last long. We'll see you in hell. Even in their final moments, the martial saints hurled curses at him. Yet Han Yu remained utterly unshaken, sweeping his great bone halberd through them one by one. No screams, no threats fazed him. In fact, their hatred only amused him. How kind of them, he mused darkly. Even in death, they bless me with such warmth. In the end, only a single quick-witted martial saint escaped his slaughter. Meanwhile, in another part of the starry battlefield, Tang Hao and Han Xiaotian were locked in a vicious stalemate. Han Xiaotian, years ago, you sent the demon-slaying Hall to hunt me, costing me my wife and scattering my children. Every drop of my current strength exists to repay your kindness. Tang Hao swung his warhammer with frenzy, unleashing his divinity-sundering hammer technique, an art tempered in his ascension to the divine annihilation tier. Each strike sent Han Xiaotian's golden flame Kirin form flying, pulverizing stars in their wake. I will wipe out your entire bloodline and make you taste the misery of losing everything. Han Xiaotian let out a mocking laugh. A traitor who colludes with demons dares to bark at me? My only regret is showing mercy back then. I should have exterminated the Tang clan root and stem. Enraged by his obstinacy, Tang Hao roared, Traitor? This universe belongs to all races. Demons have good and evil just as humans do. I united the demon tribes, forging an era of coexistence. If not for your meddling, all races would thrive in peace. In his eyes, he was a revolutionary pioneer, while Han Xiaotian was nothing but a stubborn relic of the past. a narrow-minded fool obsessed with human dominance and the interests of Longxia alone. Such short-sightedness deserved death 1,000 times over.
Han Xiaotian snerered.
Your peace means handing human-conquered worlds back to those alien filth? Countless ancestors spilled their blood to claim those lands, yet you'd surrender them just to play the benevolent saint. Those worlds belonged to them first. Tang Hao shot back. Humanity invaded them when we grew strong. How are we any better than the monsters you despise? Disgusted, Han Xiaotian shook his head. Enough. Words are wasted on you. Today, only one of us walks away. And it won't be you. Their battle raged on, indifferent to all else, until a voice sliced through the chaos. Watching you two tear at each other makes me hesitate to interrupt. Both froze at the chillingly familiar tone. Turning, they saw a figure clad in blood-red robes cutting through the void, radiating boundless killing intent. Han Yu. Impossible. You should be dead. Tang Hao's saintly avatar shuddered violently. Han Yu, his son Tang Chen's murderer, should have perished under the assault of over a dozen martial saints. Even though he loathed Han Yu, his true hatred was reserved for Han Xiaotian, whose backing had emboldened the brat. So how was he still alive? Those useless rats. How could they let you escape?
Tang Hao scoffed.
Did you crawl here hoping Han Xiaotian could save you? He's on his last legs. Coming here just seals your fate. Han Yu smirked and flicked his sleeve. A ghastly throne materialized behind him, its towering backrest festooned with a ring of pale, snarling skulls, each still pulsing with the aura of a fallen saint. You mean them? Both adversaries recoiled as they recognized the remnants of the saints meant to kill him. They were all dead. Two peak-level saints gifted with divinity-sundering talents stood frozen, questioning reality itself. This monster, was he even human anymore? This grandson of mine is a bit unnerving. If he weren't my own flesh and blood, even I'd probably be a little scared right now. Han Xiaotian sighed inwardly as he watched Han Yu's murderous aura surge. Damn it! What kind of secret are you hiding? How did you reach the pinnacle of this universe in such a short time? Tang Hao's eyes burned with a tumultuous mix of emotions as he glared at Han Yu. The young man's rise had been nothing short of absurd. In Tang Hao's eyes, Han Yu had originally been little more than an insect. The only real threat had ever been Han Xiaotian. But now, it seemed Han Yu's combat prowess rivaled his own. If this drags on, I'll be caught in a pincer between grandfather and grandson. Then I'll truly be in danger. The best move now is to retreat and head to the divine ruins in search of godhood. With my talent, I'm certain to inherit divine power. Then, killing them will be effortless. Having made up his mind, Tang Hao sneered at Han Xiaotian and Han Yu. Today, I'll spare your lives, but the next time we meet, it will be a fight to the death. With that, he tore open a spatial rift, preparing to escape. Running away, huh? And here you are trying to save face. Han Yu scoffed, unleashing his sacred might to shatter the spatial rift. Outrageous! Tang Hao's gaze turned glacial, murderous intent burning in his eyes. Do you really think I fear you too? Even if both of you attack me at once, if I fight desperately, one of you will die here today. You're overthinking it. Killing an old dog like you? I don't need help. Han Yu's tone was indifferent, as if Tang Hao were beneath his notice.
Enraged, Tang Hao snapped.
Arrogant fool. Do you really equate me with those worthless trash? Yes, to me, you're no different from them. Han Yu's words ignited Tang Hao's fury, his eyes flooding crimson as if his rage could solidify. Meanwhile, Han Yu was thrilled at the surge of malice value flooding his system interface. This guy's giving even more than when I killed Tang Chun right in front of him. Maybe last time, since there was spatial separation, the numbers were diluted. So this malice value isn't some abstract concept. It's a tangible energy. If he thought about it, his system essentially functioned as an energy collector. Whenever he endured mental or emotional torment, it converted that negative energy into power, fueling his growth. When you break it down, it's kinda scientific. Meanwhile, Tang Hao's hatred for Han Yu had reached its peak. At this point, he despised Han Yu even more than Han Xiaotian. The grandfather had killed his wife. The grandson had killed his son. His fury burned endlessly. Yet after raging internally, he did the only logical thing. He bolted. Tang Hao wasn't naive enough to believe these two would fight him one-on-one. Even if they started that way, the moment one faltered, the other would jump in. Best to flee now and bide my time. Revenge can wait. He'd endured decades. What were a few more years? Old man, cut him off. Han Yu barked. Han Xiaotian reacted instantly, tearing through space to emerge in Tang Hao's path and block his escape. God damn it. I knew you two wouldn't fight fair. Tang Hao's glare could have melted steel. Han Yu just grinned. I was going to duel you one-on-one. But since you hate the idea, let's gang up on him, Gramps. With pleasure. Han Xiaotian smirked as he and Han Yu launched a coordinated assault from both sides. Han Yu's 3 sacred avatars, the Wrathful Vajra, the Devouring Abyssal Beast, and the Inferno Thunder Dragon, sealed off every escape route. Han Xiaotian's Golden Flame Swanee also blocked the last escape route, as the 4 Saintly Dao avatars launched a frenzied assault. Tang Hao's Martial Saint avatar was utterly overwhelmed, leaving him no choice but to voice his grievances. You two are utterly despicable. If you have any skill, fight me in a fair and just battle. I already gave you a chance. You were the one who couldn't seize it. Who else can you blame? Han Yu continued to mock him, while Tang Hao could only seethe in impotent rage, fueling Han Yu's reservoir of malice points. As Tang Hao's Saintly Dao avatar teetered on the brink of collapse, on the verge of annihilation, Han Yu suddenly had a thought. If even the protagonist is dead, killing this guy shouldn't be as difficult as killing Tang Chen, right? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a deafening explosion erupted from the depths of the starry void, reverberating across the cosmos. Though sound couldn't travel in the vacuum of space, this explosion was carried by a peculiar energy medium, propagating at speeds countless times faster than normal sound. This sensation, divine energy. Han Yu's gaze snapped toward the source of the explosion. A dense beam of divine light shot forth, piercing straight through Han Xiaotian's Saintly Dao avatar before enveloping Tang Hao. In the next instant, Tang Hao's figure was pulled into a radiant tunnel formed by the divine light, preparing to flee into the distance. Han Xiaotian charged forward, launching an attack at the luminous passage. However, not only did he fail to damage the divine pillar in the slightest, he was instead repelled tens of thousands of miles, crashing into a barren planet. Witnessing this, Han Yu's mind raced. Huh? Are you kidding me? Did the protagonist die only for his father to take his place? Furious, he couldn't help but curse aloud. Damnable heavenly Dao. One day, I swear I'll tear you apart. Inside the radiant tunnel, the battered and bloodied Tang Hao broke into ecstatic laughter, overjoyed at his narrow escape from death. Ha ha ha! I knew it. There was no way I'd fall so easily. Even the heavens are on my side. Ha ha ha! I understand now. This is the legendary mandate of heaven. I am the chosen one. With a cold, mocking glare, he turned to Han Yu, his eyes brimming with scorn. Han Yu, the mandate is mine now. Who dares kill me? Who can kill me? Chosen one? The last chosen one died right in front of you. Han Yu's voice was icy with resolve. Today, I swear I'll kill you. Even the heavenly Dao won't be able to stop me. With that, he glanced at his system panel. Current malice points, 10 trillion. The slaughter of so many martial saints had yielded him an astronomical sum. Seeing this, Han Yu wasted no more words. Burn my life, burn my soul, burn my Dao. The eerie fluctuations radiating from Han Yu's body sent a jolt of horror through Han Xiaotian, who immediately cried out in alarm. Xiao Yu, no. Are you trying to throw away your life? As a seasoned martial saint, he knew exactly what Han Yu was doing. This was a forbidden technique, a final, all-consuming strike that demanded the sacrifice of everything. Once unleashed, the user would be erased from existence, denied even the cycle of reincarnation. Even in the face of death, most saints would never resort to such a move, for death was not the end. Through hidden means, they could still reincarnate in future generations. But this technique ensured utter annihilation. Tang Hao, too, realized what Han Yu was attempting, his heart flooding with terror. He's insane. Absolutely insane. Our feud is only for this lifetime. Why throw away eternity? Han Yu burned all his cultivation and lifespan, causing his combat power to skyrocket wildly. He transformed into a giant, clad in bone armor, wielding a massive bone halberd, and with a single slash, he struck fiercely at the divine energy pillar. Boom! The previously indestructible divine energy pillar was shattered into countless fragments by Han Yu's desperate strike. The moment the divine energy pillar collapsed, an enraged roar echoed across the vast starry sky. Mortal ant! How dare you defy a god? Insolence! The voice, infused with divine power, reverberated throughout the cosmos, heard by countless beings. This was the wrath of a deity. I am Poseidon, god of the sea. This man is chosen by me. If he suffers even the slightest harm, upon my revival, I will annihilate you. Tang Hao, who had initially panicked upon seeing the divine energy pillar destroyed, was overjoyed when he heard the sea god's declaration of protection. I never imagined that I, Tang Hao, would be favored by a god. Today, let's see how Han Yu dares to kill me. But before his thoughts could fully settle, Han Yu swung his bone halberd toward him with overwhelming force. At the same time, Han Yu's laughter rang out. I don't care if you're the god of the sea or the god of puddles. Today, I will kill him, and no one can stop me. Tang Hao hadn't expected Han Yu to be so reckless. He immediately summoned his martial saint avatar. Having been nourished by divine energy within the pillar, his condition had been fully restored to its peak. As the martial saint avatar manifested, Tang Hao brandished his warhammer, unleashing the mad demon hammer technique, ready to fight Han Yu to the death. But the bone halberd carried boundless power. The moment it clashed with Tang Hao's martial saint avatar, the avatar shattered into dust. No! Lord Poseidon, save me! Tang Hao screamed in desperation, but Han Yu's halberd was already upon him. In the next instant, his body was obliterated. Han Yu reached out, refining Tang Hao's remains in an instant. His bones became part of the bone throne, and his blood merged into Han Yu's crimson robe. Then, Poseidon's furious roar once again resounded across the universe. Mortal ant, you seek death. Upon my revival, I will slaughter you and extract your soul, condemning you to eternal suffering. Oh, I'll be waiting. Ha! A cowardly, hiding god like you dares to threaten me? Han Yu sneered in disdain. Don't worry, even if you don't come for me, I'll come for you. A mortal slaying a god? Why not? Hearing his words and sensing his arrogance, the once overbearing Poseidon suddenly fell into silence. This mortal ant seemed to know some divine secrets. This guy was too strange. Through the remnants of his divine power, Poseidon could still glimpse Han Yu's surroundings. Seeing that Han Yu remained unharmed even after using a self-sacrificial secret technique, the sea god's heart trembled. This mortal was far too abnormal. A chilling thought solidified in Poseidon's mind. I must not let this mortal enter the divine ruins. If he receives the inheritance of another god, it will be disastrous for me. Fortunately, my will has recovered earlier, allowing me to seal the entrance to the divine ruins and restrict the mortals who enter. In that case, I shall revoke his divine selection privilege. A cold smirk formed in Poseidon's heart. Let's see how you can condense a divine spark without the legacy of the gods. When I awaken, I will make you understand the price of blasphemy. Meanwhile, Han Yu deactivated his sacrificial technique and glanced at his system panel. Though he had expended most of his 100 trillion malice points, the act of killing Tang Hao and provoking Poseidon's wrath had caused the value to surge instead, reaching 300 trillion. Not bad. Seems I was too cautious before. With this system, others may fear desperate struggles, but I'm not afraid at all. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Han Yu's lips. The only shame is that despite all those deadly oaths I swore earlier, not a single one came true. Seems the heavenly Tao doesn't take my vows seriously. As Han Yu pondered this, Han Xiaotian flew over, scanning him from head to toe. Finding no visible issues, the old man couldn't help but frown slightly. Grandson, how are you completely unharmed? You used a sacrificial secret art, yet you're still full of energy. Don't tell me this is just a final flicker before death. Han Yu's lips twitched. Old man, can't you wish me well for once? Han Xiaotian burst into laughter. Seems there's more to you than meets the eye. I can't figure you out, but now that you've provoked that so-called sea god, you'd better start planning ahead. At the mention of gods, a deep wariness flashed across Han Xiaotian's face. Relax, they're just a bunch of cowardly deities. The truly powerful ones perished long ago. As a villain who had read the original story, Han Yu was well aware of these gods' backgrounds. Years ago, a cataclysmic disaster had struck, and countless gods sacrificed themselves to hold it back. However, some cowards had used underhanded methods to preserve most of their strength. Poseidon, the sea god, was one of them. In fact, nearly all the remaining gods in the divine realm were the same. They had shirked their duties during the apocalypse. The ones who truly cared for the world had perished, while these survivors now reaped the rewards. In the later stages of the protagonist story, they even secured high-ranking positions in the newly established divine court. Hearing Han Yu's disdain for these gods, Han Xiaotian realized his grandson must know some hidden truths. But he didn't press further, instead saying, regardless, he's still a god. The only way to oppose him is to obtain a divine legacy. Come on, grandson. Let's head to the divine realm and see for ourselves. Han Yu nodded. Of course we're going. Before these gods fully awaken, we'll smash their idols. That's the only way to end this for good. A cold smile played on his lips. Hearing this, Han Xiaotian's scalp tingled. He hadn't expected his grandson to be so bold. The two tore through space, speeding toward the divine realm. After a long journey, they finally arrived before a sea of stars. The divine realm was now saturated with divine energy, teeming with powerful beings from various races who had gathered to cultivate under its influence. Among them were not only otherworldly beings but also humans, though not from Earth. These were the Tang clan, who had fully aligned themselves with the demonic faction. After Tang Hao colluded with the demons and was hunted by the demon-slaying Hall, the Tang clan had fled to resource planets controlled by foreign human factions, while others had sought refuge in the demon world. During the recent War of the Races, the traitorous Tang clan members had been slaughtered by Han Yu. Now, those who had joined the demons glared at Han Yu and Han Xiaotian with burning hatred, wishing they could flay them alive. Han Yu, how dare you show your face here after what you've done? Our Tang clan elder, Tang Ao, has been chosen by the gods and is undergoing trials inside. Once he emerges, it'll be time for you to pay for your crimes. The Tang clan youth roared. The divine energy in the area suppressed all combat power, so despite being only at the emperor level, he had no fear of Han Yu or Han Xiaotian. Annoying. Han Yu snorted, then lunged toward the Tang clan's ranks. With a single punch, he reduced the man to a mist of blood. The entire crowd of beings from across the realms stared in shock. This human was utterly insane. Bastard! This is sacred ground. How dare you spill blood here? This is blasphemy against the gods. Among the remaining members of the Tang family, one gritted his teeth and roared. His eyes filled with unconcealed terror as he stared at Han Yu, whose body was still drenched in thick, fresh blood. This is just the beginning. The slaughter has only just started. Han Yu curled his lips slightly and continued advancing toward the Tang family's formation. At the sight of this, all the Tang clansmen panicked. One of them immediately shouted, "Don't fear him. The divine power here suppresses all other abilities. He's just physically stronger. That's all. If we join forces, we can definitely kill him right here." Hearing this, the other's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Even many of the foreign races seethed with killing intent. By now, Han Yu's legend had spread among the various races. As elites of their respective clans, they had naturally heard of him. Some of the gathered foreign races had participated in the recent siege against the human race, but even those who hadn't had no desire to see humanity produce such a monstrous genius. With that one remark from the Tang clansmen, many were roused to kill. Han Yu glanced at his system panel. Countless waves of malice points were flooding in from various foreign races. Not bad. Even if they're weak, every little bit counts. Might as well kill them all. With that thought, Han Yu wasted no more time. He charged straight into the Tang family's ranks and began slaughtering mercilessly. Ah! How is his physique so monstrous? This isn't a human's body. This guy's a monster. He's not human at all. No wonder he became a saint in such a short time. Only now did the Tang clansmen truly grasp the horror of Han Yu. They finally understood why this man acted with such arrogance. A demon. He's a demon. You foreign races. If you don't help us now, he'll slaughter us all. The Tang clansmen scattered in panic, fleeing into the ranks of the foreign races. One of the foreign geniuses snorted coldly, suddenly stomping the ground and leaping in front of Han Yu. Humans are weak. No matter how strong his body is, it can't compare to our Titan-born race. Let this emperor end his legend. Though the Titan-born emperor's power was suppressed here, his natural physique alone stood hundreds of feet tall, like a walking mountain. His muscles bulged, veins coiling like dragons beneath golden skin, radiating overwhelming strength. The Titan-born were one of the mightiest races in existence when it came to physical prowess. In this sacred land where only raw strength could be used, they feared no one. Human, die! The Titan-born warrior swung his fist, massive as a mountain, crashing down toward Han Yu. Han Yu didn't dodge. Instead, he met the blow head-on. Compared to the Titan-born, Han Yu's body was like a pebble against a boulder. In everyone's minds, he should have been instantly crushed. But to their shock, Han Yu's body tore straight through the Titan-born's fist, then blasted out from his shoulder, drenched in golden blood. A deafening howl of agony erupted from the Titan-born, echoing across the sacred land. Ah! Impossible! How can your body be this strong? I am a Titan-born. The Titan-born's eyes were filled with horror as Han Yu stood on his shoulder, already throwing a punch toward his head. The next moment, the giant's skull, as large as a small house, exploded into a mist of golden blood, splattering onto Han Yu's crimson robes and dyeing the edges with streaks of gold, adding a strange, regal elegance. Human, you dare kill my Titan-born kin. All Titan-born warriors, slay this man. Seeing this, an enraged elite warrior of the Titan clan roared furiously, and hundreds of Titan elites surged toward Han Yu. As for the other races, witnessing Han Yu obliterate a Titan with sheer physical force alone, none dared to act recklessly. The shrewd ones immediately withdrew from the divine ruins, opting to steer clear of the storm. Seems your Titan clan has grown tired of living. Han Yu sneered. It had been ages since humanity last clashed with the Titans. He had almost begun to believe they'd grown wiser. Originally, the Titan clan ranked at the very bottom of Han Yu's extermination list. But now that they sought death here, they couldn't blame him. All of you, perish! Han Yu streaked forth like a scarlet meteor, crashing relentlessly into the colossal Titan bodies. None could withstand his destructive charge. Like an iron bullet piercing through mountains of flesh, each collision tore straight through them, unleashing torrents of blood that drenched the battlefield for miles. Bearing countless god-tier talents and tempered through endless battles, Han Yu's physique stood at the pinnacle of the cosmos' myriad races. These Titans were nothing more than fodder to him. Their attempt to overwhelm him through sheer numbers was pure delusion. Han Yu feared no war of attrition. Soon, the battlefield was littered with the corpses of Titan elites, piled like small hills. The remaining alien elites watched in horror. Their gazes trembled with dread, silently pleading, "We didn't lift a finger. Since you slaughtered them, spare us, right?" Han Yu's chilling voice cut through the silence. "I'll give you time to flee. Every alien remaining here dies. At those words, panic seized the elites. Without protest, they scrambled toward the exit of the divine ruins. Once beyond reach of the divine ruins suppression, their power gradually returned, just in time for them to bolt into the void of space. But none anticipated what came next. No sooner had they left than an overwhelming surge of sacred might crash down upon them. Turning back, they saw 3 terrifying sacred avatars closing in, launching a merciless assault. Damn it! We've been tricked. This human never planned to let us go. Fall back. Into the ruins. He can't wield sacred power there. Out here, we're dead in seconds. This deceitful human deserves 1,000 deaths. Amid the curses, Han Yu only smirked. Too late, gentlemen. Before his voice faded, cataclysmic sacred energy erupted. Not a single elite lasted a single exchange. Even an alien war emperor unleashing his imperial domain was instantly shattered by Han Yu's sacred avatar. Even Han Xiaotian, witnessing this, couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Isn't this deception a bit much? We're sacred beings. Laying hands on those below us lacks dignity. Han Yu chuckled faintly.
Inivalit.
I said, those who stay die. I never promised safety to those who left. Besides, my reputation's already in the gutter. I couldn't care less. If we spare these elites, they'll only return with divine legacies and wage war again. Better to wipe them all out here. Nip the problem at its root. For humanity to stand unchallenged among all races, we must slaughter the rest until they pose no threat. Better yet, hunt them to the brink of extinction. Let them suffer for mankind's ascendancy. And if blame must fall on someone, let it be me. Hearing Han Yu's words, Han Xiaotian's expression turned complicated. He hadn't expected that his grandson, who seemed like a reckless brute, actually acted in a way that cut straight to the heart of the matter. He was simply using the most straightforward method to solve problems. While this might lead to more bloodshed, it was undeniably efficient. However, this approach was likely something only a freak like Han Yu could pull off effectively. Daring to challenge all races single-handedly, even Han Xiaotian himself lacked that kind of confidence. But Han Yu truly had the strength to back it up. After all, his growth rate was nothing short of unbelievable. Han Yu didn't say anything more. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the massive gate at the center of the divine relic grounds, wreathed in boundless divine power. Let's go. Let's take a look inside. Han Yu flew toward it, and Han Xiaotian followed, filled with anticipation. He too yearned for power beyond the saint rank. He had been stuck at the peak of saint rank for many years. If he could seize this opportunity, breaking through to the divine rank would be no difficult task. However, when Han Yu and Han Xiaotian arrived outside the divine relic gate, they found themselves unable to enter, as if some force was barring their way. The original plot said that as long as you reached saint rank, you could enter the divine relic gate. What's going on? Han Yu frowned slightly, puzzled. The next moment, he understood the reason. From within the divine relic gate, a voice boomed out, dripping with disdain. This god has already declared that a blasphemer like you will never receive any divine inheritance. Not just you. Anyone who shares your bloodline will never set foot inside the divine relic gate. Now scram! It was the voice of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Inside the divine relic gate, many saint-ranked beings from other races had already entered and were seated beneath various divine statues, undergoing trials of different gods. Beneath Poseidon's towering statue, Tang Ao, an elder of the Tang family, was battling monstrous sea creatures amidst surging waves, enduring the sea god's trial. Hearing Poseidon's furious rebuke, Tang Ao's face lit up with joy. I never expected Lord Poseidon could bar the entire Han family from entering the divine relic gate. This is perfect. As long as I pass this trial, I'll undoubtedly reach divine rank by the time I leave. Once that happens, I'll return to the human realm and wipe out the Han family, restoring my Tang clan's glory. Recently, they had learned of Tang Hao's death. Despair had nearly consumed them, fearing the Han family would come to the demon world to finish them off. Fortunately, the divine relic grounds had opened, and they had seized the advantage. By absorbing divine energy outside the divine relic gate, they had effortlessly advanced to saint rank, gaining entry. The gods had already told them that as long as they succeeded in obtaining an inheritance, they would easily ascend to divine rank and become divine envoys. At that point, killing saints would be as easy as crushing an ant. Tang Ao knew very well that he was the Tang family's last hope. If he failed to rise, the Tang clan would be utterly annihilated. I must pass this trial. I must reach divine rank. Tang Ao steeled his resolve, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Meanwhile, outside the divine relic gate, Hanyu sneered at Poseidon's words. Who gives a damn about your lousy divine inheritance? I'm here to kill you. With that, Hanyu began furiously attacking the divine relic gate. Unfortunately, he lacked power equivalent to divine energy, rendering his efforts useless. The divine energy surrounding the gate was far denser than the divine light pillar from before. After all, this place condensed the combined power of so many deities from the entire land of miracles. Even if they were not yet revived, it was still nothing to scoff at. These deities had forged a great gate together, and now the sea god Poseidon had closed it, denying Hanyu entry. If Hanyu were to use sacrificial magic now, he could indeed damage the gate, but to him it was meaningless. He had a better way. Seeing Hanyu give up on blasting the gate of miracles, Poseidon burst into mocking laughter. A mere mortal ant like you, attempting to open the gate of miracles? It's like a mayfly trying to shake a mighty tree. Utterly laughable. You old turtle, if you have the guts, open this gate. If not, stop barking like a mad dog, Hanyu sneered. You think just because you block me out, I have no way of dealing with you? Hearing Hanyu's taunts, Poseidon was both furious and amused. Ant, you will never comprehend the difference between a god and yourself. Even my weakest divine servant could crush tens of thousands of insects like you. In my era, you wouldn't even have the right to speak to me, understand? Without divine power, a mere mortal like you could never shake me. This is nothing but a fool's dream. Hanyu narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled faintly. Poseidon, your era has already ended. The land of miracles was originally created by the ancient gods as a path to divinity for mortal beings. By sealing the gate of miracles and denying us entry, according to the divine laws of the ancient heavenly court, you should be subjected to divine punishment until your soul is utterly obliterated. Poseidon's statue flickered with murderous intent in its eyes. So you do know some divine secrets, Hm. But what does it matter? The ancient heavenly court has long been destroyed. Even if I violate divine law, who can punish me now? Poseidon laughed wildly, almost thrilled, because he had lived to this day, while the mighty gods of the past had all perished in the river of time. Only those who survive till the end are the victors. They were all losers. Hanyu turned and left the gate of miracles, leaving only a few words behind. Don't forget, even without the heavenly court, there is still the demon prison. When I fully refine the demon prison, I will cast you into its deepest 9th layer, never to be reborn for eternity. Hearing this, Poseidon's heart shuddered, his eyes blazing with fury. Fine, let me see how you could possibly refine the demon prison. You insignificant ant, daring to judge me? Are you even worthy? Yet despite his rage, an inexplicable tremor ran through Poseidon's heart. If that man truly refined the 9-layer demon prison and became its sovereign, it would indeed be a terrifying prospect. After all, in the ancient heavenly court, gods who committed grievous crimes were cast into the demon prison to endure endless torment. For any ancient deity, the demon prison was nothing short of a nightmare. In this era, no one could possibly become the demon prison's ruler, not even the master of a single layer. But I must not allow that mortal ant even a shred of hope. I must quickly create divine servants. No, demigods will suffice. I just need to craft a few demigods and send them to exterminate that insect. Poseidon, the god of the sea, hesitated no longer. Considering this, Poseidon no longer hesitated. He immediately channeled his divine power and sent his voice echoing across the cosmos. All water and wind-aligned beings, heed my call. Come to the land of divine miracles, and I shall bestow upon you supreme power, elevating you to godhood. The proclamation resounded through countless realms, stirring excitement among water and wind-aligned creatures. Without delay, they began traversing the void, making their way toward the land of divine miracles. Unfortunately, these beings were all below the saint level. By now, nearly all saint-level creatures had already entered the land of divine miracles, undergoing trials beneath the statues of slumbering deities. Their progress is far too slow. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Poseidon used his divine sight to observe the realms. He saw the water and wind-aligned beings crawling through the vast expanse of the cosmos at a snail's pace. Such is the frailty of mortal insects, Poseidon mused with genuine disdain. To the gods, all beings below the divine level were mere mortals. Among them, only those at the saint level were deemed worthy of a second glance, worthy of being taken as divine disciples. Those who couldn't even reach the saint level were considered the lowest of the low, insects among insects. Even if trillions of them perished, the gods wouldn't spare them a thought. Gods measured their lifespans in millennia. A brief nap for them could span thousands of years in the mortal world. A species on the brink of extinction might rebound to billions or even trillions in number within that time. Thus, the deaths of insects meant nothing to the gods. Very well. I shall expend a fraction of my divine power to summon these insects. Fortunately, I awakened early. The divine energy here is abundant, and no other god is competing with me for it. Had those other deities already risen, I would never have wasted my divine power on such lowly creatures. With that thought, Poseidon unleashed his divine might once more, sending countless beams of radiant energy streaking across the universe. One by one, water-aligned beings from various star systems were drawn into the divine light, swiftly transported to the base of Poseidon's towering statue. From the outside, the space beneath the statue appeared as nothing more than a vast sea spanning thousands of miles. Yet in truth, it was an infinite realm, a manifestation of Poseidon's divine domain. A divine domain was an advanced form of a spatial realm, a self-contained world with its own laws. As both the god of the sea and the god of storms, Poseidon's domain was governed by the laws of the ocean and tempests. For beings not aligned with water or wind, survival here would be nothing short of a living nightmare. We are blessed to be personally summoned by a god. What an honor! Over 1 trillion beings from across the cosmos now stood within Poseidon's domain, their hearts brimming with exhilaration. Great Lord Poseidon, we, the Aquascale clan, pledge eternal loyalty. Grant us enlightenment, and we shall serve you with unwavering devotion. A fish-headed, scaled humanoid with bulging eyes, an emperor-level being from the Aquascale clan, spoke in a voice dripping with sycophantic reverence. Very well, let us begin with your kind. Poseidon's colossal statue loomed over the realm, exuding an aura of boundless majesty. His voice, more commanding than when he had addressed the cosmos, reverberated with divine authority. Here, in his domain, his will was absolute. With a mere thought, he could annihilate all within it. The statue raised a hand slightly, and threads of divine energy, fine as rain, poured into the bodies of the Aquascale beings. To the gods, it was but a wisp of power. To mortals, however, it was like a raging flood surging into their veins. Boom! 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 One after another, the Aquascale beings exploded, unable to withstand the divine infusion. Yet their blood and essence tempered the divine energy, making it slightly more manageable. The remaining threads of power continued to seek new hosts. Some Aquascale beings endured the baptism, growing stronger. Others failed and were obliterated instantly. Still, their shattered bodies served as buffers, mitigating the divine energy's volatility and making it easier to control. But as more and more divine energy seeped into their forms, those who failed to master it within a set time would meet the same fate. The waters where the Aquascale clan had gathered were now dyed crimson, churning like a sea of blood. As the water demons continued to die violently, the color of the seawater grew darker. Their numbers plummeted from tens of billions to less than 100 million in mere moments. Witnessing this, the other races stood aghast, their hearts seized with terror. I don't want godhood anymore. It's too horrifying. I want to leave. Let me out. Many creatures of the other races were utterly gripped by fear. All living beings feared death. Though they sought greater strength, they had no desire to perish. Useless, cowardly insects, Poseidon sneered. With your wretched aptitude, even 100 reincarnations wouldn't make you worthy of godhood. I granted you a divine opportunity, yet you squandered it. You all deserve death. With a wave of his hand, another surge of divine power descended, instantly obliterating those fleeing creatures. If you are so weak, then become the stepping stones for the strong nutrients for their ascension. Listen, insects. Only those who survive are worthy to become my divine disciples. Struggle. Fight. Use your wretched lives to seize this fleeting chance at godhood. Poseidon's cruel yet pitying laughter echoed across the battlefield, swirling with those contradictory emotions in a strangely vast resonance. The remaining creatures had no choice but to push their limits, striving desperately for that slim chance at divinity, their only hope of survival. A long time later, out of trillions, fewer than 100 remained. Poseidon's divine realm was drenched in blood, the seas crimson and horrifying. Each survivor now stood atop mountains of their fallen kin. Some had been weaklings at first, but now they had ascended to the supreme rank of demigods. As they felt the tremendous divine power coursing through their veins, their lips curled into frenzied grins. Poseidon, too, was immensely satisfied, until murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Go forth, descend into the 9 nether demon abyss. Find Hanyu and kill him. By your divine decree. 100 demigods roared in unison before transforming into streaks of light, vanishing from the sacred realm. Tearing through space, they traversed the boundless cosmos at terrifying speed. In no time, they crossed countless starfields and arrived at the domain ruled by the demons, a region filled with savage, chaotic energy. A fish-headed water demon demigod summoned his divine water power, enveloping an entire demonic star world in mere moments. Hundreds of billions of demonic lives were clenched within his gargantuan blue godly form, larger than the very star he grasped. Peering down, he boomed, "Where is the 9 nether demon abyss?" His voice reverberated across the planet, instilling primal terror in every demon below. Divine One, the 9 nether exists everywhere, but only those with demonic powers can sense its presence, answered one demonic elder. And what of the human known as Hanyu? Forgive us, Lord, we've sensed no human presence. If this Hanyu possesses demonic abilities, then to us he is a demon. He may have already entered the abyss. Then you are of no further use. With a cold snort, the water demon crushed the star world in his grasp. Countless demons wailed as endless divine water power annihilated them entirely. To extinguish an entire world with but a flick of the wrist, such was the power of divinity. After the destruction, the demigod spoke grimly, "We shall blockade this region. The moment he emerges from the abyss, we erase him." All the demigods flew to various regions of the demonic starfield, each sealing off a section of space. If Hanyu appeared, he would be like a turtle in a jar, nowhere to escape. Meanwhile, Hanyu had already been in the 9 hells of the abyss for a long time. The first layer he entered was the Netherflame Hell, the birthplace of the Hellfire Bone Dragon. The moment Hanyu stepped into the Netherflame Hell, the Hellfire Bone Dragon immediately leaped out, transforming into a miniature skeletal dragon that circled around him. "Master, it feels so good to return to this place." The Hellfire Bone Dragon was visibly excited, darting through the air and absorbing wisps of drifting nether flames, occasionally letting out a satisfied burp. "This is amazing. These nether flames pose no threat to me now. They've become pure nourishment." The Hellfire Bone Dragon was ecstatic. Now that it had become a skeletal dragon, Aside from the remains of powerful beings that could enhance its primal energy, these primal hellfires were another source of strength. Hee. Thanks to Master providing me with so many powerful corpses lately, combined with these nether flames, I feel like I can break through to the divine rank soon. Once that happens, helping Master conquer this nether flame hell will be a piece of cake. Hearing this, Hanyu narrowed his eyes and asked, "How does one become the ruler of the nether flame hell?" The Hellfire Bone Dragon was momentarily stunned before replying, "Well, I'm not entirely sure, but from what I've heard, as long as you're strong enough, you can become the master of the hell." Hanyu twitched his lips and shook his head helplessly. "Fine, we'll figure it out as we go." He waved his hand, and the Hellfire Bone Dragon instantly transformed into a colossal skeletal dragon wreathed in ghostly blue flames. Hanyu leaped onto its head and began roaming the Netherflame Hell. As they passed countless ghostly flames, the Hellfire Bone Dragon devoured them all. Many demons who had entered the Netherflame Hell looked up in shock at the massive skeletal dragon soaring through the sky. Damn, this demon is really showing off. Isn't he afraid of attracting the wrath of the 10,000-year Netherflames? Hey, can't you sense his aura? That's a saint-rank demon dragon. Watch your words. If you anger him, he might just eat you all. Right. We're just small fry. Let's not recklessly discuss saint-rank matters. The demons chattered among themselves, but before they could finish, clusters of dense flames surged from all corners of the Netherflame Hell, charging toward the skeletal dragon in the sky. Whoa! So many 10,000-year Netherflames. Can this saint rank handle them? Wait. There's even 100,000-year Netherflame among them. That thing can incinerate even saint rank beings. We're doomed. Let's get out of here before we get caught in the crossfire. Many demons fled in panic, not daring to stay a moment longer. In the sky, the Hellfire Bone Dragon was initially thrilled at the sight of so many Netherflames, but its expression quickly turned to horror. Master, I can handle the 10,000-year Netherflames, but that 100,000-year one is beyond me. Hanyu nodded calmly. Doesn't matter. I'll take care of it. The Hellfire Bone Dragon shuddered inwardly, but didn't hesitate, immediately devouring the weaker flames to strengthen its bones. However, as the 100,000-year Netherflame approached, its skeletal body began to melt. Master, this 100,000-year Netherflame is too terrifying. I can't absorb it. Hearing its plea, Hanyu didn't waste words. Activating multiple god-tier talents, he transformed into a dark-armored demonic warrior wreathed in sinister energy. Multiple Saint Path avatars surged forth, charging straight at the Netherflame. Be destroyed. Roar! The Thunderfire Bone Dragon and the Devouring Abyssal Beast flanked the 100,000-year Netherflame, voraciously consuming it. Sensing the terrifying Saint Path power radiating from these two avatars, the Netherflame trembled violently, attempting to flee. But the wrathful Vajra Guardian intercepted it first, golden light swirling around its body as it sealed the space, leaving the Netherflame with no escape. It could only be relentlessly devoured and refined by the two Saint Path avatars. At the same time, Hanyu's system sent a series of notifications. Ding! You are devouring a 100,000-year Netherflame. The endless power of the Netherflame tempers your body and mind, subjecting you to excruciating torment. Ding! Progress of your blazing demon physique has increased by 20%. Ding! Progress of your devouring demon physique has increased by 10%. After absorbing the 100,000-year Netherflame, all of Hanyu's talents had improved to varying degrees. Keep going. A few more, and I'll definitely reach SSS rank. With this thought, Hanyu urged the Hellfire Bone Dragon to roam the Netherflame Hell recklessly. The fleeing demons were stunned to see the 10,000-year and 100,000-year Netherflames being dealt with so effortlessly. Holy shit, there's actually a demon riding that dragon? That's insane. Using a saint-rank demon dragon as a mount? Just who is this powerhouse? I've never heard of him. Hanyu ignored their shock. More Netherflames were drawn to him and the Hellfire Bone Dragon, only to be devoured and refined. The demons watching were utterly dumbfounded. They had never seen such an audacious demon before, and soon admiration welled up in their hearts. Demons revered strength above all else. Even the emperor-rank prodigies present couldn't help but feel awed by the figure atop the skeletal dragon. As Han Yu continued his feast, the system finally delivered the good news. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your SS rank blazing demon physique has evolved into an SSS rank karmic flame demon physique. Endless karmic flames, burning body and soul, erasing past and future lives. Those touched by these flames shall never know reincarnation. Eternal damnation with no hope of rebirth? Heh! Perfect! With this karmic flame demon body, any enemy I kill won't even have the chance to reincarnate. Han Yu understood this world well. Though there was no underworld bureaucracy or established cycle of reincarnation like the Six Paths, a natural order of rebirth existed within the cosmos. For instance, if Han Yu annihilated someone's soul, scattering their essence to the winds, it wouldn't truly count as permanent death. Their components would simply return to the world, and after countless eons, even the most ordinary beings would eventually reincarnate through the natural cycle. Of course, this was the most basic form of rebirth. Most souls retained no memories of their past lives. But for powerful beings, it was different. By leaving behind hidden legacies or having their knowledge inherited by others, they could effectively revive themselves. Deities like Poseidon were even more extraordinary. As long as their divine legacy endured and they were remembered, they could resurrect. True gods never truly perished. Their will lived on. To kill a deity permanently, destroying their body and soul was merely the first step. Only by erasing every trace of their existence could they be truly vanquished. And Han Yu's karmic flame demon body had precisely that power. When unleashed at full strength, it was terrifying, far beyond ordinary elemental flames, operating on a conceptual level. Burning away the present and future lives of a god like Poseidon is beyond my current strength. But not forever. When I ascend to godhood, they'll all die. With that thought, Han Yu resumed wandering the Netherflame prison, aiding the infernal flame dragon in refining the abyssal fires. The prison's millennia-accumulated flames accelerated his breakthrough progress at an astonishing rate. Yet, despite scouring every corner of the Netherflame prison, he received no prompt to claim the title of prison lord. Even the infernal flame dragon was baffled. Huh? According to ancient records, Master has already met all the requirements. The position should be his by now. Did the Netherflame prison malfunction? Han Yu, however, pondered deeper. In the original storyline, the protagonist became prison lord only after the gods fully awakened. Not only did he gain control of the prison, but he also inherited multiple divine legacies, including Poseidon's. Eventually, he defeated the other chosen and their patron deities, claiming the throne of the God King. Perhaps the Nine Hells prison's mechanisms haven't been triggered yet. It might lack some critical energy, delaying my ascension. But given time, the system should correct itself. In short, Han Yu had already qualified. The prison itself was glitching, causing a delayed response. Unfazed, he opened a portal to another hellscape. The negative energy here is dense, perfect for tempering myself. If I rest and train here, I might leave as a god. This time, he arrived at the Shadow Thunder prison. As the name suggested, the realm was saturated with inattributed lightning, lethal to spectral beings. During the war between demons and ghosts, many demonic cultivators came here to refine Shadow Thunder, harnessing it to slaughter the ghost tribes. Once, the ghost race had been unrivaled, devouring and possessing countless races to briefly reign as the supreme power of the cosmos. Unfortunately, their reign was short-lived. The demons soon overthrew them. Countless races in the universe possessed great strength, but their cyclical rise and fall was inevitable. None could remain dominant forever. Even the notoriously fearsome Devil Clan can now only occupy a small corner of the world, with only a handful of sacred beings remaining. Of course, this isn't because the Devil Clan is weak. Rather, nearly all of their god-tier powerhouses perished in the calamity meant to destroy the world. Had that apocalyptic disaster not occurred, the Devil clan would forever rank among the 10 supreme races of all realms. But let's get back to the main story. When Hanyu rode his infernal flare dragon into the nether lightning devil prison with overwhelming force, stirring countless bolts of dark lightning, many elite devils were utterly shocked. Holy shit, when did our clan produce such a monstrous powerhouse? To actually ignore the strikes of nether lightning so casually, that's terrifying. Damn, that's nether lightning accumulated for 100,000 years, condensed into a dragon. And this guy just crushed and devoured it. Insane. Absolutely insane. Ha! You think that's something? We came here from the neighboring Netherflame Devil prison just to watch the show. This guy already swept through there, leaving almost no millennium-old ghost flames behind. While the Devil clan elites were still marveling, Hanyu was already rapidly evolving. Ding! You are undergoing nether lightning tempering. Your body and soul are transforming. Your SS grade Thunder God wings are growing stronger. Ding! Your SS grade Thunder God wings have ascended to SSS grade 10,000 Thunder Devil wings. All thunder in the world now submits to your will. After plundering the Nether Lightning Devil prison, Hanyu obtained yet another Godslayer level talent. He continued his rampage through layer after layer of the Devil prisons. These prisons weren't structured like a tower, but rather as isolated realms without hierarchy, only differing in their elemental attributes. In each prison, Hanyu gained tremendous rewards. The Abyssal Water Devil prison, the Soulforge Devil prison, the Annihilation Devil prison. His body and soul underwent rapid metamorphosis within each dimension. Ding! Your SS grade Gluttony Devil body has ascended to SSS grade Chaos Devil body, devouring all, encompassing all, creating all. Ding! Your SS grade Vajra Divine body has ascended to SSS grade Indestructible Divine body, flesh unbreakable, eternal beyond time, regenerating from a single drop of blood. Every Godslayer level talent was overwhelmingly powerful, but only if properly nurtured. Only by growing strong enough could one truly embody their title and wield the power to bring down gods. Take Han Xiaotian, for instance. Though he possessed a Godslayer level talent, his current combat power was nowhere near enough to slay a deity. Even a demigod would give him a hard battle. But Hanyu, after conquering the 9 Hades Devil prisons and elevating all his talents to the Godslayer tier, was now absolutely confident in his godslaying power. A glance at his system panel. Current malice value remaining 100 billion. Divine Realm breakthrough progress 80%. Becoming a god isn't that easy, huh? TCH. Time to go out and farm some more malice value. With that thought, Hanyu flickered away, exiting the 9 Hades Devil prison. Outside, over 100 demigods had long been lying in wait. The moment Hanyu appeared somewhere within the Devil clan's territory, all the demigods opened their eyes, divine light surging in their gazes. He's finally out. The moment they sensed Hanyu's aura, these demigods grew extremely excited. They knew that their current status as demigods was the result of Poseidon's modifications, which had essentially stripped them of any potential to ascend to godhood on their own. To advance further, they could only rely on Poseidon's divine blessings. Otherwise, they would forever remain stuck at the demigod level. But Poseidon would not grant them such a boon without reason. Only by achieving sufficient merit would they be deemed worthy of the god's favor. Blasphemer, you must die! A demigod closest to Hanyu roared, his voice rolling like thunder across nearly half the starry realm of the demon race. Tens of thousands of demonic beings raised their heads to the sky. In the vast expanse of space, an enormous figure, as massive as the sun, streaked across the void. The demons recognized this figure. It had been lingering in the starry skies for some time. Each demigod's form resembled a radiant star, akin to a sun that sustained the life of entire worlds. To the ordinary demons, the skies above their domain were now filled with azure and cerulean suns, swiftly converging toward a single location. It was like a meteor shower, visible whether it was day or night in the demon world. Only the powerful among the demons understood the terrifying slaughter hidden beneath this breathtaking spectacle. Demon emperors traversed the void, watching the figures darting through the cosmos with awe in their eyes. As high-ranking members of the demon race, they knew exactly why these divine beings had all mobilized. The demonic powerhouses began exchanging messages, discussing the gods. It seems our guess was right. These demigods are all here for the one in the 9 nether demon prison. That man rampaged through the 9 nether demon prison, unscathed by any trial or torment. I wonder if he can survive this crisis. I doubt it. Those are divine-level beings, and there are so many of them. No matter how strong he is, he's only at the saint level. How could he possibly escape this encirclement? What a shame. If the 9 nether demon prison hadn't been damaged, his performance would have earned him the recognition of any of its layers, granting him the title of prison lord. He might have even slain a god as a saint. Alas, the demonic leaders were of mixed emotions, but most were reluctant to see Hanyu die. After all, he was one of their own. If he were slain by these divine beings, they couldn't help but feel a sense of shared sorrow. Enough. This is a matter beyond our level. We should just observe. Indeed, to warrant such a siege by so many divine beings, he must be far stronger than we realized. Let's wait and see how long he lasts, and whether he can attempt to slay a god. As the demon emperors debated, one of the demigods had already arrived in Hanyu's star sector. Blasphemer, die! The demigod was ecstatic. His comrades were still some distance away, meaning he could slay the blasphemer before they arrived. The god's reward will be mine. He brandished his trident and thrust it toward Hanyu. This was a pseudo-divine artifact bestowed upon them by Poseidon, far surpassing the power of any saintly weapon. In the demigod's hands, the trident had expanded to tens of thousands of miles in length. With a single strike, the surrounding space trembled violently, fissures tearing open in its wake. Remember, this god's name is. The demigod had initially intended to let Hanyu die with clarity, but the latter only responded with a mocking sneer. A dead man isn't worthy of knowing my name. Before his words even faded, a bone throne materialized behind him. Now, however, the bone throne was infused with immense demonic divine power, so much so that it could no longer rightly be called a sacred throne. Instead, it had ascended to become a divine throne. Hanyu sat upon the throne as the 9 sacred crowns above him rapidly fused and descended onto his head. With a casual wave of his hand, one of his sacred Tao avatars surged forth, transforming into a colossal beast spanning millions of miles. This was a thunderfire demonic dragon, its body wreathed in terrifying ghostly flames and shadowy lightning. With a single bite, it devoured the demigod whole. The ghostly flames and shadowy lightning violently assaulted the demigod's body, rapidly eroding his divine power. His eyes widened in horror. Impossible! I am a demigod. How can a mere ant like you harm me? Oh? Just a demigod? No wonder you're so weak. Hearing the demigod's frantic cries, Hanyu couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. Still, your bones will make a fine addition to my bone divine throne, helping it ascend to divine rank. Consider it an honor. Enraged by Hanyu's words, the demigod bellowed furiously. You damned insect! How dare you insult me? I'll make you pay. Divine skill. Stellar tides. The demigod immediately activated his divine skill. While creatures with S-rank talents could also unleash divine techniques, only those with true divine power could unleash their full might. Raging waves surged around the demigod, pulling in dozens of lifeless stars from the surrounding cosmos. The celestial bodies churned violently within the cosmic tides before hurtling toward Hanyu. Unfazed, Hanyu barely spared them a glance. With a snap of his fingers, his remaining sacred Tao avatars emerged. The devil-patterned glutton had already transformed into a chaos beast. Its maw gaped wide as it swallowed the stars like mere candies. With a series of deafening crunches, the shattered stars became nourishment for the chaos beast's growth. Meanwhile, the furious Vajra Guardian had assumed the form of a golden Buddha. Yet this Buddha bore no trace of compassion. Instead, its body was sculpted entirely of explosive muscle, its veins coiling like serpents, exuding unfathomable physical might capable of sundering heaven and earth. With a single devastating punch, the Golden Buddha shattered the demigod's struggling true form, its remnants swiftly devoured by the avatars. At the same time, the remaining demigods arrived, their faces twisting in shock at the sight of their fallen comrade. No wonder this god-slaughtering bastard dared defy the will of the sea god sovereign. But his recklessness ends here. Join forces. Don't give him a chance to escape. Erase him completely. The demigods roared in unison, sealing the surrounding space. With no path left to flee, Han Yu had become their prey. Yet rather than panic at the arrival of so many demigods, Han Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. How amusing! So many prey, delivering themselves to me. What a delightful feast. He he he. Han Yu unleashed a villainous laugh before stretching lazily and rising from the bone divine throne. As he stood, the throne crumbled into countless fragments, reforging into a suit of bone-white armor that encased his body. Clad in skeletal plate and wielding a massive bone halberd, he let out a twisted, bloodthirsty howl. The massacre begins. You're the ones surrounded now. You insignificant ant, walking to your doom yet unaware. Today, we shall make you understand the taste of death. A demigod roared as he unleashed divine techniques, relentlessly bombarding Han Yu. The combined assault of over 100 demigods was unimaginably terrifying. Under the torrent of boundless divine power, the surrounding starfields gradually collapsed, reduced to ruins. Stars exploded one after another. Waves of energy storms erupted. The violent shock waves of the battle rippled outward through the cosmos. The demonic spectators who had come to watch could scarcely withstand even the residual energy radiating from the battle. Their faces were etched with horror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. This is too terrifying. A battle of this magnitude, we can't even think of intervening. Just witnessing it is unbearable. Yes, this is what a battle between gods looks like. If I stare any longer, I feel my soul might explode. If I get any closer, it's like I'll melt away. The demonic experts were utterly astounded, whispering among themselves, the demon saint is already overwhelmingly powerful, but alas, he is still only at the saint level. Even if he could slay a single god, there's no way he could survive the siege of so many deities. Indeed, such a pity. Our demon saint possesses the ability to kill gods. Had he ascended to become a demon god, he could have fought against multiple foes single-handedly, leading our demonic race back to supremacy. Just as the onlookers believed Han Yu was doomed to perish under the demigod's relentless assault, a figure suddenly surged forth from the overwhelming tide of azure divine power. Around his body coiled 3 terrifying energies, ghastly white, blood red, and ink black, each exuding an ominous aura. Under their influence, his saintly avatars began undergoing a metamorphosis. The golden colossus of Buddha steadily darkened into a monstrous flesh Buddha, dripping with blood. The chaos beast grew even more massive, its eyes brimming with utter indifference toward all living things. The thunder-flame demon dragon billowed with black miasma, its pupils now filled with nothing but cruelty and savagery. This sight not only shocked the demonic spectators, but also left the attacking demigods dumbfounded. How is this possible? These energies, could they be divine power? No, impossible. There's no trace of divinity here, only killing intent and malice. These must be some kind of aberrant forces. He has no divine inheritance, so there's no way he could form a divine core. He cannot ascend. No, this isn't ordinary divine energy. It's demonic god energy. He is forming a demon god's divine core. A particularly knowledgeable demigod gasped in realization. According to ancient records, for mortals to ascend into godhood, there were 2 paths. 1. Receive divine inheritance, be anointed by the divine court, and form a divine core. 2. Walk the path of the demon god, endless slaughter, relentless combat. Even in the ancient era when the divine court stood strong, scarcely any succeeded in the latter. Even prodigies among demons typically relied on inheritance, becoming Asura gods, Rakshasa gods, slaughter gods, or blood gods, never through sheer carnage alone. This was precisely why so many factions across the cosmos desperately sought Poseidon's favor, for as an ancient god, he possessed the authority to grant divine inheritances. It was also why Poseidon had scoffed at Hanyu. Without the aid of slumbering deities, ascension was supposed to be impossible. And yet, Hanyu was defying all convention, forging his own path toward demon godhood. Ding! Under the siege of countless demigods, your ascension progress has reached 100%. Forging your demon god's divine core. Ding! You are forging the indestructible divine core. Progress at 5%. Ding! You are forging the chaos divine core. Progress at 5%. Ding! You are forging the netherworld divine core. Progress at 5%. At once, Hanyu was forging 3 divine cores. Indestructible divine core grants limitless physical restoration. His flesh would never perish unless his core shattered. Even if crushed to dust, he would reform instantly. Chaos divine core allows assimilation of all things, devouring enemy attacks and converting them into power and nourishment. Netherworld divine core, forged in the depths of the 9 hells, tempered by countless dark energies. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder. The moment the netherworld core took form, Hanyu's Thunderflame Demon Dragon was no longer merely that. It had ascended into the netherworld demon dragon, wreathed in every sinister element imaginable, so terrifying that even a glance made one's scalp crawl. With the birth of the divine cores, 3 supreme forces surged into Hanyu's 3 saintly avatars. They were no longer saintly avatars, now they were divine bodies. Even before ascension, Hanyu's saint-level strength had allowed him to slay gods. Now, augmented by 3 demon gods' powers, he was terrifying beyond measure. His 3 divine bodies plunged into the demigod horde like wolves among sheep, slaughtering everything in their path. Hanyu himself moved like lightning, his bone halberd reaping lives with every swing. Each strike shattered a demigod's body, their divine energies bursting like fireworks. The demigods wailed in agony, their eyes brimming with terror. Burned by Hanyu's infernal flames, some experienced the horror of eternal damnation, their souls screaming as endless negative energy fed into Hanyu. Malice value surged, trillions per second. Too horrifying. Run. Run now. We are disciples of Lord Poseidon. If you kill us, he will never spare. No matter how they pleaded, Hanyu ignored them all. Once the massacre concluded, infernal flames and black lightning surged forth, refining the corpses into his bone throne. With the remains of so many demigods, the bone throne evolved into a genuine artifact. Hanyu's blood robe, now dyed in the essence of countless demigods, transcended mortality as well. Now a sinister, glowing divine garment. His dark hair flowing, Hanyu reclined upon his bone throne. Then, with a single gesture toward the divine battlefield, he uttered 2 words, "Slaughter them all." Boom! Before the white bone throne, the figure of the Netherflame Dragon emerged. Now, it could no longer be called the Netherflame Dragon. Much like Hanyu's divine true form, it had transformed into the 9 Abyss Demon Dragon. Now completely bound to Hanyu, while Hanyu underwent his brutal trials in the 9 Abyss Demon Prison, the dragon was also being refined. No longer limited to the power of Netherflame, the dragon had now mastered all 9 of the Abyss Demon Prison's corrupt energies. Dark elemental forces swirled around its skeletal draconic body, chains of condensed energy linking it to the white bone throne as it surged through the boundless cosmos. The 9 Abyss Demon Dragon ripped through dimensions, traversing the void in a spectacle that left the demonic experts watching from afar in awe. Holy shit, that dragon's aura. It must have reached god level by now. Just how strong is that guy? He slaughtered over 100 gods single-handedly. What's he planning next? My guess? He's hunting down the mastermind behind those fallen gods. Judging by the direction, he's heading straight toward the sacred land of divinity. Damn. If only I were strong enough to witness it for myself. That's gonna be one hell of a showdown. The sacred land of divinity. Beyond the gate of divinity, numerous trials unfolded beneath the towering statues of deities. Each statue represented a divine kingdom, a remnant of those who had once ruled during the ancient era of the divine court. Despite their now depleted strength, the traces of their former divine might lingered, especially those who had once reached the level of god-kings. As more and more chosen saints from various races passed the trials, the slumbering gods gradually awakened. Since the opening of the gate of divinity, divine power had flowed through countless realms, elevating prodigies to sainthood and granting them eligibility for the divine trials. Over 1,000 gods chosen, saint-level beings, had already entered the sacred space. An unimaginable number in previous eras, yet in the eyes of the gods it was far from enough. Has the world truly declined so much? Even after years of the gate of divinity being open, we've only attracted this few devotees. One of the statues spoke in displeasure, turning toward the effigy of Poseidon. Poseidon, have you been hoarding followers? You awakened earlier than the rest of us. You must have hidden away a great number of chosen ones. Azura god, what madness are you spouting? Poseidon's statue glared coldly. Even now, I barely have a few dozen followers. The decline of divine potential isn't my doing. As I told you, before our awakening, this world endured a great war, and countless legendary geniuses perished. Had those prodigies survived, there would be no fewer than 100,000 gods chosen today, and far more devotees at our command. The other gods remained skeptical. You expect us to believe a single human ant wiped out those prodigies? Absurd. Rather than swallow such nonsense, we'd sooner believe you stole them for yourself. The deities bickered, unwilling to take Poseidon at his word. Humph. Believe what you will. Poseidon's words abruptly cut off as shock twisted his features. Impossible. The 100 divine servants I dispatched have all been slain. Silence fell among the gods, each reacting with varied expressions. Divine servants, divine disciples, and divine envoys, these were the three ranks beneath the gods. Divine servants generally referred to demigods who had condensed a fragment of divine authority. Divine disciples had fully formed their divine authority, reaching the level of first-rank deities, and divine envoys were second-rank deities. At the peak of these gods' power, divine servants numbered in the billions. Losing 100 or even 1,000,000 would barely warrant their notice. Yet, in these times, even divine servants were valuable to them. 100 divine servants meant 100 demigods. Poseidon, when did you manage to create 100 divine servants? Never mind, that doesn't matter. How did they die? Could it be that a first-rank deity has emerged in the mortal world? Impossible. The gates of divinity are sealed by us. Ascension to godhood requires our permission. How could anyone achieve it outside our control? The gods bickered until Poseidon, his head throbbing from the noise, finally let out a cold snort. Silence. I couldn't even glimpse the moment of their deaths. This only deepened the gods' confusion. Some even scoffed. Poseidon, are you mocking us? Those were your divine servants, imbued with your divine power. How could you not see how they perished? If you wanted to deceive us, there was no need to demean your own strength. Among the divine kings, you rank firmly in the mid-tier. The gods resumed their skepticism. It wasn't just them. Poseidon himself found it unbelievable. By all rights, the moment those divine servants accepted his divine power, a karmic bond should have formed between them. Their lives and deaths, present and future, should have been under his control. Yet the instant they died, he sensed nothing beyond their demise. It was as if those divine servants had never belonged to him at all. The situation was utterly bizarre. What he didn't know was that any trace of those servants had been incinerated by Han Yu's eternal hellfire. Had Han Yu's cultivation been slightly stronger, not only would the servants have perished, Poseidon himself would have been scorched to ash as the flames traced back to their source. Such was the terror of this god-slaying conceptual power. Listen, though I don't know how those divine servants died, I sent them to kill that human named Han Yu. Their deaths must be connected to him. Now I will dispatch divine disciples to investigate. Regardless of your opinions, you must all participate. That human knows our secrets. Eliminating him concerns all of us, not just me. After some deliberation, the gods reluctantly agreed, each contributing a few of their own divine disciples. With their orders in hand, over 100 divine disciples departed through the gates of divinity into the mortal realm. Before entering the divine realm, none of them had been particularly powerful. Now, emerging as first-rank deities, they couldn't help but feel the universe itself was pitifully small. Once mere minnows, they had now become leviathans. This mortal realm was no longer their scale. One disciple mused, "They say once the gods fully awaken, the divine realm will open, an expanse without end. I can scarcely imagine such a sight. Enough idle talk. Focus on our mission. If we anger the gods, we'll be reduced to dust in an instant. Right? Everything we are comes from divine grace. Without their favor, we are nothing." As the divine disciples scattered across the cosmos, they hadn't traveled far when an overwhelming force surged toward them. In their vision, a fearsome demonic dragon loomed, pulling behind it a towering throne of bleached bone. Seated upon it, draped in crimson robes, a figure gazed down upon them with cold indifference. Watching Han Yu's overwhelmingly arrogant entrance, all the divine disciples were stunned, their hearts surging with fury. What angered them the most was that the guy had already dispersed his power, sealing off the surrounding space, making it nearly impossible to tear open spatial rifts to escape. This was undoubtedly a blatant provocation. "Hey, who are you? Get out of the way. We've got important business to attend to." One of the divine disciples challenged Han Yu. The latter merely lifted his eyelids, glanced at them, then lazily yawned, completely dismissing their presence. This time, Han Yu had come to settle scores with the gods themselves. He had no interest in wasting words on these minor lackeys. This only further enraged the divine disciples. They were the chosen disciples of the great gods. How could anyone dare act superior to them? What status did this person have that he dared compare himself to them? Judging by his aura, he seems like a demon. Who cares what he is? Anyone who blocks our path must die. Let it go. Some of the top demons have already become divine envoys. There's no need to provoke unnecessary conflict. Just make him back off. The divine disciples argued endlessly. One of them unleashed a surge of divine pressure, attempting to force Han Yu to retreat. Yet, when the divine pressure descended upon Han Yu, it had no effect. It was as if nothing had happened. The disciple was shocked, his mind filled with disbelief. He gasped, "What's going on? My divine pressure has no effect on him. How is that possible? Even demigods can't withstand it. Why does he show no reaction at all?" The other disciples refused to believe it and immediately poured their own divine pressure onto Han Yu. But the result was no different from the first attempt. A torrent of divine might surged toward Han Yu, yet he remained completely unfazed. Instead, he stretched languidly, as if preparing to rise from his bone throne. At this, all the divine disciples froze, their eyes filled with confusion. Could this be an illusion? Maybe he's immune to pressure. I'll test it myself. A disciple of the sea god brandished his trident, his body surging with divine energy. A vast ocean materialized amidst the starry void as he rode towering waves, charging straight at Han Yu. As the sea god's disciple closed in on the bone throne, Han Yu, who had initially regarded him with utter disdain, lightly raised a finger and abruptly pointed at him. Instantly, bone spikes shot forth from the throne. "Damn it! This isn't an illusion." The sea god's disciple frantically channeled his divine energy, his godly form swelling to an enormous size. Yet, in the end, the bone spikes pierced straight through him. A surge of dark, demonic energies rampaged through his divine body, tearing it apart from within. "No! No!" The disciple shrieked in agony, desperately calling for help from the others. One of the other divine disciples roared, "You damned demon! Why are you attacking us? Which god do you serve?" The disciple whose body had been impaled also shouted, "Teach, that's right. I am the sea god's chosen disciple. If you kill me, you're defying his majesty's authority. The god you serve won't protect you either." His threats echoed incessantly. From the bone throne, Hanyu rubbed his ear, his expression flickering with irritation. Annoying. With a cold snarl, the sea god's disciple exploded into fragments. Divine power scattered as his body was instantly refined by Hanyu, merging back with the bone spikes as they returned to the throne. "Shit, this guy's no joke. He's after us." One disciple finally realized the danger and shouted a warning. "Ha! Don't be ridiculous. Attack us? There are so many of us here, many at the peak of divine disciple strength. Not even a divine envoy could do anything to us." A divine disciple scoffed in disdain. "That so-called sea god disciple is merely an early-stage disciple. I could easily slay him myself. You cowards, even after ascending to godhood, you're still so timid. Watch how I deal with him." A blood god disciple sneered, transforming into a colossal blood sea giant and charging toward the bone throne. This disciple's aura was far more imposing than the previous one. Just the expansion of his blood sea divine domain alone exerted overwhelming pressure. Hanyu, who had been indifferent until now, suddenly brightened with interest, seemingly intrigued by this blood god disciple. "Perfect. My robes need nourishment. Your blood will suffice." With a thought, Hanyu summoned one of his divine incarnations, an indestructible blood Buddha, formed from his own indestructible divine body. The blood Buddha's muscles bulged with explosive power, each finger capable of flicking apart a star with ease. The reason he took the form of a blood Buddha was that Hanyu still harbored a compassionate heart, wishing to deliver all beings from suffering. Of course, his method of deliverance was physical. Under his fist, all beings were equal. The indestructible blood Buddha reached out, effortlessly grasping the blood sea giant and crushing it with a single squeeze. The blood fiend disciple let out a wretched scream as his body dissolved into swirling blood chi and divine power. A one-hit kill. Hanyu's chaos divine power surged forth, refining the blood fiend disciple's energy completely. The other disciples who witnessed this were utterly shaken. This man's combat power had undoubtedly reached the level of a second-order deity. They stood no chance against him. These newly ascended gods, having only just gained their immortality, were unwilling to throw their lives away so soon. "Retreat! Return and inform the divine sovereigns," one disciple shouted, rushing toward the gate of divine miracles, with the others swiftly following. Even if they could theoretically overwhelm this foe through sheer numbers, the cost would be too great. Some of them would inevitably perish. None wanted to be the ones to die, so they all chose to flee. Facing such a formidable enemy, the wisest course was to let the divine sovereigns dispatch stronger forces. Their reasoning was sound, but when they reached the gate of divine miracles and tried to enter, they found themselves blocked by an immense divine power. The space around them had been sealed. As the disciples turned back in alarm, they saw the demonic dragon pulling the bone throne rapidly closing in on them. Only then did the blood-robed figure, who had remained silent until now, finally speak, his tone dripping with amusement. "My apologies, everyone. I was busy sealing the space earlier and didn't have time to deal with you. Now, I solemnly declare, you are all surrounded. None of you will leave alive." His words ignited fury among the disciples. They couldn't believe they were being looked down upon like this. One of them sneered in response. "So what if you're a second-order divine envoy? If we join forces with everything we have, you're still dead. Not even a second-order envoy can withstand 100 divine disciples." Hearing this, the others regained their confidence, their eyes burning with battle intent. But the blood-robed figure only laughed mockingly. "Divine disciples?
Divine envoi?
In my eyes, you're nothing but divine slaves. Worthless trash. Not even worth mentioning." Han Yu's contempt caused the murderous intent in the hearts of these divine envoys to surge. Originally, everyone had only wanted to preserve their lives, reluctant to risk everything against this unexpected foe. But now they had no choice. No matter who this guy was, no matter how strong he might be, he had to die now, because if he didn't die, they would be the ones to perish. Watching the constantly refreshing malice values on the system panel, Hanyu nearly laughed out loud in delight. The feeling of trapping prey and beating them was exhilarating. With no retreat left, these people could only think of ways to kill him. Only by doing so could he fully extract their value before killing them himself. Thinking this way, Hanyu couldn't help but acknowledge just how twisted he was. And yet, he loved the sensation of having the entire world as his enemy. It was simply too satisfying. Resent me. Rage against me, you ants. Come. Kill me. Kill me. His incessant provocations finally pushed the divine disciples past their limits. Unleashing their divine power, they activated their divine true bodies at full force, summoning their respective divine realms as they swarmed toward Hanyu. Ha ha ha! Ants! Mere ants! Hanyu laughed maniacally, perfectly embodying his role as a villain. Yet he did not underestimate them. In an instant, he summoned 3 divine true bodies. Boom! 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 The indestructible blood Buddha plunged into the crowd of divine disciples, slaughtering wildly. The chaos behemoth opened its gaping maw, devouring all forms of energy in its path. The 9 serpents' nether dragon swung its tail, unleashing torrents of dark elemental power. As for Hanyu himself, clad in his bone armor and wielding a massive bone halberd, he charged into the chaotic fray. Outside the divine gate, the battle raged with apocalyptic intensity. Inside, however, all was serene. The divine statues of various deities continued their discussions. Our disciples have been dispatched for some time now. Shouldn't we have received word by this point? One deity spoke. The current universe was not a complete world. Even demigods could traverse it swiftly in a short time. Moreover, with so many first-tier divine disciples mobilized, they should have already conducted a sweeping search across the mortal universe. Yet, after waiting for some time, no news had returned. If you're impatient, why don't you use your own divine power to scout? Another deity retorted. Humph, why don't you do it yourself? My revived divine power is already stretched thin. Did you really expect me to waste it on something like this? The first deity was deeply displeased. Their current slumbering space was connected to the divine realm, though the divine gate remained closed, leaving only a crack from which a trickle of divine power seeped out. It wasn't even enough for their own unsealing, let alone squandering on trivial matters. Previously, Poseidon had dared to act recklessly only because he had been the first to awaken, using the collective divine power available at the time anyway. Since he couldn't possibly absorb all of it before the other deities awoke, he had indulged himself by freely spending it. But now, all the divine statues had regained their consciousness, and the shared divine power within the space behind the divine gate had already been exhausted. Left with only the meager divine energy dripping from the divine gate itself, every deity guarded their portion greedily. There simply wasn't enough to go around. Wasting it on unrelated matters was unthinkable. Fortunately, as the number of divine envoys and disciples they cultivated increased, the crack in the divine gate would widen, allowing more divine power to flow through. One day, they would finally break free from their seals and return to the divine realm. The deities continued to bicker amongst themselves. Before their envoys and disciples, they maintained an air of lofty divinity, but among their peers, they were no different from ordinary mortals. We are all beings of the same level, fully aware of each other's true nature. There's no need for pretenses. Look at you, impatient, yet unwilling to waste divine power on inspecting things yourself. And when called out, you throw a fit. So what if I do? If it weren't for me back then, could you have sealed your divine forms and hidden in this mortal universe? Ha, take pride in being the first to flee, do you? At least I stood and fought against those things for centuries. And yet you fled in the end too. The pot calling the kettle black. What's the point? Enough. We're all gods on the same sinking ship. No need to air each other's dirty laundry. Enough bickering. I'll expend my divine power and take a look myself. Poseidon snorted coldly, and the other deities fell silent. Truth be told, their quarreling was simply a ploy to force someone to compromise, and Poseidon, the first to awaken, was the obvious choice. Having stirred before the others, he surely possessed hidden reserves of divine power. Poseidon was well aware of their scheming, yet he also knew he had to display cooperation to avoid collective resentment. Channeling his divine energy, he extended his perception toward the divine gate, only to be blocked by an external force the moment he made contact. Someone has sealed this space from the outside. His expression shifted abruptly, eyes flashing with alarm. How is this possible? Who dares lock us in here, treating us with such disrespect? One by one, the gods probed with their own power, confirming the divine gate was indeed sealed. Let us combine our strength to break through the gate. Whoever has the audacity to do this will answer to us. After another round of heated debate, they reluctantly agreed, once again, to let Poseidon take the lead in expending divine power to breach the seal. Boom, boom, boom. A torrent of divine energies erupted, crashing against the divine gate. Forged from celestial metal, the gate served as the buffer between the mortal realm and the divine. In the ancient days of the divine court, only the most exceptional mortals were permitted entry to undergo trials for godhood. Success meant ascension and divine appointment. Now, under the combined assault of the gods, the gate groaned and trembled. The sealing force began crumbling until, finally, the divine gate shattered open. Their divine senses swept outward, only to be met with devastation. The expanse beyond was a wasteland of ruins, strewn with shattered stars and drifting corpses. The lingering aura of divine blood hung thick in the void, familiar to them all, for these were their own devout followers, slain in great numbers. Who dares slaughter our devotees? They court death. The gods roared in fury, their wrath igniting like a storm. Just then, one last surviving devotee, sensing the opened gate, came fleeing through the cosmos in sheer terror. "Oh great gods, save me!" His desperate scream echoed, but before it could fade, a streak of white light struck like lightning. A massive bone halberd smashed down, obliterating the devotee in an explosion of crimson mist. The god's vision was dyed red with blood. In the gaze of the gods, a figure clad in bone-white armor emerged, gripping a massive bone halberd, his crimson eyes burning with bloodlust and an aura of slaughter. Witnessing one of their own divine disciples slain right before their eyes, all the gods seethed with fury, especially Poseidon, the god of the sea. The last disciple to be ambushed and killed had also been one of his. Outrageous! To dare kill my disciple. This is nothing short of a death wish. Poseidon burned with rage, nearly driving his divine form forward on the spot to crush Hanyu to death. Meanwhile, the other gods sensed the surging divine power around the figure, and one of them suddenly exclaimed in shock. "Look closely. Isn't the divine energy around this guy a little too strange?" "Strange? I see nothing special. Though the nature of this divine energy does lean toward darkness. Azura god, god of slaughter. Could this be your doing?" Some gods immediately cast suspicion on a few among their ranks, prompting those accused to roar in anger. "What nonsense are you spouting? We awakened much later than the rest of you. If anyone's scheming, it's you." "Exactly. By now, most of you have already restored over half of your divine bodies, while we've barely recovered a third of ours. Are you putting on some act to target us?" Even among gods, factional conflicts ran deep. Trust was never freely given. As the divine assembly teetered on the brink of infighting, Poseidon coldly snapped. "Enough! This is the exceptional human I told you about. He has already ascended to godhood. If my guess is correct, he must have seized some opportunity within the nine-nether demon abyss and ascended as a demon god." The moment these words left his lips, all the gods fell silent for a brief moment before erupting in exclamations. "A demon god? Impossible! How could a demon god emerge in this era? You must be joking." Even during the height of the ancient divine court, many gods of my Azura lineage ventured into the abyss, yet not a single one became a demon god. Now, in this withered age, When the nine-nether demon abyss is all but decayed, how could a demon god possibly arise? Exactly. Poseidon, are you mocking us? These gods bore various titles. God of the sea, Azura god, God of slaughter, each representing not just themselves but their entire divine lineage. In the days of the ancient divine court, there had not been just one god of the sea, but an entire lineage. Gods from other lineages were referred to by their titles, but within their own lineage, each had their own divine name. Now, however, most of their kind had perished, leaving only these scattered remnants. They no longer cared for such distinctions. In their eyes, they were the supreme rulers of their respective lineages. In truth, they had never been particularly strong even in their prime. Had they been powerful enough, they wouldn't have sealed their divine bodies and hidden here as refugees. Weak themselves, they refused to acknowledge anyone stronger. For these gods, the illusion of supremacy was something they had fought hard to reclaim, a feeling long lost since the golden age of the divine realm. Once, they had been peerless geniuses across the mortal realms. But after receiving divine titles and ascending to the heavens, they realized they were merely one among countless others. They had struggled through untold hardships to reach the divine realm, only to discover they were nothing more than ordinary faces in the crowd, far from being protagonists of any grand tale. But in this era of fallen gods, the fact that they had survived meant they had already reached the pinnacle. Finally, that feeling had returned. Yet Poseidon claimed that someone, without relying on their inheritance, had become a god outside their domain, a demon god no less. This both shocked and unsettled the deities, leaving them reluctant to believe it. Enough! We must stop deluding ourselves, Poseidon continued, dragging them back to reality. You all know very well that human had only one path to take. He is a demon god. And you all know just how terrifying a demon god can be. This time, no one voiced any skepticism. Instead, they silently recalled what they knew about demon gods. To the divine court, demon gods were taboo existences. Once born, they became forces capable of sweeping through the pantheon like a calamity. However, back then, the divine court controlled the nine-nether demon prison. Any demon god born within its confines would be subdued and enslaved by the divine court. No matter how horrifying, they were merely chained hounds, still kept under control. They served as the divine court's enforcers. Whenever a godly faction in the divine realm dared defy their rule, demon gods would be dispatched to drag them into the demon prison, sealing their fate in eternal damnation. Once thrown into the prison, no matter how formidable a god's legacy was, the infernal flames of the abyss would reduce them to nothingness, utter annihilation. Even the divine sovereign of that era regarded demon gods and the demon prison with dread, akin to how mortals feared executioners, forever wary of the blade one day descending upon their own necks. Back then, demon gods were restrained, only unleashed as tools of slaughter to maintain the divine court's dominion. But now, with the divine court destroyed and the demon prison's shackles gone, it was akin to releasing caged beasts. Who could withstand the bloodlust of an unchained demon god? Fear flickered in the eyes of the gods. He must die. That demon god cannot be allowed to live. We must crush him before he grows stronger. The same thought echoed in the minds of every deity. Poseidon swept his gaze over the pantheon's statues. He knew no further urging was needed. They would stand with him to exterminate that human. Send forth all your divine apostles and envoys, Poseidon declared gravely. We must annihilate him. If even that fails, then we may have to risk our very lives. One deity spoke with certainty. He will be slain. His aura hasn't even reached the level of a second-order divine. He only managed to kill those 100 divine apostles by exploiting the corrosive nature of demon god power against divine energy. If we commit fully, he stands no chance. Another deity, however, urged caution. To be safe, we should still prepare additional contingencies. After some discussion, they reached a tacit agreement and issued commands to their divine apostles and envoys. Among Poseidon's followers stood an elder with hair and beard like snow, draped in robes woven from deep blue divine energy, his body radiating the dense power of the sea god. This was Tang Ao, Grand Elder of the Tang clan. Now a second-order divine envoy, he ranked among the strongest of sea gods' disciples. Upon hearing Poseidon's decree, he shuddered internally. So Hanyu is truly that fearsome, to think he ascended to divinity on his own. A pity, though only a first-order god, while I've long since reached the second. With so many allies, killing him will be effortless. Luckily, the fool overreached by provoking the gods. Had he not, with his talent, he might have already ascended to the third or even fourth order by now. Tang Ao felt a surge of excitement and anticipation as he speculated inwardly. Without delay, he cupped his hands in salute to Poseidon and declared loudly, "Lord Sea God, you need not worry. This wretch bears the blood debt of annihilating my Tang clan. I, Tang Ao, will spare no effort to slaughter him and make him pay the price for defying the gods." Poseidon glanced at Tang Ao and nodded faintly. Among his divine disciples, Tang Ao's innate talent was not exceptional, yet his rate of improvement was astonishingly swift. Such is the nature of humans, frail at birth, yet those who rise above the rest can swiftly adapt to any divine cultivation method. Poseidon mused silently. The gods had always held a fondness for humans. During the era of the ancient divine court, most divine disciples had been drawn from their ranks. Even beings of bizarre and monstrous forms often chose to take human shapes. This was because, according to legend, the primordial mother goddess and the other creator deities had first manifested in humanoid forms. Though gods could assume any shape, most inexplicably converged upon the human form. They had discovered that human anatomy made it easier to comprehend the multifaceted powers of the divine. Moreover, humanity was a race of extraordinary creativity. Though physically weak, their ingenuity often surpassed even that of the lofty deities. Paradoxically, immense power often stifled creativity. When one could achieve nearly anything with a mere thought and a surge of divine energy, the incentive to employ wisdom dwindled. Humans, however, relied heavily on their intellect due to their frailty. Even those who ascended to godhood seldom abandoned this habit. In ages past, humans had contributed countless innovations to the divine realm. Yet Poseidon had never foreseen that a human, of all beings, could ascend as a demon god. They were supposed to be insignificant ants, easily crushed beneath divine will. That one now posed a lethal threat filled him with deep displeasure. "Go. No matter the cost, that fiend must die. Should you perish, I will resurrect you once my power is restored," Poseidon commanded. His disciples stirred with fervor, praising the might of their god. Swish, swish, swish. From the spaces beneath each divine statue, all disciples and heralds surged forth like shooting stars, streaking toward the gate of miracles. The gods watched them depart, their gazes piercing through the void to witness the demon god's demise. Meanwhile, outside the gate of miracles, Hanyu had just finished scouring the battlefield. He refined the corpses and blood of the slain disciples into materials to empower his bone throne and crimson robe. Upon the throne, the skulls of defeated divine disciples now sat, their collective malice and killing intent so dense that a mere glance could plunge mortals into despair. A quick check of his system panel showed little progress. Despite the carnage, his cultivation remained at the first step demon god tier. The advancement was frustratingly slow. Slaughtering disciples yields such meager gains. Perhaps killing the gods themselves would be more efficient. Their true forms aren't fully awakened yet. Now is the perfect time to strike. Once they break free entirely, it'll be far more troublesome. Having read the original timeline, Hanyu understood the terror these gods represented. Though they were mere deserters from the divine court, to mortal beings, each was an unfathomable calamity. At full strength, they'd hover around the fifth step. But the gate only opened a few years ago. No matter how swiftly they recover, their current power is limited, ripe for crushing while they're vulnerable. Just as he resolved to assault the gate, a barrage of figures erupted from its depths. Crushing divine energy roared toward him. "Die, demon god!" The attackers lunged without hesitation, launching their assault the moment they appeared. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, hundreds of divine avatars surged toward Hanyu. This demon god has just finished a battle. He must be weakened now. Strike while he's vulnerable. This is the perfect chance to kill him, a disciple of the gods shouted. Hearing this, Han Yu couldn't help but smirk. To this day, he had never experienced what it meant to be weakened. In fact, he had almost forgotten what pain felt like, because all negative effects were instantly transferred away. As long as his malice value wasn't completely depleted, Han Yu would always remain at full strength. This was why he grew stronger with every battle. Unless his opponent far surpassed him in power and could annihilate him in an instant, killing him was nothing but a pipe dream. In the next moment, hundreds of divine disciples swarmed Han Yu, bombarding him with countless divine techniques. Ahahaha! You think this pitiful strength is enough to kill me? Worthless trash! A voice roared with demonic power as 3 divine avatars erupted from Han Yu, blasting the disciples away. His mockery only fueled their rage, their killing intent growing more intense by the second. Han Yu was pleased. He had just slaughtered over 100 divine disciples, yet here came even more. For him, battles against overwhelming odds were the best way to grow stronger. He wasn't afraid of being outnumbered. No matter how long the fight dragged on, they couldn't so much as scratch him. Come on, you trash. Try to kill me. Han Yu wildly swung his bone halberd, smashing one disciple after another into bloody mist. Divine blood rained down as countless disciples screamed in agony. This demon god is terrifyingly strong. Even the second-tier divine envoys were stunned by Han Yu's monstrous combat prowess. His aura was only at the first-tier level, yet his power made even them feel a lethal threat. Instead of acting recklessly, they silently surrounded Han Yu, communicating through divine energy. Thankfully, the lords prepared an extra measure for us. Without wasting another word, the envoys began channeling their divine energy while the disciples kept Han Yu occupied, activating the demon-slaying grand formation. Among the divine envoys besieging Han Yu, some possessed abilities that strongly countered demonic power, such as those from the light god and holy god pantheons. The formation was designed to convert all divine energy into the power of these specific lineages. A light god envoy, sensing his power surging, immediately bellowed, "Everyone, stand back. Watch as I exterminate this demon." The divine disciples, already terrified after losing dozens of their comrades in mere moments, were more than happy to retreat at the command. As they scattered, the light god envoy unleashed his long-prepared divine technique. Light's demon-purging seal. Cleanse the wicked. Let the demon god perish. Han Yu was a demon god, his power representing the pinnacle of darkness, the opposing force to the yang attribute within the duality of yin and yang. He bore the most terrifying power of the entire 9-nether demon abyss. According to conventional novel tropes, Han Yu was undoubtedly the most evil of villains. Yet, in truth, the world does not divide things into absolute good and evil. Whether it be the power of yang or yin, both are part of the natural order, each indispensable. Just as within the divine court, alongside deities who cultivated light and holy power, there were also those who harnessed slaughter and malevolent energy. The only difference lay in their paths to godhood. Against a demon god like Han Yu, the best method was undoubtedly the demon-slaying grand array. As wave after wave of yang-aligned power struck Han Yu, the demonic energy surrounding him indeed began to wane, like thousand-year ice melting under the scorching sun. One holy exorcism seal after another slammed into him, shaking his skeletal armor until pieces of bone crumbled away. Ha ha ha! It's working. It's really working. As expected of your excellencies, this beast is nothing more than a cornered animal, no longer a threat. Nonsense! How could a mere newborn demon god ever compare to the noble deities? At this rate, as long as we maintain the demon-slaying grand array, we'll refine him completely. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. All the divine envoys were ecstatic. Han Yu, once again, was reduced to a passive state of being pummeled, his body and mind eroded by endless waves of sacred power. Ding! You are enduring the impact of countless divine forces. Your demonic power is being continuously eroded. You are gradually being purified by holy energy. For a demon god, purification means death. Ding! You have altered your combat strategy. Instead of resisting the holy energy, you begin absorbing it, plunging yourself into even greater peril. Divine and demonic forces clash within your body, and your divine core is shattering. Ding! Your divine core has shattered by 1%, 10%, 50%. Under the relentless purification of divine power, all the strength Han Yu had obtained from the 9 nether demon abyss was dissolving. His 3 divine avatars, which had been slaughtering divine disciples like wolves among sheep, forcing them to flee in panic across the starry expanse, were now losing their power. At first, the disciples had been confident, believing their numbers would overwhelm the avatars. After all, these were merely manifestations of Han Yu's divine core, 3 incarnations of his power, not his true body. But they had not expected that Han Yu's true form was not the only terrifying force. His 3 divine avatars were equally monstrous. By the time the divine envoys had fully activated the demon-slaying grand array, Han Yu's avatars had already devoured and slaughtered over 100 divine disciples. Now, with Han Yu himself trapped and being refined by the grand array, his avatars, cut off from their source of power, began to weaken. Seeing this, the disciples, who had been fleeing like frightened dogs, rushed back, unleashing their divine techniques in a frenzy of vengeance. Among them was the great elder of the Tang clan, Tang Ao. Though a second-rank divine envoy, he had been humiliated in battle against just one of Han Yu's avatars. He had believed himself capable of facing Han Yu, yet he couldn't even contend with a mere avatar. The shame was unbearable. Now that the avatars were weakening, he would not miss this chance for revenge. He immediately unleashed his strongest divine technique. Take this, Azure Dragon's Coil, a surge of blue sea god divine power condensed into a colossal dragon spanning tens of thousands of miles, instantly coiling around Han Yu's netherworld demon dragon. The Azure Dragon clashed fiercely with the demonic dragon. Before, Tang Ao's attack wouldn't have lasted a single strike against it, but now he could fight on equal footing, even gaining the upper hand. Upon seeing this, Tang Ao immediately shouted excitedly, stopping the divine disciples who were preparing to besiege the 9 nether demon dragon. All of you stay back. Let me handle it alone. As his overwhelming divine aura radiated outward, the divine disciples realized Tang Ao was trying to claim the credit for himself. Though displeased, they dared not provoke him. After all, Tang Ao was a second-tier divine envoy and one of the strongest among them, someone they couldn't afford to offend. However, another divine envoy sneered in disdain. You little human brat. Just moments ago you fled faster than anyone else. Now that there's a chance to kill that divine true form, you want to hog all the glory? Not a chance. Tang Ao glanced at the speaker and recognized him as an envoy of the Azure god, a troublesome opponent. He quickly forced a smile and placated, Don't worry. The credit belongs to everyone. I only wish to personally slay this divine true form to avenge my Tang clan. Better be, the Azure god envoy scoffed. After Tang Ao repeatedly assured them he wouldn't monopolize the credit, the envoy finally backed off. Meanwhile, Han Yu's 3 divine true forms grew increasingly feeble, their demonic divine power weakening as if the oil in 3 lamps was being slowly drained. Ha 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 ha! Tang Hao, Tang Chun, and all my Tang clan brethren, do you see this? Today I, Tang Ao, will avenge you all. Once I kill that brat Han Yu, I will return to our home planet and reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to the Tang clan. Tang Ao was ecstatic. Seeing the 9 nether demon dragon on the verge of being crushed by his blue dragon, he felt his life had reached its peak. But his joy was short-lived. Suddenly, he realized the demon dragon, which had seemed on the brink of collapse, was no longer weakening. Instead, it felt like it was rebounding from rock bottom. How is this possible? Tang Ao immediately turned his gaze toward another region of the starry void, where dozens of divine envoys were unleashing concentrated beams of sacred power, relentlessly bombarding a lone figure at the center. The sacred energy was so intense that it had encased the figure in an oval-shaped cocoon of light. Initially, the area had been saturated with violent demonic energy, but now, not a trace of it remained, completely overwhelmed by the sacred power. Ha ha ha! I can feel it. The demon god is about to be completely purified. Exactly. His demonic divine core must have shattered long ago. His aura has already fallen to the demigod level. I can sense it clearly. Still, to be safe, we should refine him completely before stopping. We can't afford to use this demon-slaying formation a second time. The divine envoys remained cautious. Even though Han Yu seemed utterly vulnerable, they refused to relent, determined to annihilate him entirely. Little did they know, this was precisely the outcome Han Yu desired. If you can't resist, then join them. That was Han Yu's choice. As his demonic power was continuously purified, it grew increasingly refined. But that wasn't the greatest gain. The moment his demonic divine core shattered, a new spark ignited within Han Yu's body. Nurtured and strengthened, it gradually merged with the remnants of his broken core, slowly piecing it back together. Ding! You are forming a sacred divine core 1%, 10%. Inside the Gate of Miracles, a host of divine statues continuously observed the outside world. Through the power of their own disciples, they could roughly glimpse the ongoing battle. When they saw Han Yu single-handedly, aided by 3 divine avatars, utterly overwhelming the gathered disciples, the gods couldn't help but express their shock. They hadn't expected the demon god to be even more formidable than they had imagined. Fortunately, they had prepared an extra trump card, the demon-slaying grand formation, to trap and slowly refine him. Watching Han Yu's demonic aura grow increasingly feeble, the gods within the Gate of Miracles all wore satisfied smiles. Though not yet fully unsealed, most of the gods had already restored their upper bodies, allowing their expressions to shift visibly. Excellent. With this demon god dead, we'll have nothing left to worry about. Once we fully recover, we can join forces and ascend to the divine realm, one of the gods declared. The other gods responded with indifferent smiles, each fully aware that without an external enemy, they themselves would become each other's greatest foes. However, for now, with no core conflicts of interest, they maintained a facade of unity, avoiding open confrontation. As the gods conversed in apparent harmony, one among them, the god of light most sensitive to divine radiance, suddenly sensed something amiss. Something's wrong. There's a strange holy power brewing within the demon-slaying grand formation. The other gods were taken aback. God of light, are you mistaken? Could it be your followers? No, this isn't our divine power. It's something entirely unique. And there's another force as well, a dark energy. How can both opposing forces of light and darkness manifest there? We must stop. Before the god of light could finish, the gods witnessed the light cocoon within the formation shatter violently, revealing a lone figure in their sight. This figure radiated 2 opposing forces, yin and yang. To the disciples and divine envoys, he appeared at one moment as a demon god from the netherworld, his tyrannical demonic energy threatening to annihilate heaven and earth. The next, he was a radiant celestial being, exuding a blazing, sun-like majesty that illuminated all creation. His aura surged rapidly, ascending from demigod to first-rank true god, then to second-rank heavenly god. He was no one's disciple, no one's envoy. His power came solely from himself, unaffiliated with any divine lineage. All who beheld him were overwhelmed by conflicting emotions: admiration, fear, loathing, shame. You've fought long enough. Now it's my turn. His voice resonated with both divine authority and sinister terror, as if listeners were simultaneously lifted to paradise and cast into hell. With a slight gesture of his left hand, he uttered 2 words: light, judgment. A colossal sword of sacred energy materialized in his grasp, and with a single swing, he unleashed a devastating strike upon the divine envoys. The envoys surrounding Han Yu trembled as if standing before the supreme creator of light, condemned for blasphemy, for they had enraged this sovereign of radiance. Slash! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Countless streaks of sword light filled the cosmos, illuminating vast stretches of the starry void like an exploding sun. Half of the 1,000-strong assembly of disciples and envoys were instantly obliterated, their divine bodies disintegrating and souls incinerated. But Han Yu wasn't finished. His right hand unfurled, then clenched abruptly, summoning a sinister black halberd. With a vicious thrust, he drove it into the fabric of space beneath him. A terrifying force erupted, piercing through the dimensional barrier. The surrounding space shattered like glass, spiderweb cracks spreading rapidly. Yet this was no mere display of brute strength. As the halberd embedded itself, he spoke again. Netherworld. Demonic descent. Boom, boom, boom. Countless monstrous demons materialized around the remaining disciples and envoys, devouring them before they could even scream. Too weak. Han Yu sighed. These first and second-ranked disciples and envoys offered no thrill of victory. Now wielding the pinnacle of both divine and demonic power, he could become a god or a demon with a single thought. Slaughtering these underlings felt no more satisfying than crushing ants. With that in mind, he turned his gaze toward the Gate of Miracles, a wicked grin curling his lips. I hope you can make this slaughter more entertaining. The gods within the gate met his eyes, an inexplicable shudder running through them before fury took hold. Outrageous. This is beyond insolence. Han Yu's undisguised contempt filled them with humiliation. An insect, a mere insect. He must die. They burned with the desire to annihilate him, but knowing they were not yet fully unsealed, acting recklessly would jeopardize their future. Swallowing their rage, they could only retreat. All of you, focus your power. Seal the Gate of Miracles. Surely none of you wish to fight him now. This human is unnaturally aberrant. Poseidon, the god of the sea, spoke again. Having awakened the earliest and regained the most strength, he had tacitly become their leader. Though not among the strongest at his peak, his current advantage made him the foremost deity. None objected. Channeling their divine might, they shut the Gate of Miracles completely, not just sealing it with power, but closing the colossal door forged from divine metal and the labor of countless celestial smiths. Han Yu, who had been streaking toward the gate like a comet, was repelled by the door's closing force, sent hurtling across the cosmos like a shooting star. His voice turned icy. Again and again, this damned gate stands in my way. Fine. I'll smash it to pieces. Han Yu was furious and relentlessly pounded on the Gate of Divine Miracles. At this moment, he wielded the dual extremes of divine power, light and dark, and after battling against thousands of divine disciples and divine envoys, his cultivation had soared to the peak of second-level heavenly god. His combat prowess was now terrifyingly formidable, and even the Gate of Divine Miracles shuddered violently under his assault. But this gate had been forged during the era of the Divine Court, crafted by countless divine artisans using celestial metals. How could a mere heavenly god shake it? Witnessing Han use futile attacks, the surrounding divine statues sneered with contempt. What an arrogant and foolish demon god, daring to challenge the Gate of Divine Miracles. Had the Divine Court still existed, he would have been cast into the demon abyss, damned for eternity. Well, he is a demon god. Being thrown into the demon abyss wouldn't harm him. A demon god violating divine law would only be purified. Enough, ignore this fool. Let us focus on undoing our seals. Once we regain our full strength, any one of us could crush him effortlessly. The deities paid no further mind to Han Yu. They withdrew their divine senses, ignoring his movements, and instead concentrated on breaking free from their seals. Given the current rate of divine energy leaking into the mortal realm, it would take them at least several decades to fully undo their imprisonment. Outside the gate, Han Yu continued his barrage for a long while before realizing that no matter how hard he struck, the door remained unbreakable. Calming himself, he stopped. This was futile. This Gate of Divine Miracles is made of divine metal. The only way to shatter it is to use metal of the same origin. It seems the only hope is to borrow the power of that artifact, the Tower of King's Trials. A realization struck him. The Tower of King's Trials was the sole supreme treasure in the mortal universe. With its indestructibility, if he could harness its power, not only could he breach the gate of divine miracles, even the gates of the divine realm would fall with ease. The king in the Tower of King's Trials did not merely signify mortal rulers, it also referred to the king of gods. The mortal realm's Tower of King's Trials was but a prototype of the divine king's trial tower in the divine realm. Every universe connected to the divine realm contained one such tower, a path left behind by the ancient divine court to nurture its mortal denizens, refining their combat prowess before ascending to godhood. Yet, in the original storyline, after the protagonist Tang Chun became the divine king, he reclaimed all towers of King's Trials across the multiverse, absorbing them into himself. His justification. In one universe, a native cultivator had corrupted a Tower of King's Trials, turning it into a sinister artifact that devoured all life within its world. That being absorbed the life force and cultivation of an entire universe, ascending to the rank of demon god king before launching an assault on the divine realm. After defeating him, Tang Chun unified the divine realm and its subordinate universes. To prevent any recurrence, he stripped all universes of their Towers of King's Trials. On the surface, his reasoning seemed logical, but it completely severed the path for mortal geniuses to ascend to godhood. Over time, the rate of deification plummeted. Worse, Tang Chun, now the divine king, had the audacity to lament how each generation of mortals grew weaker. Having deprived them of challenges, he feigned his own death to destabilize the divine court and plunge the subordinate universes into chaos, provoking war and suffering, all because he believed mortals had grown too comfortable. Upon reading this plotline, Han Yu had been seething with rage. Tang Chun was a complete hypocrite, first taking away the tools for advancement, then blaming the mortals for not striving hard enough. After sacrificing countless lives to bring order to the cosmos, he deliberately sowed discord because he deemed the realms too peaceful. From the first to the fourth installment of Yuanwu Continent, every major event was influenced by him. Every protagonist was either his son-in-law, disciple, or legacy holder, effectively turning the multiverse into his family's playground. And yet, he still posed as some selfless, benevolent ruler. Disgusting. Han Yu's thoughts returned, and without hesitation, he began communicating with the king's trial tower. Soon, his figure disappeared as he returned to it. Han Yu had already obtained 9 sacred crowns, reaching the pinnacle of the king's trial tower. Logically, there was nothing more left for him here. But Han Yu knew very well that the king's trial tower still had a hidden challenge, the divine crown trial. Upon obtaining all 9 sacred crowns, one could unlock the divine crown trial. However, the difficulty of this trial was extremely high. The challenger's cultivation would be suppressed to below the divine level, while every opponent faced would be a true deity. In short, the challenge required one to slay a god with mortal strength. For the countless beings across the myriad realms, this was something they wouldn't even dare to imagine. For most, even speaking of slaying a demigod, let alone a true god, was an impossible dream. But for Han Yu, this was no issue at all. Without hesitation, he spoke in a deep voice. Trial Tower. Initiate the Divine Crown Trial. Detection. You possess 9 sacred crowns. Qualification for the Divine Crown Trial granted. You shall face a deity with mortal strength. Upon success, you shall be crowned with the Divine Crown. Boom! Within the vast space of the Trial Tower, a towering divine body emerged, gigantic, like a blazing star. Meanwhile, Han Yu's power had been forcibly suppressed below the divine level. His divine authority was sealed, leaving him only with saint-level strength. Yet, though limited to saint-level power, Han Yu's body and soul had been utterly transformed by the forces of light and darkness. They far surpassed his former self. Previously, slaying 100 demigods while at mortal strength had exacted a heavy toll on him. But now, slaying demigods was effortless. As for true gods, just a matter of expending a little more effort. So long as they failed to kill him in a single strike, Han Yu could evolve and grow infinitely. He activated his Saint Path avatars. In addition to the 3 previous demonic path avatars, several new sacred avatars emerged. The first was a six-winged elemental angel, exuding purity and holiness. The second was an armored radiant knight, brimming with righteous aura, radiating an overwhelming sense of security. The third was a stern executioner, gripping an immense greatsword, its imposing majesty making defiance unthinkable. These three divine Saint Path avatars, alongside the undying Blood Buddha, the Netherworld Dragon, and the Chaos Colossus, all charged toward the god in conjunction. The deity was a first-rank true god, its divine power surging mightily, far surpassing any ordinary divine servant. Though Han Yu's 6 avatars lacked divine power, they were not to be underestimated. After a prolonged siege, they finally tore the god apart, scattering its essence into streams of divine radiance that flowed into one of Han Yu's sacred crowns. Bathed in pure divine power, that crown gradually transformed, becoming a resplendent divine crown, so noble that it compelled reverence. The tower's voice echoed once more. "Continue the challenge." Yes. In the next instant, a new figure appeared in the trial space. This time, still a single entity, but one whose cultivation had reached the level of a second-rank heavenly god. Even Han Yu felt an overwhelming sense of life and death peril. Confident though he was not delusional. At his current strength, slaying a first-rank true god was feasible, but a second-rank heavenly god, that was a near-suicidal challenge. Yet, it was precisely this near-suicidal risk that he sought. Only a battle where survival is a 1 in 10 chance can truly temper Han Yu to his fullest potential. This divine crown challenge is no small feat indeed, but I love it. Han Yu grinned, his heart brimming with fighting spirit. Ordinary trials in the king's proving tower only increased the number of enemies. As long as one tempered their foundation and honed their combat experience, gradual progress was achievable. But the divine crown challenge? It skyrocketed the quality of the foes instead, and that made things far more difficult. Having one person fight against 10? With enough training, such a feat wasn't impossible. But pitting a lone warrior against a steel juggernaut? That was a despair-inducing ordeal. Even if said warrior had vast combat experience, the sheer difference in nature rendered the matchup absurd. Striking the steel juggernaut 100 times might not even scratch it, yet one hit in return could be fatal. This was exactly how terrifying the Divine Crown Challenge proved to be. Still, Han Yu's current goal wasn't to convert all 9 sacred crowns into divine crowns. Transforming just 2 would suffice. With the authority of 2 divine crowns, he would gain enough control over the king's proving tower to forcibly breach the gates of divine miracles. No sooner had this thought crossed Han Yu's mind than the second-tier celestial god made its move. Towering and clad in silver armor, the celestial god surged forward, its monstrous form dwarfing Han Yu's 6 sacred avatars. The divine spearman swung its weapon, unleashing boundless divine force that sent the avatars flying, their bodies fracturing under the sheer impact. Boom! A single, seemingly casual strike obliterated all 6 avatars. Yet, despite the devastation, they had endured the first attack. Ding! Your sacred avatars have suffered catastrophic damage. Internal structures collapsing, automatically transferring backlash effects. If they could survive the first blow, they could survive the next. Mystical energy surged within the avatars, instantly mending their shattered forms. In the blink of an eye, they recovered to peak condition. However, this single transfer of backlash drained tens of trillions units of malice value from Han Yu's reserves. Fortunately, the combined hatred from the divine disciples, divine envoys, and even the gods sealed behind the gates of divine miracles ensured he had more than enough to spare. One noteworthy discovery: malice from deities differed vastly from that of mortals. A single point of divine malice outweighed hundreds of thousands from mortal beings. The stronger the divinity, the purer the malice. Before Han Yu ascended to godhood, all malice, whether divine or mortal, was converted into the mortal tier for usage. But upon his promotion, the accumulated divine malice recalibrated to its true godly potency. Though reduced in quantity, it became far more effective. Now that his power was suppressed below divine tier, This divine malice reverted again to its amplified mortal scale reserves, allowing him sustenance for the grueling battle ahead. Bolstered with limitless malice value, Han Yu charged forward, Trialbringer holy sword in one hand, demon god's halberd in the other, straight at the silver-armored celestial god. Boom! The battle raged on indefinitely. Han Yu and his avatars were flung back again and again. His body shattered repeatedly, only to regenerate moments later. Each desperate assault barely scratched the celestial god's armor. Yet, drop by drop, the wears the stone away. Blow after blow finally culminated in a fissure, then a crack, then outright destruction. The celestial god's divine body erupted into motes of energy, surging into one of Han Yu's sacred crowns, transforming it into a divine crown. Finally finished. Lost in the throes of combat, Han Yu hadn't tracked time. But judging by the malice value consumed, over half his reserves, years must have passed. No further. If I challenge a third-tier divine general in my current state, I'll be annihilated outright. Not even the system can save me. Though the system was formidable, its efficacy hinged on opponents not overwhelmingly surpassing Han Yu's limits. An enemy capable of obliterating him in one strike rendered backlash transfer impossible. Now wielding two divine crowns, Han Yu sensed his connection to the king's proving tower intensify. With a thought, he exited the tower, reappearing before the gates of divine miracles. Summoning all his crowns, sacred and divine alike, he channeled their power, synchronizing with the proving tower. Rumble! Somewhere in the cosmos, an enormous tower flickered into view. Merely the emergence of a fraction of its structure dwarfed entire stars, its presence so crushing even Han Yu staggered under its weight. Retreating swiftly, he redirected every ounce of control into commanding the tower toward the gates. The king's proving tower had only manifested 2.5 floors, yet its unleashed majesty crushed nearby celestial bodies to dust. Smash through! With Han Yu's roar, the colossal tower obeying his will, slammed into the gates of divine miracles. Behind the gates of divine miracles, the imprisoned gods had fallen into quietude, silently unraveling the last of their seals. With no divine disciples or envoys to harass, boredom gnawed at them. After all, toying with mortals had been their sole distraction. 2.5 years have passed. That demon god must have given up. Shall we summon new geniuses from the myriad realms? No. Better to wait until full liberation. Sleeping for eons more makes little difference. Once free, we can replenish our disciples and enslave that defiant brat. Brand him with a divine servant seal and chain him to the demon prison. Agreed. His groveling will be most amusing. Just as the gods lapsed back into silence. Boom! The entire space quaked violently. The indestructible gates of divine miracles shuddered, their divine locks shattering like glass. As the gates burst open, a roar of sheer defiance echoed within. "O exalted gods! Your executioner has arrived." The moment they heard this sound, all the deities felt as if they had plunged into an abyss, a wave of overwhelming terror rising in their hearts. It was as if a group of people were lying comfortably in a safe, spacious room when suddenly, a ferocious man-eating beast burst through the door, ready to tear them apart at any second. Amidst their shock, the deities were filled with confusion. How is this possible? How could he break through the gate of divine miracles? How did he do it? The moment this doubt surfaced, they glimpsed the answer through the shattered remains of the gate of divine miracles. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, a shadow flickered and vanished, a faint outline of a towering structure. The Tower of the King's Trial. So it was the Tower of the King's Trial. The deities suddenly understood everything. Though the gate of divine miracles was indestructible, even a third-tier divine general could not shake it. The Tower of the King's Trial was far more powerful. Even if it couldn't destroy the gate outright, the divine energy sealing it would be obliterated in an instant. It was like smashing an iron rod against an iron door. The door itself might remain intact, but the wooden latch holding it shut would shatter into dust. The deity's divine power was that wooden latch, reduced to nothing but scattered fragments by the mere aftershock of the collision between the Tower of the King's Trial and the Gate of Divine Miracles. While the gods were still reeling in confusion, Hanyu stepped inside. He blocked the entrance, a vicious smirk curling his lips as his gaze swept over the rows of divine statues like a hunter eyeing his prey. Today is the day of godslaying. With a single thought, 6 divine avatars materialized around him. Though Hanyu's cultivation remained at the 2nd tier, his combat prowess had soared far beyond after enduring the trials of the divine crown. Each of the 6 avatars exuded an overwhelming pressure, forcing the divine statues to turn their attention toward him, their eyes filled with wariness. This human brat is strange, only 2nd tier, yet his aura rivals that of a 3rd tier. Humph, so what if he's 3rd tier? Even with only half our strength unsealed, we can still crush him easily. But wasting our divine power and delaying our revival for the sake of this whelp, it's hardly worth it. Indeed, it's not cost-effective. Why don't we negotiate instead? Offer him some benefits and make him serve us. The deities swiftly exchanged thoughts through divine sense, reaching a decision in an instant. Poseidon, the god of the sea, spoke as their representative. Hanyu, the conflict between us is trivial. We, the eternal and undying gods, care little for your past transgressions. If you turn back now, we can grant you a path to greatness, a chance to one day ascend as a divine king. Soon, once we fully unseal our power, we shall reopen the gates to the divine realm and re-establish the celestial court. When that time comes, we will grant you dominion over the 9 hells of demon prison, naming you its sovereign. What say you? Poseidon's tone remained haughty. In his eyes, killing Hanyu would be effortless, but a waste of his strength. Thus, offering Hanyu a promising future was the greatest mercy he could bestow. I've already forgiven your blasphemy. What more do you want? Kneel and submit and wear your chains like a good dog. Hanyu frowned deeply at Poseidon's words before bursting into laughter. You gods! Have you lived so long that your brains have rotted away? The moment these words left his lips, the deities erupted in fury. Audacious! Insolent! Wretched vermin! The furious roars of the deities echoed throughout the entire space, surging toward Hanyu with divine majesty. We have already spared you and granted you a chance to live. Why must you remain so obstinate? Do you truly seek death? Poseidon's cold snarl carried little of the righteousness he claimed. The only reason he had given Hanyu a way out was for momentary benefit, nothing more. Had he fully recovered, the first one he would have exterminated was this disobedient mongrel. You're the one spouting the most nonsense. Do you really think you can dictate the lives of all? Hanyu sneered, suddenly pointing toward Poseidon's divine statue. Instantly, 6 divine incarnations lunged at him. You seek death. Poseidon was truly enraged. He immediately manifested his divine kingdom, an evolved form of a deity's domain. Boom! Before the 6 divine incarnations could reach him, they were engulfed in an endless expanse of turbulent seas. This was Poseidon's divine kingdom, a convergence of oceans and storms. Within the boundless waters, towering whirlwinds roared, intertwining with massive waves to form towering waterspouts, all surging toward Hanyu's divine incarnations. The other deities observing this spectacle remained idle, some even secretly delighted. What pleased them most was that Hanyu had chosen to attack Poseidon first, allowing them to stand by without lifting a finger. At his current strength, Poseidon had indisputably reached the 4th-rank divine monarch level. Even if only at the 1st tier, he could annihilate countless 3rd-rank deities with ease. The disparity between each tier of the divine monarch realm was immeasurable. Hanyu stood no chance against Poseidon. However, the gods now secretly hoped Hanyu would prove stronger, if only to drain more of Poseidon's power. Poseidon had awakened first, seizing numerous advantages. If Hanyu could erase those, it would be the most favorable outcome for all the deities. From the very beginning, they had never truly feared Hanyu. Even if he were a man-eating beast bursting into their warm dwelling, they still held weapons capable of slaying him. What these deities truly desired now was for this beast to maul, or at least wound a few of them first, so the survivors could divide greater spoils. Yet what happened next far exceeded their expectations. When Poseidon's waterspouts crashed onto Han Yu's 6 divine incarnations, they inflicted no harm whatsoever. The chaos behemoth among them opened its massive maw, devouring the waterspouts in whole. The indestructible Blood Buddha emanated an ominous aura, shattering the waterspouts with a single punch. The 9-nether demon dragon unleashed surges of dark energy, either evaporating the waterspouts or corrupting them, turning them into demonic whirlwinds that lashed back at Poseidon's divine statue. Like the 9-nether demon dragon, the elemental angel reversed the alignment of the waterspouts, saturating them with sacred elemental force before hurling them back toward Poseidon as her own weapons. The radiant knight, righteous and resolute, swung his blazing lance and holy shield, smashing waves upon waves of the waterspouts apart. As for the arbiter wielding the holy sword, he merely stood in place, flicking a finger to effortlessly shatter every incoming waterspout before they could even touch him. Each of the 6 divine incarnations possessed distinct traits, each embodying an extreme pinnacle of power. This sight left the deities of both the radiant and dark factions utterly stunned, their eyes brimming with horror. This devil god, no, this being could hardly even be called a devil god anymore, was terrifyingly strong. Poseidon would never withstand him. Poseidon immediately recognized the problem. Based on the combat power Han Yu had displayed, unless he went all out, there was absolutely no way he could stop Han Yu. But the crux of the matter was, why should he be the one to fight desperately? Han Yu wasn't just his enemy. He was a shared foe among all the gods. With that thought, Poseidon turned his furious gaze toward the other deities and said coldly, "Are you really just going to stand there and watch me fight this abomination? I know what you're thinking, but let me make one thing clear. If I'm forced to forcibly lift my seals, none of you will escape unscathed." This was nothing short of a naked threat. Though the other gods felt displeased, they couldn't ignore the gravity of the situation. They all understood. If Poseidon forcibly unleashed his seals, his power would instantly surge to the peak of the 4th order. The cost, however, would be catastrophic. Should he ever attempt to break through to the 5th order divine king realm again, the repercussions would be far more severe. He might even lose all chances of advancement unless he dissolved his divinity and rebuilt from scratch. Poseidon certainly didn't want to do this. But if Han Yu posed a genuine threat to his survival, he would have no choice but to forcibly unlock his power. And if things came to that, Poseidon would never let the others off easy. He would drag them down with him, forcing every god to lift their seals and suffer irreversible consequences together. Once the deities grasped the stakes, they could no longer afford to remain spectators. They chuckled and chimed in, "Poseidon, we know you're panicking, but calm down first. Of course we'll step in." "Ha! I always thought you were some untouchable powerhouse, Poseidon, but turns out you're just as desperate as the rest of us. Still need our help after all. Enough talk. Let's join forces and crush this wretch. Then we can peacefully await the day of our full awakening." The gods exchanged jeers, unable to resist mocking Poseidon. Deep down, they knew Poseidon was holding back. He wouldn't be pushed to forcibly lift his seals so easily. But none of them dared to gamble. Such recklessness would benefit no one. With that in mind, all the deities began exerting their power, fully manifesting their divine domains to converge with Poseidon's. Poseidon made no attempt to resist the fusion of domains. Instead, he fully embraced them. This was the united divine domain, a merging of all the gods' divine laws into one. Most deities wielded only a single divine law, but now, the collision and fusion of various laws transformed the space into something resembling a complete world. Here, every god could command heaven and earth, truly embodying the concept of omnipotence. As the united domains coalesced, the entire space within the gates of the divine became their combined divine territory. Han Yu was like an isolated island besieged by the world itself. Power from all directions pressed against him, crushing, expelling, attacking, until even breathing grew difficult. This was the might of the united gods. Though they weren't yet fully unsealed, at best, They could only muster power between the peak of Third Order and the early stages of Fourth Order. Their divine domains were a far more formidable weapon than mere cultivation tiers. Annihilate him! The voices of the gods echoed from all directions as countless divine laws cascaded toward Hanyu. The elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth materialized as prismatic chains, binding Hanyu's 6 divine avatars. One after another, devastating laws corroded their bodies. Meanwhile, laws of slaughter, bloodlust, and other violent concepts condensed into weapons. Blades, axes, spears, all hacking relentlessly at Hanyu. With every strike, wounds riddled his divine form, his flesh teetering on the verge of collapse, only to regenerate completely in the next instant. How is this possible? How can he withstand laws of this magnitude? The same question arose in every god's mind. With so many deities joining forces, even an early-stage 4th-rank divine monarch should have been overwhelmed. Yet Hanyu somehow held his ground. Before the gods could even make sense of this, Hanyu's arrogant and mocking laughter echoed through the air. Ha 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 ha! Is this it? This is the full extent of your combined power. Weak, pathetic. Ha ha ha! So-called god kings? More like goddamn turtles. A bunch of cowards hiding in their shells. Spineless weaklings. Useless trash. Hanyu continued hurling insults, each word stoking the gods' fury, causing them to intensify the power of their divine laws unleashed upon him. Come on. Come at me. You think this is enough to kill me? What a joke. As if his taunts weren't enough, Hanyu only escalated his provocations. Countless divine laws tore through his body, only to rebuild it anew. Amid the relentless erosion and transformation by these forces, his cultivation rose rapidly. Ding! Infinite divine laws are tempering your body. Your godhood is being refined to perfection. Your realm is steadily ascending. You are breaking through to the 3rd-rank divine general realm. Ding! You have broken through to the 3rd-rank divine general realm. As the battle raged on, the gods finally noticed something amiss. Hanyu's resistance to their divine laws was growing stronger by the moment. Something's wrong with this bastard. If we don't kill him in one strike, he just keeps growing stronger. At this rate, our divine laws won't pose any threat to him at all. Even the gods weren't blind to the truth. The best course of action now was for one deity to forcibly break their seal and annihilate Hanyu completely. Yet none wanted to be the unlucky one to pay that price, leaving them deadlocked. After a tense silence, Poseidon finally spoke. I'll do it. The gods brightened, though suspicions lingered. Since when was Poseidon the self-sacrificing type? No deity present was truly altruistic. There had to be a hidden motive. Sure enough, Poseidon continued. But in return, every one of you must swear a divine oath. Once this is over, I shall be recognized as the supreme ruler of gods. All divine resources will be under my command. Otherwise, I refuse to act. His words cast a shadow over the gods. One scoffed. If that's your demand, then maybe I should be the one to handle this. Ha! Trying to claim the throne of the divine realm with just this. Keep dreaming. The gods erupted in debate, clearly rejecting Poseidon's proposal. Yet he remained unfazed. Fine. At a time limit 10,000 years. And during my rule, all authority shall adhere to the ancient divine accord. With these concessions, the other gods deliberated and ultimately agreed. One by one, they swore their oaths, sealing the divine contract with Poseidon. As the pact completed, Poseidon's divine statue cracked into a grin. His gaze locked onto Hanyu within the united divine realm, filled with murderous intent. Time to die, mortal brat. Divine form, unseal. Poseidon's divine statue remained half-formed in stone, while the remaining unsealed portions already pulsed with divine energy. Now, the petrified sections began to crumble rapidly as the divine power surged toward the rest of his form. A vast, intimidating aura of divine might unfurled, filling the entire space behind the Gate of Miracles. Ha ha ha! After lying dormant for so many years, my body is finally awakening fully. Had it not been for our precautions to avoid detection by the register of deities, how could I have tolerated an insignificant ant like you repeatedly provoking me? Wretched human, your crimes are unforgivable. You shall pay with your life for the cost of my premature awakening. Poseidon's voice boomed across the space as his divine body continued to unseal. The other deities, still partially sealed, watched with deep nostalgia, reminiscing about past events. Back then, to evade war, they had deliberately sealed their divine powers and feigned their demise, hiding in this place to live in peace. As gods once enshrined by the divine court's register of deities, they had to seal themselves completely to escape its scrutiny, effectively entering a state of suspended animation. Now, their choice had proven correct. Had they not sealed themselves, they would surely have perished alongside the divine court. During the great calamity of the divine realm that year, even many sixth-level divine sovereigns surpassing the divine king realm had fallen. The sheer devastation of that battle could only be described as a twilight era of fallen gods. Now, Poseidon's early awakening marked the beginning of the gods' resurgence. Their instincts told them a new era had arrived, and they were its protagonists. Indeed, only those who survived until the end would triumph. Filled with excitement, the gods gazed at Poseidon's majestic form. As his divine body fully awakened, two divine dragons, one of the ocean, the other of storms, materialized around him. These were manifestations of his divine laws, known among deities as divine aspects. Such powers were typically exclusive to divine kings. Though Poseidon had not fully recovered to his former peak as a fifth-level divine king, now only at the pinnacle of the fourth-level divine monarch realm, he could still wield some traits of a divine king, having once stood at that level. Perish! Poseidon loomed over Hanyu, pointing a colossal finger as his two divine aspects lunged forward, the ocean dragon and the storm dragon. Their massive forms dwarfed Hanyu like an ant before giants. Divine might and law-based force crushed down, obscuring even his presence beneath the overwhelming pressure. Hanyu dared not underestimate this threat. He unleashed his full combat power immediately. Crowns manifest. 9 radiant coronas materialized above his head. 2 blazed with the brilliance of twin suns, while the remaining 7 shone almost as brightly as full moons. Monarch's crowns. Upon seeing Hanyu summon these crowns, the gods were struck with shock, their emotions turbulent, chiefly regret and envy. Once, they too had been peerless geniuses across realms, ascending to the divine monarch and divine king realms. Even in the divine realm, they had stood as lofty rulers. Yet none had ever attained 9 monarch's crowns like Hanyu. What infuriated them most was that, to escape the divine court's detection, they had willingly abandoned the monarch's crowns they had fought so hard to earn. Now, witnessing Han use 9 crowns, with 2 even transformed into divine crowns, they were consumed by bitter resentment. The enhancements granted by divine crowns were formidable at the godly level, making this outcome all the more unbearable. This human brat is indeed extraordinary. No wonder he could wield the monarch's trial tower to assault the gate of miracles. So, he possesses 2 divine crowns. Yet, the gap between him and Poseidon is far too vast. Even 2 divine crowns won't bridge it. In this battle, Poseidon is certain to prevail. You insignificant humans are doomed to be annihilated. The gods communicated through divine messages, and in an instant, empowered by the king's crown, Hanyu clashed with the 2 divine law dragons. Hanyu's 6 divine avatars were instantly repelled, their bodies exploding into clouds of divine energy. His main body suffered backlash, causing him to spit out a mouthful of crimson blood. An ant remains an ant. You were so arrogant earlier, yet now you can't even withstand a single strike from me. I gave you a chance to atone, pity you didn't cherish it. Do you regret it now? Poseidon's gaze was filled with mockery and pity, as if watching a pitiful clown or an ant foolishly trying to ascend to the heavens. Hanyu wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes seething with madness. Ha ha ha, so this is the power of a divine king. I thought it would be stronger. Yet you still can't kill me. If you can't kill me, then I can kill you. You can shatter my avatars countless times. I only need to destroy your divine king incarnation once. Before his words even faded, Hanyu's 6 avatars reformed in mere moments, his body fully restored to peak condition. The side effects of his divine avatar's destruction had utterly vanished. Poseidon had come agonizingly close to obliterating Hanyu. His vitality had dropped to just 1%. But in the blink of an eye, he revived at full strength. Witnessing this, the gods trembled in shock. There is something unnatural about him. Such an ability. Could he be a remnant of the undying race? It fits. The undying were exactly like this. Unless annihilated completely, they regenerated instantly. Damnation! No wonder this brat is so ferocious. He's the scourge that triggered the apocalyptic calamity of the divine realm. He must die. We must kill him. The gods reeled in horror. They had assumed Hanyu merely possessed a rare bloodline, undying bloodline, life bloodline, granting extreme regenerative abilities. But Poseidon's attack was no ordinary strike. It was a law-level assault, something even the strongest bloodline couldn't heal from. Yet despite his avatars being instantly obliterated, Hanyu had regenerated completely, unharmed. No bloodline or talent could achieve this, not even god-slaying Great Tanfu. The scene reminded them of the undying race, the architects of the divine realm's near destruction. Weak in aura but nearly unkillable, just a few of them once slaughtered legions of gods, painting the divine realm in blood. Even the divine sovereigns had paid an unfathomable price to exterminate them, leaving the realm devastated for millions of years. As suspicion crystallized, dread gripped the gods, especially Poseidon. Killing an undying required paying with one's own life force. Unless their vitality was exhausted, they simply wouldn't die. Had Hanyu truly inherited their power, Poseidon stood no chance. Just as Hanyu had proclaimed, Poseidon could kill him endlessly, but Hanyu needed just one victory. Yet as terror surged, Poseidon suddenly noticed an inconsistency and declared with conviction, "He cannot possibly be undying." Upon hearing Poseidon's words, the gods felt somewhat puzzled. While many had yet to grasp the reason, some already understood his implication. After a brief moment of contemplation, they spoke with conviction. Right, he can't possibly be of the immortal clan. At most, he's just borrowed some of their power or inherited their shirmai. Exactly, the life energy of the immortals isn't like his. The mix of divine and demonic aura in him proves he's definitely not one of them. The life force of the immortal clan is pure, transcending our realm. According to the divine sovereigns, they originate from a higher dimensional space. After rapid exchanges, the gods finally eased their tension, feeling much more at ease. Fortunately, Hanyu was not one of the immortals. Otherwise, they stood no chance against him even if they combined their strength. Still, the fact that he could instantly restore himself to full power was astonishing enough. Poseidon dared not take this lightly. Summoning back the 2 law dragons with a wave of his hand, he gripped his divine weapon, the trident. "Mortal brat, you won't survive what comes next." He spoke boldly, wanting to instill in Hanyu the terror of impending death. With a thought, the 2 law dragons coiled around the trident as terrifying energy gathered. This strike would leave Hanyu with no chance of recovery. Even the other gods sensed the overwhelming dread of this attack. It was a divine king technique unleashed at a cost. Hanyu was no exception. His instincts screamed that he couldn't withstand it. Without hesitation, he struck the divine kingdom barrier with full force, tearing open a rift before escaping the gate of divine miracles in a streak of light. Seeing Hanyu flee, Poseidon roared in fury. "You fools! What were you doing? How could you let him escape?" The gods belatedly realized their blunder, their expressions stiff with embarrassment. "His power has surged again. He's nearly at the peak of the 3rd order now. We weren't paying enough attention." Poseidon knew the real reason. They had half-heartedly conserved their divine power, barely contributing. Pathetic weaklings, no wonder they abandoned the divine realm in its downfall. Disgusted by their incompetence, he took solace in his foresight. "Fortunately, I planted a divine mark on him earlier. No matter how far he runs, my attack will lock onto him and erase his existence. He held absolute confidence in this strike. Moreover, he was well aware of the universe's current state. With the divine realm already collapsed and much of existence obliterated by the apocalyptic calamity, the mortal cosmos spanned less than 1% of its former expanse. There was nowhere for Han Yu to hide. His divine king technique could blanket almost half of the remaining universe. Even if Han Yu hid inside the king's trial tower, the shockwaves alone would reduce him to dust. Like an ant sealed inside an iron barrel, Poseidon's flames might not scar the metal, but the creature within would burn to ashes. After bursting out of the gate of divine miracles, Han Yu initially prepared to enter the king's trial tower. But a chilling realization struck him. Poseidon would anticipate that move. His instincts warned that stepping inside now meant near certain death. There's one other place. A flash of inspiration struck. Tearing open a spatial rift, he dashed toward the demon realm, heading straight for the 9 hells of the abyss. The 9 hells was unique, a separate dimension detached from the universe's fabric, unlike the king's trial tower, which was merely concealed within it. Taking refuge there might evade Poseidon's apocalyptic strike. As Han Yu fled, Poseidon's attack erupted from the gate of divine miracles, streaking toward him like a predator. The strike manifested as twin 2-headed dragons entwined, their maws bristling with razor fangs, the very essence of Poseidon's trident. Even a 5th-order divine king risking a direct bite would lose half their vitality. This was Poseidon's trump card, unleashed without restraint after witnessing Han Yu's monstrous potential. After this, I'll finally have some peace. Poseidon, since you've unsealed your divine physique, open the divine gate and release more divine energy. Yes, we could unseal faster that way. The gods issued commands, only for Poseidon to respond with a cold sneer. Have you forgotten? I am the divine sovereign now. Who are you to order me? His gaze turned icy as the power of the contract took effect, pressing upon them with overwhelming authority. This pressure didn't stem from Poseidon's strength, but from the pact they had willingly sworn to, one declaring him their ruler, demanding obedience within the bounds of divine law. Though the terms were restrictive, none could protest. They had agreed to these terms themselves. Faced with his sudden dominance, the gods masked their resentment with forced deference. Lord Poseidon speaks true. As our crowned king, we must heed his will. All hail the divine sovereign! All hail the divine sovereign! Their chants echoed insincerely. Poseidon knew they yielded only to the contract's compulsion, but for now it sufficed. Mock me for unsealing prematurely, assuming my path to godhood is ruined? Foolish. I had already restored 1/3 of my divine flesh before the rest of you awoke. Why else would I take the lead? Before our pact expires, I will gain power to crush you all into submission. Just as he prepared to open the divine gate, a sudden realization made his expression darken. What? Han Yu's aura vanished from the universe? No. He entered the 9 hells. A frigid laugh escaped him. You think hiding there will save you? Delusional. No matter where you flee, death follows. Han Yu was pursued relentlessly by the divine king's technique and finally, at the last moment, entered the 9 nether demon prison. The divine king's technique, which had taken the form of a twin-headed divine dragon, momentarily lost its target. It circled above the demonic realm for a brief moment, and in just a few breaths, shattered tens of thousands of stars into cosmic debris. Ripples of stellar storms swept outward, spelling doom for the nearby worlds and their inhabitants. Countless powerhouses desperately resisted, yet none could prevent their worlds from being engulfed by the celestial tempest. Such was the fate of the weak. When mighty beings clashed, even if they were not the intended targets, the collateral destruction alone was enough to be fatal. Only after successfully hiding in the 9 nether demon prison did Han Yu let out a sigh of relief. He marveled inwardly at the gods' hidden depths. They truly had formidable trump cards. After countless battles, this was the first time he had chosen to retreat rather than face them head-on. I don't know if that thing can follow me in here, but even if it can, within the 9 nether demon prison, it's no longer a mortal threat to me. Han Yu had other reasons for seeking refuge in the Nine-Nether Demon Prison. This place was saturated with demonic energy, allowing him to fully transform into his demon god form. The demon god form was notoriously durable. Combined with his system, he might even be able to withstand the Divine King's technique directly. In the starry demonic realm, Poseidon's divine sense had already perceived everything through the Divine King's technique. Seeing Han Yu flee into the Nine-Nether Demon Prison, he sneered. If this were the Nine-Nether Demon Prison of old, one might need the Demon Lord's token to enter. But now this place is abandoned. As a god, I have more than enough means to bypass its laws. With a thought, Poseidon directed the Divine King's technique, forged from his trident's divine power, reinforced by the laws of oceans and storms, toward the demonic worlds nearby. The twin-headed dragon opened its maw and, like a ravenous serpent, devoured an entire realm in a single bite. The demonic beings within had no time to react before finding themselves swallowed whole. After consuming several worlds, Poseidon mused, "Enough, demon prison. Reveal yourself." Guided by his will, the twin-headed dragon sensed the presence of the Nine-Nether Demon Prison. Without hesitation, Poseidon sent it inside. By masking its presence with the demonic aura of the swallowed beings, the dragon could temporarily evade the prison's detection. In an instant, the twin-headed dragon arrived within the first layer of the prison. Transforming into a streak of light, it darted through the space, but Han Yu's aura was nowhere to be found, meaning he had not lingered there. The dragon continued downward, piercing through layer after layer. After traversing 5 levels, it finally found Han Yu in the Abyssal Thunder Demon Prison. Han Yu sensed the dragon's presence the moment it appeared. The corner of his lips curled slightly as he sighed. "It's here after all. Since it has come, let the battle begin." At that moment, Han Yu stood bathed in dark lightning, his divine form almost entirely transformed into that of a demon god. This was the unique state of his dual divinity, light and dark. He could balance both forces or shift entirely into either form. Thoughts shape divinity. Thoughts breed demons. In the Nine-Nether Demon Prison, Han Yu's divine state held no advantage. Only by fully embracing his demonic nature could he seize both heaven's timing and earth's advantage. The Abyssal Thunder Demon Prison still housed many demons. When Han Yu first entered, he had warned them that a great battle would soon unfold and urged them to leave. Though ruthless in battle, Han Yu bore no grudge against these demonic beings and saw no reason to slaughter them needlessly. Most had heeded his warning. However, a few, confident in their strength, stayed behind to witness the clash. But when the twin-headed dragon descended upon the prison, even the boldest demons hastily fled. Only a handful remained, those who believed they could survive the aftermath. They sensed a deadly killing intent emanating from the two-headed dragon. Even the demon emperor and demon monarch felt they couldn't withstand even a trace of its residual aura. Yet, some demonic warriors stubbornly remained on the battlefield, relying on their unique survival skills to witness this battle. Their recklessness was astounding. After giving them a brief warning, Han Yu ignored these demonic creatures entirely. He was fully focused, preparing for his battle against the two-headed dragon. Boom! Once the two-headed dragon locked onto Han Yu's aura, it surged toward him at a terrifying speed without hesitation. Rip! With a single bite, the two-headed dragon tore Han Yu's demonic body apart, splattering energy everywhere. Excruciating pain shot through Han Yu's body and soul. This was a destructive strike imbued with divine laws, powerful enough to annihilate even a peak 4th-rank divine sovereign. Fortunately, the pain lasted only an instant before his system redirected the damage. In the next moment, his body reformed, restoring him to his peak condition. If this weren't the 9 Hades demon prison, that attack would have killed me instantly, Han Yu thought inwardly. Only within the 9 Hades demon prison did Han Yu's demonic body receive such immense boosts in attributes, buying his system enough time to react. Before he could finish the thought, the two-headed dragon attacked again. The battle between them was unimaginably fast. Within just 1 second, they had exchanged thousands of blows. Han Yu's demonic body was shredded repeatedly yet regenerated each time. The intensity of this fight was so overwhelming that even the demon monarchs could barely follow the movements. Their vision was a blur. However, Poseidon, who had left a trace of his divine sense on the two-headed dragon, perceived every detail clearly. His heart shook violently in disbelief. Why isn't he dying? Damn it! Why can't I kill him? Though inwardly furious, Poseidon remained outwardly composed. His mind raced. Given his monstrous resilience, if I couldn't kill him in one strike, I never will. No, if I stay here, I'll just become prey. I must leave. Stealing a glance at the other gods still trapped in their divine statues, Poseidon subtly edged toward the gate of the divine realm and began pushing the colossal door spanning tens of thousands of miles. Poseidon, one of the gods called out, "Has that insect been obliterated by your divine king technique?" Poseidon nodded. "Yes, he's dead." As he spoke, the gate of the divine realm had already opened halfway. A torrent of divine energy surged forth, filling the space and invigorating every god present. At this rate, they would soon fully free their divine bodies from the statues. Watching their excitement, Poseidon sneered inwardly. "Absorb as much divine energy as you can. The more you take, the longer you'll stall that monster, giving me more time to explore the divine realm undisturbed." By now, the gate was fully open. Poseidon stepped halfway through. The moment the gate of the divine realm unlocked completely, the surging divine energy flooded in like an endless river, engulfing the entire space. The statues of the gods bathed in the divine light, feeling their seals on the verge of breaking. Just as they rejoiced, Poseidon stepped fully into the divine realm and began closing the gate behind him. Horror struck the gods. "What? Poseidon, what are you doing? Stop right now. What do you mean by this? Why are you closing the divine gate? Damn it, you're asking for death." The gods shouted in unison. If Poseidon sealed the divine gate from within, reopening it would be extremely difficult, just like when they had previously sealed the Gate of Miracles. Without Han Yu resorting to the Trial Tower of Kings to break through, even if he reached the level of a fourth-order divine monarch, opening the Gate of Miracles would have been nearly impossible. The gods couldn't understand why Poseidon was doing this. What was his purpose? But soon, one deity grasped the truth. "Do you think Poseidon failed to kill that demon god with the undying clan's traits?" Hearing this, it makes sense. That must be the case. Damn it, I see it now. That useless Poseidon didn't kill him at all. He wants us to keep him trapped. Enough talk. At least he didn't cut off all escape routes. He released a massive surge of divine energy. Let's absorb it quickly and break free from our seals. Once the gods realized the situation, they wasted no time jostling for the divine energy to accelerate the unsealing of their true forms. Meanwhile, deep within the 9 hells of demon prison, Han Yu had already fought the two-headed divine dragon for hundreds of millions of rounds. With each battle, his divine body shattered and reforged itself, honing his combat strength and cultivation to ever greater heights. He clashed with the divine dragon through the nether lightning prison, the abyssal flame prison, and the other layers of the demon prison. Every drop of power he absorbed was transformed into a stepping stone for his ascension. Boom! 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 After an eternity, his cultivation finally shattered the barrier of the third-order divine general realm and broke through to the fourth-order, divine monarch level. Upon stepping into the divine monarch realm, his domain evolved into a divine kingdom, granting him unprecedented power. Without hesitation, Han Yu activated his divine kingdom. Divine Kingdom Monarch's Descent. Crack. His divine kingdom unfolded, locking the two-headed divine dragon in place. With the support of his divine kingdom, Han Yu, who had been relentlessly suppressed, finally seized the initiative and turned the tide of battle. After countless more exchanges, the dragon's strength was finally exhausted, its form collapsing into a shimmering trident. Han Yu tossed the divine weapon into the 9 nether dragon's essence, allowing it to refine and integrate the artifact into its skeletal structure. Han Yu's growth speed had far outpaced the 9 nether dragon, rendering it incapable of keeping up in battle. This wasn't because the dragon was weak. It had consumed the bones of countless divine servants and risen to the third-order divine general level. But Han Yu's enemies unleashed attacks capable of slaying divine monarchs, far beyond the dragon's ability to oppose. So when Han Yu handed over the trident, a prime divine artifact forged by a god king, the dragon was ecstatic. Refining such a weapon into its bones would elevate its power to unprecedented heights. I wonder if those gods are still around. I hope they haven't left. Once they're all slaughtered, perhaps you'll have even greater growth potential.
Han Yu spoke calmly.
Upon hearing his words, the Nine Netherworm was both excited and deeply moved. My master is truly too good to me. Those deities were once god kings. If it could really devour their remains, then even without effort, it could effortlessly ascend to the god king realm. Without hesitation, Han Yu immediately left the Nine Nether Abyss and headed for the Gate of Divine Relics. Only after sensing the departure of this great demon lord did the demonic beings dare to return to the Nine Nether Abyss. Every demon who witnessed the remnants of battle energy within the abyss was utterly shocked. They could only imagine the intensity of the fight that had taken place. But soon they were overjoyed. The lingering aura of the demon god was overwhelmingly potent within the abyss. If they could comprehend it successfully, they would swiftly break through to the demon god realm. This is incredible. The residual demon god energy here is no different from a direct inheritance. Lord Demon didn't conceal the insights within these remnants. Was this intentionally left as an opportunity for us? Our demon race has guarded the Nine Nether Abyss for generations, enduring its corrupting energies, yet we never had true access to a demon god's legacy. Now we finally do. Originally, the demon race wasn't a true bloodline but a collective of beings from various clans who chose to walk the demonic path. This was why demons came in all shapes and forms. From a micro perspective, demonic temperaments were often extreme and hard to like. Yet from a macro perspective, the world required balance between light and dark. While positive energy naturally flourished, so too did various forms of negative energy. Such negativity was the fuel for demonic cultivation. If demons didn't absorb it, these forces would instead corrupt other living beings. This was the purpose of the Nine Nether Abyss and the destined role of demonkind. The ancient divine court had condemned fallen gods to the Nine Nether Abyss precisely to harness them in containing the world's corruption. Yet the divine court also feared the power of these demon gods. Thus, they implanted forbidden seals within their souls, like shackles on a beast. Demons, as descendants of these demon gods, could only ascend to godhood by accepting the divine court's restraints, forever barred from threatening its interests. Now, however, they had a new path, the demonic Tao aura left behind by Han Yu. This was a cultivation method created by Han Yu himself, untouched by the divine court's chains. The demonic beings could study it, even using it to condense divine sparks. Han Yu hadn't done this deliberately, but neither was he unaware. He simply hadn't bothered to erase the insights embedded within the remnants of battle. Truthfully, Han Yu held a sliver of pity for some of this world's demons. In the original timeline, demons were portrayed as villains, stepping stones for the protagonist's fame. Yet in reality, they had contributed irreplaceably to sustaining life in this world. Without demons and the Nine Nether Abyss, the world's corruption would spread unchecked, plunging all realms into greater suffering. Even so, their sacrifices went unrecognized. To the gods, demons were merely slaves to be used and discarded. Even the protagonist, who eventually claimed the throne as the God King, held the same view. In fact, he took it further. Deeming the Nine Nether Abyss too vile to exist, he destroyed it outright, unleashing its corruption across the realms and spawning true abominations. The devastation wrought by these aberrations far surpassed anything the reclusive demons had ever done. The ancient divine court had gathered all the world's corruption into one place, treating the demon realm as a cesspool and its denizens as maggots. The protagonist, however, declared the cesspool too foul and simply blew it up. The result? The stench suffused all realms. Yet he still believed himself a hero. While the demon clan was going mad over the residual aura of inheritance left behind by the great battle between Han Yu and the twin-headed divine dragon, Hanyu had already arrived at the Gate of Divine Miracles. Inside the Gate of Divine Miracles, all the gods were frantically absorbing the divine energy spilled from the divine realm after Poseidon opened its gate. Most of their divine bodies had already been partially unsealed. Poseidon's divine king technique should hold for a while longer. Once we're fully unsealed, killing that little mongrel of the immortal clan shouldn't be too difficult. Humph! That damned Poseidon actually dared to seal the divine realm's gate from the inside. Once I destroy that freak, I'll have my revenge on him. Exactly. That fool Poseidon. Does he really think that just because he couldn't do something, the rest of us divine kings can't either? Scheming against us is tantamount to courting death. The gods' resentment toward Poseidon ran deep, even surpassing their hatred for Hanyu. Right now, their greatest desire for vengeance placed Hanyu only second. Poseidon had firmly taken the top spot. Yet one of the gods suddenly sighed and said, "That ant called Hanyu won't be hard to deal with, but forcing open the divine realm's gate, that will be far more troublesome. It'll undoubtedly waste considerable time." Poseidon must have calculated this. Poseidon could open the gate so easily only because the divine energy sealing it had dissipated over countless ages. But this bastard has just broken free. His divine energy is still at full strength. We can't afford to wait for it to fade naturally. Worse yet, he might regularly return to reinforce the seal with his power. If we wish to open this gate, we might have to do as Hanyu did, use the Tower of King's Trials to break through. Hearing this, the other gods grew anxious. But we've already forsaken the Crown of Kings. We no longer have the means to activate the Tower of King's Trials. Unless we cultivate a divine prodigy. And even that might take thousands of years. Wait, what if we have that freak help us control the Tower of King's Trials? If he's willing to submit, sparing his life is a small price to pay. Fool! He refused to submit before, why would he agree now? And with his immortal clan traits, if we don't kill him now, we may never get another chance. No, hold on, we don't have that deep a grudge against him. We could let him open the gate, then set him loose against Poseidon. Let them fight while we watch safely from the sidelines. Wouldn't that be ideal? That's a sound plan. After all, we've already sworn a divine contract with Poseidon and can't act against him directly. That old schemer must have planned this from the start. He never intended to let us into the divine realm. He just wanted to trap us outside while he hoarded all of its resources for himself. How treacherous! Then we definitely shouldn't play into his hands by battling that immortal clan brat. As the gods debated, a figure suddenly appeared beside the Gate of Divine Miracles. "Oh, quite lively here. I'm surprised you're all still around." Hanyu had assumed the gods would have already breached the gate and entered the divine realm. Seeing them still here brought him great delight. After all, in his eyes, they were all prey. Even killing just one would yield immense rewards. Upon seeing the youth clad in crimson robes, every god's heart instinctively lurched. That kid! He's already reached the 4th rank. Damn it! How is he progressing so fast? This isn't like the Immortal Clan. I remember them having no growth potential, just immortality and resistance to death. This brat is clearly human, yet he cultivates demonic arts, wields sacred powers, and possesses Immortal Clan traits. What kind of aberration is he? I suspect he doesn't even belong in this world. Enough speculation. Whatever he is, we should persuade him to join us against Poseidon. The gods swiftly exchanged thoughts through divine sense, reaching a consensus in moments. After exchanging glances, they delegated the Light God and the Azura God as representatives to speak with Hanyu. The Light God stepped forward first. "Young friend, we aren't truly enemies. Those previous conflicts were instigated by Poseidon's vendetta against you. We were merely his unwitting pawns. Not only is Poseidon targeting you, but he has also plotted against us. He has now entered the divine realm and sealed the entrance. I see that you wield the power of the Light faction. If you are willing to join us, the few of us are prepared to pass down our complete divine lineage to you, helping you advance further and perfect your divine path." The Light God spoke with sincerity, and combined with his sacred aura, he appeared gentle and amiable. But Hanyu knew better. None of these gods were good-natured. Or rather, labeling anything as simply good or evil wasn't so straightforward. From Hanyu's perspective, these beings were certainly no saints. Yet, for those who shared their interests, the light god's reputation might be decent. Using morality to define them was far too simplistic. That's why Hanyu refused to place himself on a moral high ground like some self-righteous protagonist. He judged everything based on benefit. Cooperating with these gods would bring Hanyu far more harm than good. Before entering the divine realm, their divine power was limited, and Hanyu could easily exhaust and kill them. But if they reached the divine realm, it would be like a fish leaping into the vast ocean or a bird soaring freely across the boundless sky. Whether they chose to drag Hanyu into a battle of attrition or simply flee, he stood no chance against them. Since that was the case, Hanyu had already made up his mind. Kill them all. Leave none alive. Hanyu grinned at the light god and said with a smile, "Well, I am quite interested in your divine lineages. But you don't need to bother passing them to me. I'll take them myself." Yourself? What do you mean? Once I kill you, I'll have my own methods of extracting your divine inheritances.
A cruel smirk curlatong Han Yugoslavia's lips.
His chaos divine body could devour and assimilate anything. These divine kings were each extraordinary in their origins. Killing them would bring Hanyu immense benefits. Upon hearing his words, the gods erupted in fury. "Hanyu, we are offering you a chance. Do you truly believe we can't deal with you? Know your place."
Han EU scoffed in disdain.
"A bunch of useless trash. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop wasting time. If you won't make the first move, then I will." With that, Hanyu unleashed his full power, summoning 6 divine incarnations, expanding his divine kingdom, and merging with the crown of kings. Boom! 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 A terrifying aura surged outward, shaking the hearts of every god present. "Negotiations have failed. Quickly unseal your divine forms and annihilate him." Boom! 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 Without wasting another second, the gods forcibly unlocked the remaining seals on their divine bodies. Deafening roars filled the air as one divine statue after another awakened, their overwhelming power flooding the space. The interior of the gates of divinity itself trembled under the pressure of so many gods unleashing their might, threatening to burst apart from within. "Stubborn and ignorant ants, you force us to act. Since you seek death, then blame not our mercies." A furious roar erupted from a deity, accompanied by surging divine energy that rippled outward. The entire space within the gateway of divine miracles trembled as if on the verge of shattering. This space was originally a transitional zone meant to receive mortal souls. Its barriers were far from stable. Now, with the deities unleashed, each wielded at least peak 4th-tier power, if not the beginnings of 5th-tier strength. Their destructive potential against the fabric of space spoke for itself. When these gods unfurled their divine domains, merging them into a single united realm, the surrounding space began collapsing at a terrifying pace. The entire mortal universe trembled in response, gripped by overwhelming dread, as if the end of the world loomed mere moments away. "Foolish brat, die!" One after another, the deities encircled Hanyu, unleashing their most devastating divine king techniques. They had no intention of holding back, going straight for the kill. They understood Hanyu's nature all too well. If they failed to eliminate him in a single strike, he would only grow stronger, like a seedling sprouting into an unshakable tree. Among the barrage of divine attacks, 2 stood supreme, those of the god of light and the god of slaughter. Having fully unleashed their divine forms, both had reached the early 5th-tier divine king realm. Their techniques were incomparably deadlier than the rest. A radiant seal of light plummeted toward Hanyu, its brilliance piercing. Every strand of that holy radiance held terrifying penetrative force, enough to shred even a star into dust upon contact. Alongside it, a blood-bathed blade of slaughter descended, drowning the void in crimson rage as countless vengeful spirits wailed. This was a strike that had felled gods, its murderous aura vast beyond measure. The other deities' attacks fused into these two, amplifying their might. When these forces crashed into Han Yu's divine domain, it shattered instantly. Yet, the assaults did not relent. They tore straight toward Han Yu's 6 deity avatars. The incarnations barely held for a moment before crumbling under the onslaught. Sensing the overwhelming power bearing down on him, Han Yu merely smirked. He knew he couldn't withstand those strikes head-on. But he had already won, because destroying his domain had taken those attacks just a fraction too long. By the time the seal of light and blood-bathed blade reached his avatars, his domain had already reformed. Endless streams of yin-yang divine energy surged anew, and in that heartbeat before obliteration, Han Yu's 6 divine bodies reconstructed themselves flawlessly. Then, boom, the twin attacks struck. Han Yu's demon god and holy god forms shattered, their remains scattered into nothingness. For an instant, triumphant grins flashed across the deities' faces. But the next moment, horror, because within his domain, Han Yu's bodies reassembled instantly. Within one's divine realm, a god is unkillable. To slay a deity, one must first smash their domain. Yet, none among them could break Han Yu's realm fast enough to prevent his revival, because Han Yu's domain always reformed a split second before his death, locking him back into an immortal state. "Is this all you've got?" Han Yu taunted, his gaze sweeping across the gathered gods. "Forgive my bluntness, but every single one of you is trash." A glance at his system panel confirmed it. Malice points flooded in. Shattering and reforming his domain had drained a significant amount, but the rage of these celestial beings would replenish it. And then some. "Since you've all taken your turns." Han Yu's voice darkened. "Now it's my turn." With a roar, 9 Hades nether dragon coiled around him, forming obsidian armor. He stood upon a bone throne, clad in skeletal plates, wielding a ghastly halberd and charged. His target, the nearest god. Han Yu's current combat prowess far surpassed that of a peak 4th-tier divine monarch. His enemy stood no chance, quickly reduced to scattered divine essence. Yet within the deity's allied divine realm, death was no permanent fate. Before long, the slain god reconstructed himself. No matter, Han Yu would just destroy him again, and again, and again. The cycle had begun. Trash. So what if you've killed me once? In this united divine kingdom, you can't truly kill me. The god hurled his taunt. Han Yu, however, sneered coldly. "Oh? Then let's see just how much divine power your so-called united divine kingdom can spare to resurrect you." At these words, the gods shuddered. A sudden realization struck them. Though they were immortal, their divine energy was constantly draining. Their power was finite, and one day it would run dry. When that time came, they would be helpless, utterly no match for Han Yu. This understanding filled their hearts with terror. They had survived the apocalypse, endured eons waiting for their resurgence, only to rebuild their divine empire and reclaim their lofty thrones. Yet now, they stood on the brink of ruin, consumed by endless despair and fury. "Don't panic. Even if our divine power is limited, he can't revive endlessly." Exactly. Even the undying clans exhaust their energy eventually. "We'll outlast him." The gods' confidence surged, their murderous intent toward Han Yu growing fiercer. Yet Han Yu only smiled in anticipation. "Admirable optimism, but too bad for you. As long as you desire my death, my strength will never run out before yours." Their malice fueled him endlessly, their hatred sustained him. The best strategy for these gods would have been to stay defensive and purge all thoughts of killing him. Only then would his reserves of malice drain faster than they replenished. But now, Han Yu was a perpetual engine. Hatred fueled his battles fueled his growth. No limits, and so the slaughter raged on. With every clash, Han Yu ascended to greater heights, while the gods withered, their power waning. The tide had turned. Despair overtook them. Their fighting spirit crumbled. Survival was all that remained in their minds. Escape? Impossible. The mortal realm was vast, but not vast enough. Han Yu could now slaughter any one of them at will. None could flee. Only one path to life remained: beg for mercy. The thought filled them with humiliation. Yet these were no stalwart paragons of defiance. Had they been, they would never have fled the apocalypse to cower in the mortal world. After a long, agonized struggle, the first god finally stepped forward. Han Yu, I surrender. Bear me. Do not wipe us all out. I submit. I swear fealty. Name you our divine sovereign. Just let me live. One by one, the gods cast aside their pride, pleading for their wretched lives. Han Yu merely shook his head. My apologies, but today, every last one of you dies. Fury erupted among the gods. Why? They demanded. Why must you slaughter us all? Han Yu's reply was chillingly calm. It's not me who kills you, but yourselves. Farewell, my fellow gods. Han Yu showed no mercy, controlling his 6 divine avatars as they rampaged through the ranks of the former god kings. Countless divine blood spilled, and shattered godly bodies filled the skies. Faced with these powerless deities, Han Yu couldn't even be bothered to act personally. Reclining lazily upon his bone throne, he casually summoned the corpses of fallen god kings, which flew toward him and merged into the skeletal structure beneath him. Feeling the influx of so many powerful remains, the netherworld demon dragon roared in exhilaration. These were the corpses of god kings, each containing their divine essence. No matter how lowly his origins, with the aid of these god king remains, the netherworld demon dragon could rapidly advance toward the god king realm. Overjoyed, he felt that pledging allegiance to Han Yu was the best decision he had ever made. This was pure, unadulterated bliss. As one god king corpse after another fused into the bone throne, its power surged exponentially. Even without active effort, simply absorbing the essence of these fallen god kings propelled the netherworld demon dragon's cultivation to skyrocket. His strength soared all the way to the early 5th rank god king realm before finally slowing. Master, I feel terrifyingly powerful now. The netherworld demon dragon brimmed with arrogance. Han Yu's lips twitched, and with a casual slap against the bone throne, an overwhelming divine might erupted. The dragon shuddered and immediately quieted down. Master, should we now open the gate to the divine realm? The netherworld demon dragon asked.
Han Yu nodded.
With a wave of his hand, 2 divine crowns materialized, spinning rapidly above his head. Tower of the King's Trial manifest. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, the silhouette of the Tower of the King's Trial emerged. Han Yu guided this fragment of its form and hurled it toward the divine gate. Due to the cataclysmic battle between Han Yu and the God Kings, the buffer space between the divine realm and the mortal world had already collapsed, leaving the divine gate fully exposed. The Tower of the King's Trial struck directly. A deafening explosion, akin to the birth of the universe, resounded as the divine gate trembled violently. Earlier in the divine realm, once a land of prosperity, adorned with celestial terraces, spirit pools, and treasures of heaven and earth, the divine realm now lay in ruins. The floating palaces in the skies and the divine kingdoms that once dotted the land had all crumbled into rubble and broken walls. Yet, even in its ruined state, glimpses of its former glory could still be seen. Though the divine realm was shattered and its deities nearly annihilated, its foundational essence remained intact, continuously generating divine energy. In fact, with no gods left to absorb it, the accumulated divine energy of countless millennia had grown even more concentrated than before. The land was now overgrown with spiritual herbs and celestial plants, its vitality far surpassing that of the current mortal world. When Poseidon entered the divine realm, he nearly lost his mind from excitement. The density of divine energy here exceeded all his expectations. His cultivation, previously stalled at the peak of the 4th-rank divine monarch due to his premature awakening, now surged uncontrollably, reaching the pinnacle of the 5th-rank god king. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. My decision back then was indeed correct. I, the great god, am truly far-sighted. The gods are dead, the demons are vanquished. Now, This entire divine realm shall belong to me, Poseidon. With such an abundance of divine power, I will easily ascend to the 6th rank divine lord realm, perhaps even reach the legendary 7th rank creation god realm. Poseidon was beyond exhilarated. He sped across the heavens and arrived at the divine ocean. Once, this place had been under the control of the divine dragon clan. As the mighty god of the sea and storms, Poseidon had been forced to settle for mere lakes as his divine domain, utterly humiliating. But now, the boundless seas of the divine realm were his alone. Here, a divine domain did not refer to combat techniques but rather to territory within the divine realm. The divine realm teemed with countless powerful beings, with tens of thousands of divine kings. Poseidon's strength was far from supreme, so he had never been able to claim vast lands. Only by reaching the 6th rank divine lord realm could one truly hold supreme authority in the divine realm. Yet, while there were tens of thousands of divine kings, there were only a few dozen divine lords. The reason was simple: the divine realm's power was finite, and resources were scarce. To become a divine lord, one had to master one of the divine realm's fundamental forces. In a world with a stable hierarchy, unless a divine lord willingly relinquished their fundamental force, no one else could ascend to that rank. But if a divine lord gave up their fundamental force, their cultivation would plummet, and their lifespan would drastically diminish. For those who had lived for countless eons, their natural lifespans had long been exhausted. The moment they abandoned their divine lord status, they would perish instantly. Having struggled so hard to reach this pinnacle, why would they ever surrender it? Even if they could reincarnate after death, who could guarantee they would reclaim their divine lord status in their next life? Thus, when a divine lord sensed their life nearing its end, they would not only refuse to yield their fundamental force but would also incite wars, slaughter countless beings, and then secretly hide the divine realm's fundamental force. Amid the chaos of warring factions, they would reincarnate and seize the opportunity to reclaim their power. To maximize their chances of retrieving the fundamental force after death, these divine lords would begin laying schemes hundreds of thousands, even millions of years in advance. Yet despite their eons of scheming and their lofty supremacy, they had now all turned to dust. The divine realm today was in complete decline, its former glory long faded into oblivion. Poseidon could sense that although the divine realm had begun to recover some semblance of life, the creatures born here were pitifully weak. Without divine inheritance, it would likely take them trillions of years to restore the divine realm's former splendor. Pathetic insects! Out of the kindness of my divine heart, I shall bestow upon you great opportunities. In high spirits, Poseidon began spreading his teachings across the divine seas. Waves of divine power surged outward, carrying with them the legacy of the sea god. Many marine creatures had already been born in the divine seas, bathed in divine energy from birth, making them naturally powerful. In the mortal world, they would at least be king or emperor tier beings, some even saint tier. But in Poseidon's eyes, they were nothing more than ants that could be crushed with a flick of his finger. They had only been absorbing divine energy through crude methods, their efficiency laughably low. Yet when the sea god's legacy entered their minds, it was as if a veil had been lifted. Their cultivation soared. Having already built a solid foundation and bathed in divine energy for centuries, they grasped the teachings instantly, unlike the slow-witted mortals. Soon, many saint-tier beings began condensing sea god divine sparks, ascending to the first-rank true god realm. These newborn deities naturally became Poseidon's divine disciples and envoys. Excellent. Once I establish my divine domain here, the divine realm's glory shall be restored. With this thought, he immediately issued a command to his disciples and envoys. Go forth and seek the divine realm's fundamental force. I shall claim my place as a divine lord. Poseidon dispersed these sea creatures, sending them to search for the divine realm's origin on his behalf. The divine realm was vast and boundless. Even with his power, searching every corner would likely take countless millennia. However, after his recent divine teachings, he had gained tens of billions of divine servants. Though they were all mortal beings, their sheer numbers allowed for a faster and more thorough search. In addition to imparting his teachings to sea creatures, Poseidon also spread his doctrine to flying creatures on land near the ocean. Beyond mastering the divine path of the sea god, he also controlled the storm lineage's path to godhood. These divine paths led directly to the realm of the divine king, perfected over countless eons by generations of gods. Once a being accepted his divine inheritance, they became his devoted followers. Thus, Poseidon zealously spread his teachings across the divine realm, amassing more and more believers. At present, he was the only one in the divine realm who possessed divine inheritance, so he faced no competition. I hope those fools keep that demon trapped a little longer. Once I fully control the divine realm, if he dares set foot here again, it will be his end. Yet, just as Poseidon was fervently expanding his influence, a thunderous explosion echoed from the divine gate. Someone was ramming the gate. Such a massive disturbance. It must be that brat using the king's trial tower to strike the divine gate. Damn it! Did those useless fools all get slaughtered by him? Pathetic! Enraged, Poseidon instantly traversed space, arriving at the celestial gate he had entered. The divine realm had 5 celestial gates, each connecting to a mortal universe. The east, west, south, north, and central celestial gates. In the past, these gates were controlled by the divine realm's major divine lords, serving as sources for cultivating believers. Now, however, they stood unguarded, existing in name only. Poseidon arrived at the south celestial gate he had entered. The divine power sealing it had already been significantly weakened by the impacts. Good, I'm still in time. He immediately channeled more divine energy. With his peak divine king-level power, the seal became far more robust. Let's see you break this seal now. With a cold laugh, Poseidon ignored the disturbance and resumed his search for the divine realm's origin. Meanwhile, in the mortal world, Hanyu had just controlled the king's trial tower to ram the divine gate once. It seemed on the verge of opening. After recovering some strength, he prepared to strike again. Manipulating the king's trial tower consumed immense energy. Without the aid of his system, Hanyu would have struggled to attempt a second strike. But when he struck again, the divine gate's tremors were far weaker than before, as if it had been reinforced. There was no doubt in Hanyu's mind. Poseidon must be behind this. He's clearly gained a lot in the divine realm to reinforce the gate so much. Hanyu abandoned further attempts to move the tower. With his current authority, he could only control 2.5 layers of the tower, far from its full power. The only way now is to enter the king's trial tower and obtain more divine crowns. Without hesitation, Hanyu stepped inside. Having devoured and fused the inheritances of numerous divine kings, Hanyu had grown far stronger. He had absorbed not only their divine legacies but also their combat experience and mastery over divine power. All of this had been perfectly assimilated into his body and mind through his chaos divine physique. Yet, even so, slaying a third-tier divine general with mortal-level strength remained an immense challenge. Though this divine general was the most basic type with rigid combat patterns, its power was still terrifying. But Hanyu ultimately prevailed. By synthesizing the memories and inheritances of the divine kings, he found the divine general's weakness and struck it down. Had this been a direct confrontation, or if the divine general had possessed true intelligence, Hanyu would have stood no chance. The king's trial tower's trials were not about brute force but seizing the slimmest chance of survival in extreme conditions. Thus, Hanyu obtained his third divine crown. In the divine realm of old, this alone would have marked him as a peerless genius. But he didn't stop. As expected, the fourth trial pitted him against a fourth-tier divine monarch. This time, the chance of survival plummeted to 1 in 100,000. The divine monarch's divine domain unfurled, reducing Hanyu to insignificance. The surging tides of divine power threatened to obliterate him with the slightest misstep. Hanyu darted and dodged, searching for that sliver of hope. Drawing upon the memories of countless divine kings, he rapidly absorbed their knowledge and applied it in battle. After what felt like an eternity, Hanyu finally found a flaw in the divine monarch's domain. He poured all his strength into striking it. The divine monarch's domain shattered, Han Yu's odds of survival surged, and his chance of victory grew. Through relentless effort, and with the help of his system to restore his condition, he slowly wore the divine monarch down. It wasn't the most elegant method, but it was the most effective. From the divine king's memories, Han Yu knew that many who had passed the fourth trial had taken over 1,000 years, constantly fleeing and never daring to attack directly. They conserved their strength, luring the divine monarch into exhausting itself until it succumbed to backlash. But Han Yu didn't have that kind of time. Even so, it took him 3 years to finally defeat the divine monarch. With that, he earned his 4th divine crown. He pressed on to the 5th trial. This one took even longer, for he now faced a 5th-tier divine king. According to the memories he had absorbed, fewer than 100 divine realm prodigies had ever cleared the 5th trial, and nearly all had become divine lords in their eras. Han Yu exhausted nearly all his accumulated malice points, spending a full decade before finally overcoming the challenge. Without delay, he exited the king's trial tower, 5 divine crowns rotating above his head. King's trial tower. Ram it. Boom. In the vast starry void, the king's trial tower manifested in its entirety. With 5 divine crowns, Han Yu had become the true master of the mortal world's king's trial tower. Han Yu could now fully control the king's trial tower and wield its complete power. The entire 9-story tower emerged in its majestic entirety, brimming with boundless divine might, and violently collided with the celestial gate of the divine realm. A deafening explosion erupted, the shockwaves of sound and divine energy reverberating across the cosmos. Then, the tightly sealed southern celestial gate suddenly flung open, and an endless torrent of divine energy surged forth. Wherever the divine energy flowed, vitality flourished. Barren stars gradually revived, life proliferated at an astonishing pace, and the laws of nature manifested anew, giving birth to countless living worlds. As for the worlds that already harbored life, their development accelerated exponentially. Nourished by divine power, beings who had once been mediocre in cultivation now broke through their limits with unstoppable momentum. Creatures across the myriad realms rejoiced, while powerful experts gazed at the heavens, unsure whether to celebrate or mourn. What was happening there? For some time now, the universe had been in turmoil, and that place had become taboo even for the mightiest across the realms. The sporadic battle auras radiating from it were potent enough to annihilate even a saint-level existence. Rumors spoke of gods warring there. Any who dared approach would meet certain death. Thus, countless power holes beyond their capabilities. Worse still, they had already thoroughly offended those gods. Receiving their teachings was impossible. If anything, humanity should be grateful the gods weren't actively hunting them down. Damn it, I've heard many other races have obtained divine legacies. If they begin producing gods, it'll spell doom for us. Humanity is finished. The human saints lamented endlessly as they gathered before the rift, or rather portal, for it had stabilized completely, clearly the work of a supreme being. Just as they braced themselves, fearing a divine invasion, a voice echoed from within. Everyone, long time no see. A crimson-robed youth stepped forth, radiating overwhelming divine majesty. A single glance was enough to make the saints tremble with reverence, their knees buckling in instinctive submission. Holy shit, grandson, you're still alive. Han Shaotian was utterly shocked. You didn't send a single message all these years. I thought those gods had killed you. I was even planning to avenge you. Han Yu's eye twitched. If this bastard weren't his grandfather, he'd have kicked him in the face already. Well, as you can see, the divine gate to the god realm has opened, and I'm about to enter, Han Yu said steadily. It's extremely dangerous there, so I don't recommend you follow yet. Before I leave, I'll give you something. Divine inheritances. The gathered saints were stunned. Divine inheritances? Han Yu actually possessed divine inheritances? Did he earn the favor of a deity? Had he performed so exceptionally that some god allowed him to join their ranks? While the saints were still bewildered, Han Yu flicked his wrist, summoning radiant orbs of divine power, each containing the inheritances he had extracted from the slain gods. Inside were over 100 paths to godhood, every single one capable of ascending to the level of a divine king. Without hesitation or any desire to hoard them, Han Yu tossed the orbs to Han Xiaotian and the others. The moment they sensed the knowledge within, the saints paled in disbelief. Han Xiaotian couldn't hold back his question. Good grandson, where the hell did you get so many divine inheritances? Just handing them out like this? Won't the gods be furious? Han Yu smirked. They're already deader than dead. How could they possibly rage? I slaughtered them all, purged their remnants with karmic flames. These inheritances have been reforged with my own causality. They're no longer their legacies. They're mine now. His words hit them like a divine thunderclap. The gods were all dead? Slain by Han Yu? Truthfully, it matched his usual style. But all of them? In just a few decades? That was just unreal. And the most terrifying part? Han Yu had erased even their karmic ties, those ancient deities' paths to resurrection, ensuring they would never reincarnate. As saints, they vaguely understood causality. Sow a cause, reap a destiny. When gods bestowed inheritances, those who received them planted the seeds, cause of the gods' influence. The stronger those successors grew, the more potent the effect on the heavenly Tao, allowing deities to endure even if their bodies perished, their wills eternal. Even a single lingering thread of karma could let them claw back to existence. But Han Yu had burned it all away. He hadn't just killed them. He had made oblivion claim them utterly. Han Yu wasted no more words on the human saints. He simply told them this divine gate would now act as a permanent channel, diverting the god realm's energy into mankind's domain like a tributary branching from a mighty river. Humanity alone would hold one such tributary, while the other realms shared the rest. Unless mankind was collectively incompetent, no foreign race could crush them now. This was Han Yu's final mercy to his kind. Beyond this, he couldn't be bothered. With everything settled, Han Yu vanished. Before any saint could blink, he had already stepped into the god realm. Only then did they grasp the cruel truth. Between them and Han Yu now stood an insurmountable wall. In his presence, these so-called saints were nothing but ants. The moment Han Yu smashed through the southern heavenly gate, the entire divine realm trembled in response. Over the years, Poseidon's divine kingdom had grown into a formidable force. Nourished by the divine realm's energy, it had spawned millions of deities. Most importantly, Poseidon had discovered two sources of divine essence, one of the ocean and one of the storm, both perfectly attuned to his divine power, significantly enhancing his strength. Bolstered by these two divine essences, Poseidon's confidence soared, leaving him utterly unafraid of Han Yu. So when he heard the sound of Han Yu breaking through the southern heavenly gate, he felt not a shred of panic, only excitement. That wretched brat. You've finally come. Since you're so eager to die, I'll gladly send you on your way. The crimes of defying me shall be washed away today. Poseidon laughed viciously before immediately flying toward the southern heavenly gate. The gate's seal bore traces of his divine power. If Han Yu passed through it, he would inevitably be tainted by Poseidon's energy, allowing him to track Han Yu's location, though only for a limited time before the traces faded. In Poseidon's perception, Han Yu's aura was rapidly approaching. Even if he stood still, Han Yu would close the distance. Interesting. The brat's heading straight for me, like a moth to a flame. Thrilled, Poseidon accelerated toward Han Yu. Before long, the two met high above the divine realm. Ha ha ha! Han Yu, you little bastard. We meet again. Poseidon smirked as he looked at Han Yu, who returned the gaze with a grin. Well, you seem to be doing well. Positively glowing. Poseidon laughed heartily. All thanks to you. I'm now but half a step away from becoming a divine sovereign. If you hadn't forced me to awaken early, I might not have entered the divine realm so effortlessly, monopolizing all its resources. Ahahaha. And if you hadn't dealt with those useless fools, or rather, slaughtered them, they would have been nothing but obstacles. Han Yu chuckled. Oh? Shouldn't you thank me, then? Indeed. I owe you my gratitude. Poseidon's smile turned mocking. How about this? Kneel before me, swear fealty as my divine slave, and I'll grant you a glorious fate. Sound fair? Hanyu scoffed. Ha! A pathetic worm like you isn't worthy. Insolent insect. I gave you a chance, you squandered it. Don't blame me now. Poseidon's grin twisted into a snarl. With a surge of divine power, his kingdom expanded, instantly enveloping Hanyu. To ensure you don't escape, I've already sealed the surrounding space. That's why I bothered indulging you with pointless chatter. I stalled for this. What were you waiting for? His gaze turned imperious as his body swelled within the divine kingdom, transforming into a titan 1,000 times larger than a star. Before him stretched an endless ocean, tempests swirling beneath a sky dominated by two mighty divine dragons, manifestations of the world essences he had claimed. One embodied the ocean, the other the storm. But now, their power dwarfed their previous forms 100-fold. Insect, feel fear yet? No matter what tricks you have, I will annihilate you in an instant. Even if you're of the undying race, you will die. Poseidon's battle spirit blazed with unrestrained killing intent. Watching the rapidly refreshing malice points on the system panel, Hanyu curled his lips into a smile. The reason he wasted time talking to Poseidon was simply to accumulate more malice points. But now it seemed unnecessary. Poseidon's malice toward him was practically boundless, an inexhaustible resource. Every second, the count soared by trillions. Truly terrifying. Poseidon wasted no more words. After unleashing his divine domain, he began gathering energy for his strongest attack. His pride, the Divine King technique. At the peak of Divine King rank, the power of his Divine King technique was unimaginable. Just the buildup alone was enough to annihilate a divine monarch. Hanyu sensed the overwhelming danger and didn't dare be careless. He had already deployed his own divine domain. However, within Poseidon's divine domain, Hanyu's appeared much smaller, less than 1/10 the size. Seeing this, Poseidon's disdain grew even stronger. This ends now. As the Divine King technique reached completion, the two divine dragons formed from the world's origin fused into it, elevating its power to the divine sovereign level. The twin dragons coiled around each other, their sheer force causing Poseidon's own divine domain to tremble, distort, and eventually shatter in large sections. The twin-headed dragon surged toward Hanyu, instantly tearing apart his divine domain before shredding his 6 divine avatars almost simultaneously. Even with the system's aid, Hanyu couldn't restore both his divine domain and avatars at the same time. In that split second of vulnerability, the twin-headed dragon closed in. If it struck now, not even the system could save him. A triumphant grin tugged at Poseidon's lips. Victory was assured. But the next moment, his smile froze. Hanyu stood calmly in place, a 9-story miniature pagoda materializing in his palm. The pagoda expanded instantly, shooting forward to engulf the twin-headed dragon. Inside, the dragons thrashed violently, their furious collisions shaking the pagoda with thunderous booms. Yet to no avail. Hanyu's voice reached Poseidon's ears. Thanks for the 2 fragments of the world's origin. I'll take them gladly. Poseidon's composure shattered, his eyes burning with hatred. The king's trial pagoda. How could you have subdued it? That requires mastering 5 divine crowns. How? Ha! 5 divine crowns? Simple as breathing, Hanyu replied coolly. Poseidon's eyes turned bloodshot. You bastard! Return my world's origin. You deserve death. Death. Oh? Then come kill me. Or are you just raging helplessly? Hanyu taunted further. You think losing the world's origin means I can't kill you? You've forced my hand. Poseidon's killing intent surged. Hanyu's gaze sharpened. With the king's trial pagoda occupied in suppressing the refined world's origin fragments, he couldn't afford carelessness. A single lethal strike from Poseidon was still a real threat. Just as Hanyu focused fully to counter Poseidon's next move, the god suddenly retracted his divine domain and shot away like a streak of light, fleeing into the distance. Hanyu stood dumbfounded. You! You just spouted all that crap and then ran? Where's your dignity as a divine king? This bastard probably realized that without the aid of the two divine origin energies, he couldn't kill Hanyu in an instant, so he chose the best course of action: flight. Hanyu wouldn't let him escape so easily and immediately gave chase. Unfortunately, Poseidon was now at the peak of the 5th-rank God-King realm, while Hanyu was still only a 4th-rank God-Monarch. In terms of speed, Hanyu was inferior, and in the end, Poseidon successfully fled into the divine ocean. Like a fish returning to water, Poseidon instantly grew arrogant the moment he entered the divine ocean. Ha ha ha, you didn't foresee this, did you, Brat Hanyu? This deity still had a backup plan. Now, this entire divine ocean has been refined by me into my divine kingdom. You can't kill me unless you possess the power to annihilate the entire divine ocean. Humph. Even the former God Sovereign couldn't do that. So don't waste your time dreaming of killing me. Poseidon exuded confidence. This was the path of survival he had prepared for himself. Killing Hanyu wasn't his goal. His true pursuit was eternal life. Even Hanyu had to admire Poseidon's strategy. Among all his adversaries, this bastard was undoubtedly the smartest. But unfortunately, he had still underestimated the sheer, overpowering strength of a cheater. If the God Sovereign couldn't kill him, then Hanyu would just break through to a realm above the God Sovereign. Poseidon, farewell for now. The next time we meet, it will surely be your death. Hanyu spoke faintly. Ha ha ha. Brat Hanyu. Next time we meet, who lives and who dies is still up in the air. The two exchanged glances, one plunging into the boundless divine ocean while the other turned and flew elsewhere. There's only one way to grow stronger quickly now: to seek out the divine origin energies. Even without battle, thanks to my multiple SSS-grade talents, my cultivation speed far outstrips that of ordinary deities. But after being used to rapid growth, slow cultivation feels unbearably sluggish. Wait, I have an idea. Hanyu suddenly thought of something and immediately flew toward the remaining 4 heavenly gates. The divine realm is far too empty now. Let's open all the heavenly gates and liven this place up. A grin spread across Hanyu's face. First, he arrived at the eastern heavenly gate and discovered that it had been sealed tightly by Poseidon's divine energy. This old bastard is truly cunning. Not only did he seal the southern heavenly gate, but all the others too. He really didn't want anyone else entering to share in his divine essence. Hanyu chuckled inwardly before smashing his fist against the gate. Poseidon's divine energy rapidly dissipated. The eastern heavenly gate suddenly flung open, and torrents of divine power surged forth like a breached dam, flooding into the mortal universes beyond. Back in the ocean, Poseidon sensed the disturbance and flew into a rage. That fool! Why would he open the other heavenly gates? Is he insane? Doesn't he fear other beings pouring in to claim the divine realm's power? Bastard! Absolute bastard! Damn him to hell! Poseidon cursed endlessly, yet he didn't dare interfere. Now possessing the king's trial pagoda, a weapon of terrifying power, Hanyu could not be killed by him. Poseidon, despite his superior rank, lacked the means to finish Hanyu off and might instead be slain himself. Forget it, it doesn't matter. No matter how many ants he lets in, they can't affect this god. Poseidon simply ignored Hanyu, while the latter continued to the other heavenly gates and opened them one by one. Now, the entire divine realm had 5 points of outflow. The once dense divine energy began to rapidly thin, while the universes beyond those 5 gates surged with boundless vitality as divine power flooded outward. All living beings underwent a qualitative transformation, their cultivation advancing swiftly. Even creatures who originally lacked the aptitude for cultivation gained the ability to cultivate. Previously, they couldn't even sense spiritual energy, let alone practice cultivation. But now, the divine energy of the divine realm spread across all worlds, a force capable of turning the ordinary into the miraculous. Even a pig could sense its presence clearly. Absorbing even a wisp of divine energy granted them the potential to grow and evolve. These creatures didn't know what had happened, only that the world had changed drastically, and a new era had arrived. Meanwhile, the strongest beings from those universes followed the flow of divine energy, tracing it back to the heavenly gates of the divine realm. Notably, unlike the South Heavenly Gate where Poseidon slumbered, blocking the entrance, the gates of the other universes weren't obstructed by gods. Their ruins lay wide open, and many powerful figures had acquired fragments of divine inheritance from the broken remnants. Even the faintest trace elevated them to the realm of demigods. However, without divine energy in the mortal world, they could advance no further. When Hanyu opened these gates, torrents of divine energy cascaded downward. The beings meditating in those ruins were swept away like fish caught in a flood, flung tens of thousands of light years away. Some unlucky ones perished under the crushing force, but most withstood the surge and reaped immense benefits. Countless warriors erupted in cheers, overwhelmed with excitement. Divine energy, so much of it. How can there be this much divine energy? Heavens! With this much divine power, we can truly become gods. That's a heavenly gate. It's open. Has the divine realm not collapsed yet? Are there still gods inside? Driven by curiosity, countless beings from other universes flew toward the gates, meeting no resistance as they arrived in the vast and boundless divine realm. Even if the divine realm's energy was being diverted through the 5 gates, this was still the source of divine power, the densest concentration of energy in existence. After billions of years of nurturing by this potent force, the entire realm was covered in divine herbs and celestial treasures. To the creatures of other universes, this was a paradise. Wherever living beings exist, there is competition, and where there is competition, there is slaughter. Survival of the fittest is a universal truth across all realms. Thus, as beings from various universes entered the divine realm, they immediately began battling, killing, and plundering in a frenzy. An endless stream of negative energy emerged and drifted toward a single location, where Hanyu, the mastermind behind it all, stood. Feeling the soaring malice values in his system, Hanyu curled his lips into a faint smile. It seems I was right. This system is just a negative energy collector. It doesn't only absorb malice directed at me personally. Any malice born because of me, anything tied to my actions, I can absorb it all. Or rather, for any being connected to me through karma, I can harvest their malice. By opening these 5 gates, I formed karmic bonds with all the creatures in these universes. So as long as they keep killing each other, I'll keep gaining malice points endlessly. In terms of sheer quantity and quality, this malice might not compare to what was previously directly provided by the deities, but the advantage lies in the sheer number of living beings, trillions upon trillions across multiple universes. Even if I were to laze around now, the malice I harvest would be inexhaustible. Hanyu thought this to himself and decided to simply find a tranquil, picturesque place to settle down in seclusion. After so much fighting and killing, it was time for a break. The great chaos of the 10,000 realms had only just begun, so Hanyu saw no need to interfere. Let the powerful beings from other universes search for the fragments of the divine realm's origin. Once they found them, he could simply swoop in and take them. As more and more powerful figures from other universes entered the divine realm, the saying, "Many hands make light work," proved true. No matter how well hidden the fragments of the divine realm's origin were, they couldn't withstand the relentless, thorough searches of so many experts. To speed things up, Hanyu occasionally traveled around the divine realm to preach, passing on the divine legacies he had acquired. This greatly increased the chances of beings from all races ascending to godhood, swelling the ranks of newly crowned deities. Competition for the divine realm's resources grew fiercer, and battles erupted more frequently. Hanyu's reservoir of malice surged uncontrollably, reaching such staggering heights that he no longer had to worry about running out. Watching the endless conflicts tearing through the divine realm, Hanyu grew increasingly convinced that he had become this world's ultimate supervillain. So wicked it was downright appalling. Though he wasn't directly involved in the strife among the myriad races, all of it had ultimately stemmed from his actions. Now that I think about it, sealing the celestial gates might have actually been a good thing for them. Wait, no, whether they entered the divine realm or not, Their infighting was inevitable. I merely accelerated the process. When we were still in the Southern Celestial Gate universe, the various races were never at peace anyway. The only difference now is that the battleground has shifted to the divine realm. With these thoughts, Hanyu stretched lazily. He had stayed in this secluded spot for decades and was growing restless. It was time to venture out again. By now, the divine realm was dominated by 5 major alliances, each formed by factions from their respective Celestial Gate universes. These coalitions banded together to resist the encroachment of beings from rival universes. Despite their histories of internal strife in their home universes, once in the divine realm, these factions united under shared interests, their grievances overshadowed by external threats. The 5 Celestial Gate universes now fought fiercely among themselves, battling for territory and resources in the divine realm. The Southern Celestial Gate universe was led by humanity. Having been the first to receive Hanyu's divine legacies and the first to establish a connection with the divine realm, they had gained a considerable advantage. Thus, among the 5 alliances, the Southern Celestial Gate faction was the strongest. Within the Southern Celestial Gate universe, humanity dominated overwhelmingly, leaving all other races to serve as mere vassals. But this dominance wasn't necessarily a good thing. As the saying goes, the tall tree catches the wind. The formidable might of the Southern Celestial Gate Alliance posed an existential threat to the other 4 factions. After repeated negotiations, the remaining 4 alliances forged a temporary pact to jointly oppose the Southern Celestial Gate Coalition and seize the 28 fragments of the Divine Realm's origin they had acquired. The Divine Realm's origin was divided into 108 fragments, 36 Heavenly Axis fragments and 72 Earthly Fiend fragments. In the past, these fragments had circulated among dozens of divine monarchs, some holding only one, others commanding multiple. Empowered by these fragments, the Southern Celestial Gate faction had bred many formidable experts, some even reaching the 4th step divine monarch realm. To put this into perspective, only a few decades had passed since the divine realm's gates had opened. Ascending from mortal ranks to godhood, and then to 4th step divine monarch, within mere decades marked these individuals as geniuses among geniuses. This 4th rank divine monarch is none other than Han Xiaotian, the foremost figure of the human race. After Han Yu left the human race, Han Xiaotian became the undisputed number 1. In addition, the former human sages have also ascended to the 3rd rank divine general realm. Many rising stars among the younger generation have reached the 2nd rank heavenly god level. As for true gods, their numbers exceed 100,000. The human race possesses many well-preserved divine legacies. As long as one reaches the saint level, becoming a deity is virtually guaranteed. In this era of abundant divine energy, achieving true god status within a few decades is no longer considered unusual. Of course, this rapid progress may slow down as divine energy gradually dwindles, leading to each generation becoming weaker than the last until eventually plateauing. By then, only those who can still break through to true God within decades will be worthy of being called true prodigies. At this moment, in the hall of the Southern Celestial Gate, the gods have gathered to discuss how to overcome the current crisis. After prolonged debates, they arrive at a single unanimous conclusion. For the Southern Celestial Gate universe to break free from this predicament, there is only one path forward. They must find Hanyu. At the mention of this name, some among the human deities show complex emotions. If Hanyu were here today, he would surely recognize them: Chu Yenran, Zhao Yutong, and Ning Wei, all former members of the protagonist Tang Chen's harem. Back then, after Hanyu dealt with Tang Chen, he left them unharmed. Hanyu's growth was simply too fast. These women couldn't keep up and played no further role in the war between the myriad races that followed. Thus, they survived unscathed, catching wave after wave of opportunities during the rise of humanity. Now, they have even attained the heavenly god rank. By now, they have regained their senses, harboring not even a trace of resentment toward Hanyu, nor daring to. When news of Hanyu's countless miracles reached their ears, they shuddered in hindsight, thankful that they had severed ties with Tang Chen early. Had they stubbornly clung to him, they might have shared the fate of the Han family's enemies, utterly annihilated. Originally, they had hoped to personally apologize to Hanyu, to atone for their past ignorance and foolishness. But Hanyu had long since left them far behind. Even the human sages could no longer catch a glimpse of him, let alone juniors like them. To them, Hanyu now seemed like nothing more than a distant legend. He cared not for humanity, not for the myriad races, not even for the universe itself. Even as the human race faced imminent annihilation, he remained nowhere to be found. Hanyu's power had long since surpassed that of the countless races, even the beings of the major universes. If he didn't wish to be found, no one could locate him. Thus, the decision of the Southern Celestial Gates deities was undoubtedly futile. Instead of uncovering any trace of Hanyu, they received even more devastating news. The mysterious powerhouse of the Divine Ocean had decided to join the allied forces of the 4 Celestial Gate universes in their siege against the Southern Celestial Gate Coalition. Among the denizens of the Divine Realm, 2 figures stood as the most enigmatic. One was the being who opened the celestial gates of countless universes and left behind the divine inheritance. The other was this terrifying powerhouse dwelling within the Divine Ocean. It was said, his cultivation had already reached the 6th-rank Divine Sovereign Realm. In the Divine Realm's ocean, Poseidon had been secretly observing the changes in the Divine Realm for decades. Over these years, he had also obtained several water attribute origin powers, successfully advancing to the 6th-rank Divine Sovereign Realm. Poseidon believed he had seen through Hanyu's plan. By opening all the celestial gates and allowing beings from the various celestial gate universes to enter the Divine Realm, Hanyu's only goal was to have those creatures help him search for the remaining Divine Realm origin powers. Coincidentally, Poseidon had the same idea, he just lacked Hanyu's boldness. He couldn't bear to part with the Divine Realm's abundant resources, so he preferred to search slowly himself rather than open the celestial gates and let those foreign beings flood in. But now that Hanyu had already opened the gates, Poseidon had no other choice. At first, watching the celestial gate beings plunder resources across the Divine Realm pained Poseidon deeply. In his eyes, these resources should have been his alone, like a grand feast now being devoured by swarms of vermin. The thought was unbearable. Yet, no matter how much it hurt, Poseidon could only watch helplessly. He dared not leave the Divine Ocean, for without the power of the sea, he would be no match for Hanyu. He might even be slain by him. So Poseidon had no choice but to let the celestial gate beings seize resources freely, even when he knew they had obtained fragments of the Divine Realm's origin. He couldn't risk taking action. After much deliberation, Poseidon had a sudden flash of inspiration, his own plan. He made thorough preparations, waiting until most or all of the Divine Realm's origin powers had been gathered before making his grand move. If he could amass all the origin fragments, he would undoubtedly crush Hanyu. And now the opportunity had arrived. Poseidon incited the major Celestial Gate alliances to join forces and besiege the Southern Celestial Gate Alliance. Initially, these alliances distrusted one another and had no intention of cooperating. But with Poseidon's guarantee and the addition of his formidable strength, their confidence soared. Without hesitation, they all agreed. Of course, the leaders of these alliances remained wary of Poseidon. They secretly exchanged their origin powers, consolidating fire, thunder, earth, and other attributes among themselves. This way, if Poseidon betrayed them, they could use these combined forces to suppress him. Even though Poseidon had reached the 6th-rank Divine Sovereign Realm, their strongest members were only at the 4th-rank Divine Monarch level. But with dozens of origin powers backing each of them, they might just bridge that gap and overwhelm Poseidon in an ambush. Thus, both sides made their preparations. The armies of the major alliances marched forth, and Poseidon, putting on a show, dispatched hundreds of millions of sea creatures toward the Southern Celestial Gates territory. The Allied forces traveled for years before finally reaching the Southern Celestial Gates domain. Without a single word exchanged, the two sides clashed the moment they met. Billions of beings fought, turning the land into a battlefield of gods. Unsurprisingly, the Southern Celestial Gate Alliance was at an overwhelming disadvantage, crushed without the ability to fight back. Poseidon's forces initially advanced with unstoppable momentum, But they soon encountered a major problem. The southern celestial gate stronghold held no trace of the divine realm's origin powers. Divine origin fragments could sense one another within a certain range, yet none were detected here. The foreign powerhouses who possessed world origin fragments realized this and were furious. The southern celestial gate's experts had fled with the origin powers. Clearly, this was the optimal strategy. Since the other alliance's primary goal was seizing the divine origin, the southern celestial gate's best move was to have their strongest members escape with the fragments, leaving the rest behind. Damn it! Even if they've taken the divine origin, we must annihilate every last one of these southern celestial gate scum. Yes, charge into the southern heavenly gate universe and cut off their roots. This is the price those bastards pay for fleeing. The powerhouses of the various universes were furious and began slaughtering the defenders of the southern heavenly gate universe. Some even sought to invade it directly, intent on exterminating all life within. However, they soon received news that their own strongholds across the multiverse were under attack by formidable enemies. These assailants carried the essence of the divine realm, making them terrifyingly powerful in battle. Given enough time, they could wipe out all the outposts of the major universes. At this point, the powerhouses finally realized they had been tricked. Damn it! How could these bastards be so treacherous? This is pure malice. This must be the human scheme. No race is as cunning as them. Only they would resort to such underhanded tactics. Enough talk. We must retreat to our strongholds immediately. Even if we destroy the southern heavenly gate universe now, it'll only end in mutual destruction. Our armies here are too slow. A few of us should return. We alone can deal with those pests. The powerhouses of the heavenly gate universes quickly deliberated and prepared to withdraw. Just then, Poseidon, who had remained silent for a long time, finally spoke. Gentlemen, I suggest you stay where you are. Or, hand over your world essence, and this divine sovereign may spare your lives. After some thought, Poseidon decided not to let the powerhouses leave. His original plan had been to eliminate them all in one fell swoop, but the southern heavenly gate universe's forces had outmaneuvered him by fleeing in advance. Now, he had no intention of letting the others escape either. The remaining powerhouses still possessed dozens of essences. If he seized them, his chances against Han Yu would increase significantly. Seeing Poseidon's betrayal, the other powerhouses were unsurprised. In truth, they had also been scheming, using Poseidon's strength to first eliminate the southern heavenly gate universe, then turning on him to steal his essence. After all, once the southern heavenly gate universe was gone, Poseidon would become the greatest threat to the multiverse. If they could eliminate him as well, all the better. They had even considered killing the mysterious powerhouse who had opened the 5 heavenly gates. Despite owing him a great debt, he too posed a significant danger. Moreover, a debt too great becomes a grievance, since the only way to repay him would be eternal servitude. But after struggling so hard to attain their current power, how could they willingly bow to another? Thus, the mysterious powerhouse had to die, and so did Poseidon. This was the collective resolve of the multiverse's powerhouses. And now they had begun their joint assault on Poseidon. One after another, essences specifically countering Poseidon's power erupted, their auras surging to the 6th order. Seeing these ants dare to resist him, and even having prepared countermeasures in advance, Poseidon couldn't help but laugh in disdain. A pack of worthless trash, daring to defy this divine sovereign. Do you think you're Han Yu? Know your place. The primordial aura around Poseidon also began to manifest. Although he did not possess as much of it as they did, his mastery over these primordial forces far surpassed theirs. The battle between the two sides was imminent. Their divine realms unfurled, and countless forces clashed violently. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness. The clash between Poseidon and the 4 cosmic deities was extraordinarily intense. Every strike was no less destructive than a stellar explosion, ravaging an area spanning trillions of miles. It had to be said that the 4 cosmic deities still had some formidable foundations. Each of them was the top prodigy of their respective universe, and now, bolstered by numerous primordial forces, even though their cultivation was 2 major realms below Poseidon's, their combat prowess was not the slightest bit inferior. Ha ha ha! Truly, each generation brings forth new talents, and the new surpass the old. You insects have indeed exceeded this godlord's expectations. I have no time to waste with you. The means I originally prepared for Hanyu shall now be bestowed upon you instead. Poseidon sneered coldly. Then, with a violent tremor, the ground of the divine realm split open, and countless torrents of water surged forth, saturated with dense water attribute energy. In the blink of an eye, the entire area transformed into a vast lake, waves churning endlessly. Damn it! That bastard had already dug tunnels underground, diverting the waters of the divine ocean. The cosmic deities knew full well that Poseidon had completely refined the divine ocean. Within its depths, he was invincible and immortal. Now, by channeling the power of the divine ocean and turning this place into his domain, he had seized both the advantage of terrain and timing. They were in grave danger. The deities tried to flee, but escape was impossible. Earlier, Poseidon had only held a slight upper hand, but with the divine ocean's power reinforcing him, he now completely overwhelmed them. Insignificant insects! You should consider yourselves fortunate that this godlord has deigned to employ such means. In this world, there are few left worthy of my schemes. Ha ha ha! Poseidon laughed maniacally as he watched the deities of the various universes gradually drown within his oceanic divine realm. Their powers dissolved one after another, and the divine primordial forces they once wielded were on the verge of becoming his. His excitement was barely containable. Just as his elation reached its peak, a streak of crimson light appeared in his vision. His jubilant mood instantly darkened, replaced by a foreboding sense of dread. No, it can't be him. Please no. Poseidon screamed inwardly. The next moment, the crimson light crashed violently into his oceanic divine realm, shattering the barriers in its path and materializing into a youth clad in blood-red robes. Long time no see, Poseidon. The youth slowly raised his head, his eyes brimming with mockery. At the sight of Hanyu's face, Poseidon felt both fury and an inexplicable chill. But upon sensing Hanyu's aura, his fear abruptly turned to delight. Ha ha ha! Hanyu, oh Hanyu! After all these decades, you're still just a divine monarch? How utterly pathetic! Hanyu stretched lazily and grinned. Even as a divine monarch, killing you would still be effortless. Originally, if you had just hidden in the depths of the ocean, you might have lived a little longer. But alas, your greatest mistake was your arrogance, thinking you could leave that sanctuary. Poseidon scoffed at Hanyu's words. Ridiculous! You're still a mere divine monarch, while I am now a godlord, having obtained multiple divine primordial forces. Did you really think you could intimidate me? Oh, if you don't believe me, why not test it yourself? Hanyu's lips curled slightly. Do you think I've done nothing these past few decades? Cultivation is one thing, combat power is another. How have you still not grasped this? Before his words even faded, Hanyu's body trembled slightly, and 9 divine crowns materialized above him, blazing like 9 great suns, radiating overwhelming divine might. The cosmic deities, who had not yet been fully refined by Poseidon, were utterly stunned by this sight. Divine crowns! 9 divine crowns! Who is he? How can he be so powerful? These deities all came from worlds that possessed the Tower of King's Trials, and they were well aware of the might of the King's Crowns. After entering the divine realm, they had also ventured into the true form of the Tower of King's Trials, the Divine King's Trial Tower. Yet, even the strongest among them had only managed to convert 3 saint crowns into divine crowns. But this man before them possessed 9 crowns, all transformed into divine crowns. Just how terrifying was his strength. I know now. This is the senior who opened the 5 heavenly gates. The divine legacies we received all originated from him. Ah, thank you, senior. Such a benevolent and kind deity must be here to save us. We are eternally grateful. The deities felt overwhelming relief, as if granted a second chance at life. In their eyes, Hanyu, who had generously opened the 5 heavenly gates and bestowed countless divine legacies, was undoubtedly a righteous and compassionate god. Though many had once considered his actions foolish, now that he seemed to be their savior, they couldn't help but feel profound gratitude. At this moment, they all wished to praise Hanyu from the bottom of their hearts. But as their desperate pleas filled his ears, Hanyu frowned slightly and cast them a cold glance. How noisy! Boom! Hanyu's 6 divine avatars surged forth, transforming into monstrous beasts that slaughtered the deities one after another. Until their final moments, the cosmic deities remained bewildered, unable to comprehend why Hanyu had turned on them. Poseidon, however, understood perfectly and was not the least bit surprised. Hanyu, you and I are the same. From the very beginning, neither of us ever saw these insects as anything more than ants, didn't we? In that case, why must we fight to the death? Hand over control of the divine ocean to me, and I'll cede the rest of the divine realm, including the 5 heavenly gate universes, to you. Wouldn't that be ideal? No, Hanyu answered flatly. With a wave of his hand, he absorbed the dozens of primordial forces from the slain deities into his possession. However, these forces required time to refine and master. They couldn't be converted into immediate combat power. Hearing Hanyu's refusal, Poseidon sneered. Very well. Then let us fight until one of us perishes. You've forced my hand. If you seek my death, you won't escape unscathed either. Divine realm, sacrifice. Poseidon had begun to fight with utter desperation, frantically burning his own lifespan and sacrificing his divine realm. This divine realm did not refer to his domain but rather to the oceanic world of the gods that he currently ruled. In an instant, the entire divine ocean boiled, and countless sea creatures were vaporized into bloody mist, forming a churning sea of blood that surged violently toward Poseidon. The sight was spectacular, for the divine ocean now teemed with trillions of marine life forms. Each of these creatures, to some degree, had formed a karmic bond with Poseidon. This was Poseidon's contingency plan. Over the years, he had meticulously managed the great oceans of the divine realm, fragmenting and refining his divine legacy, embedding it into every layer of marine life. Regardless of their innate talents, all these creatures had received his blessings. This was not out of kindness. Poseidon had done this to spread his divine power far and wide, cultivating more loyal followers. With but a single thought, these believers would join his divine realm in sacrifice, triggering a chain reaction that would allow him to offer the entire divine ocean as tribute. Originally, Poseidon had been at the 3rd level of divine sovereign cultivation, but now his power and combat strength skyrocketed, soaring all the way to the peak of divine sovereign. Finally, he shattered the barrier that even the ancient divine sovereigns of the primordial pantheon had failed to breach, stepping into the half-step creator god realm. The creator god was a legendary realm, said to be attainable only by gathering all the divine world's origin sources. At this moment, Poseidon possessed only a few origin sources, making it impossible for him to become a true creator god. Yet, the power he gained from sacrificing the entire divine ocean was so immense that, bolstered by it, Poseidon had half-stepped into that realm. For just an instant, he felt his life was complete. To glimpse the Tao in the morning, one may die content by evening. That fleeting moment of touching the creator god realm was something countless divine sovereigns could only dream of but never achieve. In that instant, time stretched endlessly. Poseidon turned his gaze toward Hanyu and launched a sudden, devastating strike. Infinite laws of the ocean and storms enveloped Hanyu's body, eroding his flesh and soul. At that moment, Hanyu suffered indescribable agony, far worse than being flayed alive, for it was the torment of complete annihilation, the erasure of every trace of his existence. The sheer terror of body and soul disintegrating could only be truly understood by those who experienced it firsthand. At the critical moment, a thunderous boom echoed as several streaks of light shot forth. Poseidon's heart jolted when he saw them clearly. The towers of the king's trial. He had nearly forgotten. Hanyu now possessed 9 divine crowns, an unprecedented achievement. His authority over the towers of the king's trial likely surpassed that of any other god. With but a thought, he could summon the towers from the major celestial gate universes. The 5 towers spun wildly, resisting Poseidon's assault. Though Poseidon had only touched the creator god realm for an instant, in that moment, he had manipulated the flow of time in this space. With the vast power of his sacrifice, he could sustain creator god-level attacks for at least 100 years. First, I'll destroy your towers, then I'll kill you. With a thought, Poseidon intensified his assault. The 5 towers trembled violently, cracks beginning to form. Just as victory seemed assured, the void of the divine realm trembled, and an enormous, sky-obscuring tower slowly emerged. The Tower of the Divine King's Trial. Compared to it, the other 5 towers were like mere chicks. They were nothing more than fragments of the true Tower of the Divine King's Trial, a divine artifact of the creator god level. The moment it appeared, all of Poseidon's attacks were blocked by the Divine King Trial Tower. Hanyu, sheltered under the protection of the Divine King Trial Tower, remained completely unharmed. Poseidon, you've misunderstood one thing. You can't achieve mutual destruction, because even if the fish dies, the net won't tear. No! Poseidon was filled with rage. How? How can you control the Divine King Trial Tower? I refuse to accept this. I refuse. Poseidon's hatred for Hanyu was boundless, yet the latter remained calm, not even bothering to kill him immediately. Instead, Hanyu manipulated the Divine King Trial Tower, deliberately leaving an opening, allowing Poseidon's world-creating divine power to surge toward him. It's been so long since I felt a force that could threaten my life. Thank you, Poseidon. Your death will be of great value. A faint smirk appeared on Hanyu's lips as his body and soul continuously shattered and regenerated under the destruction of the world-creating divine power. Finally, Hanyu shattered the bottleneck of the divine monarch realm and stepped into the divine king realm in one stride. Without hesitation, he unleashed even more world-creating divine power, using it to temper himself further. Poseidon could only watch helplessly as Hanyu absorbed his attacks, turning them into fuel for his growth. He couldn't even stop because from the moment he performed the sacrifice, he was already dead. What remained of Poseidon was nothing more than a lingering will, endlessly unleashing the infinite power gained from his sacrifice, driven by his final thoughts to attack Hanyu until every last drop of that borrowed strength was exhausted. Even as a mere remnant of consciousness, Poseidon could only watch in fury as Hanyu used his own power to grow stronger. Unfortunately, his rage was powerless. Hanyu, meanwhile, rapidly ascended in cultivation with the aid of Poseidon's sacrificial energy. Boom! 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 Divine King, 2nd Heaven. Divine King, 3rd Heaven. Divine King, 9th Heaven. Hanyu's cultivation reached the peak of the Divine King 9th Heaven before abruptly stabilizing. To break through to the Divine Sovereign Realm, he would need to refine the Divine World's origin. Currently, Hanyu had only refined 2 of them, enough to attempt a breakthrough, but that wasn't his goal. Refining 1 world origin to become a divine sovereign versus refining 10 was not the same. Hanyu had long harbored an ambitious idea: to gather all of the divine world's origins, refine them completely, and then break through to the divine sovereign realm in one ultimate step. Even the original protagonist, Tangchun, had never achieved this. When he became a divine king, he had only collected a dozen or so origins related to wood, metal, and body enhancement. But now, Hanyu had already gathered more than half of the 36 heavenly and 72 earthly origins. Only those belonging to the human faction remained unclaimed. With this in mind, Hanyu manipulated the Divine King Trial Tower, absorbing all of Poseidon's remaining world-creating divine power and sealing it within the tower's space. Once the last traces of divine power had been absorbed, Hanyu returned to the divine world. The battlefield where he and Poseidon had clashed had completely collapsed, transforming into a forsaken zone where even deities would be instantly annihilated by the imploding spacetime if they dared enter. Yet Hanyu strode through it effortlessly before disappearing from the region in an instant. Meanwhile, at the bases of the other 4 celestial gate universes, Powerful figures from the Southern Celestial Gate universe were relentlessly attacking and destroying one stronghold after another. These experts from the Southern Celestial Gate universe were mostly former human saints. Now, bolstered by the origin energy of the divine realm, their combat power had reached the level of 5th-rank divine kings. Currently, the bases of the other 4 Celestial Gate universes were left with few formidable fighters, making them no match for these invaders. They wreaked havoc and plundered ruthlessly, all to lure the foreign universe's experts back from the Southern Celestial Gate base. This tactic was called Besiege Way to Rescue Zhao, the optimal strategy proposed by the human gods. However, they were well aware that this method would only draw back the foreign experts, while the main invasion force would likely continue assaulting the Southern Celestial Gate base. Yet, without those elite fighters, the Southern Celestial Gate might hold out longer. Their plan was to return to the Southern Celestial Gate base before the foreign experts could regroup, potentially ambushing and eliminating a portion of the allied forces from the other universes. With this repeated back-and-forth attrition, the Southern Celestial Gate universe might cling to a sliver of hope. What the gods of the Southern Celestial Gate didn't know, however, was that the experts from the other universes had already been slain by Hanyu. They were puzzled. Why had they been attacking for so long without sensing the foreign experts' presence? Had they miscalculated? Were those invaders so determined to breach the Southern Celestial Gate that they didn't care about their own bases? That didn't make sense. Just as confusion spread among the Southern Celestial Gate's forces, a crimson streak flashed before them at blinding speed, landing right in their midst. Before any of the gods could react, the figure, without a single word, sealed the surrounding space and stripped them of their divine realm origin energy. The divine kings were horrified. Despite their current power, they had been powerless before this intruder. Their expressions darkened as they faintly caught a glimpse of the figure's silhouette. Was that Hanyu? One human expert muttered. It was him. But why did he seem so cold? Exactly. Hanyu used to be cold and ruthless, but there was still something human about him. Now, he doesn't even feel like a living being. Nonsense. None of us are truly human anymore. The creatures of the myriad races may look different, but at their core, they're similar. What does it matter if he seems human or not? No, you misunderstand. I don't mean human as in the race, I mean as in a sentient being. Hanyu just now didn't even feel alive. Sure, you fool. Do you think just because you're using divine sense, Hanyu won't hear you? Did you not see how fast he was? If he wanted us dead, none of us could stop him. After seizing the origin energy from this group, the crimson figure moved on to another force from the Southern Celestial Gate. Soon, all the raiding parties across the 4 Celestial Gate bases had been stripped of their power. When they regrouped at the rendezvous point, they realized the same thing had happened to all of them. The gods were deeply unsettled, but none more so than Han Xiaotian, the mightiest of the Southern Celestial Gate universe and leader of the human gods. This is strange. That person's aura and appearance matched my grandson's. Yet he felt completely unfamiliar, utterly indifferent, as if he didn't even know me. A dreadful thought struck him. Could he have been possessed? As the others absorbed Han Xiaotian's words, terror swept through them. If Hanyu, with his terrifying power, had truly been taken over, they were all in grave danger. After all, no one knew whether the possessed Hanyu was friend or foe, while the original Hanyu, though ruthless, had once rendered immense contributions to humanity and the races of the Nanshaman universe. Just as the gods were restless and confused, a young man clad in crimson robes appeared before them. Upon recognizing him as Hanyu, the gods felt a pang of panic, their eyes flashing with shock. Hanyu swept his gaze across them, taking in their expressions, and couldn't help but frown. You all seem terrified of me? Hearing him speak, the gods exchanged uneasy glances. They were somewhat surprised. Back when Hanyu had forcefully taken their divine essence, he hadn't uttered a word. Han Xiaotian cautiously spoke up. Grandson, is that really you? Hanyu's lip twitched as he looked at Han Xiaotian and smirked. What do you think? If it's not me, who else could it be? So, where's your divine essence? Why can't I sense even a trace of it? At his words, the gods were both startled and puzzled. What the hell? Our divine essence was taken by you. Handed over to you, wasn't it? Exclaimed one of them. Hanyu frowned. Are you sure? Every god in the Nanshaman universe nodded in unison. Hanyu couldn't help but laugh. Really? Are we doing this real and fake Monkey King routine now? Could it be that damn heavenly Tao causing trouble again? He had noticed that since killing the protagonist Tang Chun and his father, he could no longer sense the influence of the heavenly Tao. Before this, whenever he had tried to kill Tang Chun, something unexpected always intervened. But ever since then, none of his other enemies had met such bizarre resistance. Now, just as he was on the verge of gathering all remnants of divine essence, this strange incident occurred. Hanyu suspected the heavenly Tao was behind it again, though he couldn't fathom what tricks it was playing. Could it be that the heavenly Tao has cloned an exact replica of me just to fight myself? Meanwhile, the gods, observing Hanyu's reaction, realized they had been deceived. The one who seized their divine essence wasn't the real Hanyu. The ruthless yet oddly human version before them now was the genuine article. Still, the imposter's strength had been undeniable. None of them, empowered by divine essence, had stood a chance. Could Hanyu truly contend with such a force? Yet, judging by his unshaken demeanor, he clearly had his own confidence. Their faith in him grew stronger. Hanyu turned back to the gods and asked, "Any ideas where this fake version of me would take the divine essence?" After a moment's thought, the same answer flashed through all their minds: the Tomb of Gods. Divine Tomb, as the name suggests, is the burial ground of the gods. Of course, this is not the actual resting place of the gods, but rather the battlefield where the gods and the immortal clan once clashed. The war between the gods and the immortal clan did not take place in the divine realm but in the 33 heavens above it. However, the residual power of their battle cascaded downward, cleansing the divine realm, proof of just how brutal that battle had been. Hanyu came to this speculation because he believed that the person identical to himself was a maneuver by the heavenly Tao. And the 33 heavens must be the closest place to the heavenly Tao in this world. If that entity was indeed an incarnation of the heavenly Tao, it would undoubtedly choose to confront him there. Once convinced of this, Hanyu instructed Han Xiaotian and the others to evacuate the divine realm and retreat to the southern heavenly gate universe, avoiding immediate danger while he ventured into the 33 heavens to investigate. Han Xiaotian and the group dared not disregard Hanyu's warning. They immediately rushed back to their base in the southern heavenly gate universe, only to find a section of collapsed space. Upon inquiry, they learned everything that had happened. When they discovered that Poseidon, the divine lord, had betrayed them and engaged in battle with the powerful beings from several heavenly gate universes, they realized why their prolonged conflicts in other universes had failed to draw the enemy back. It turned out Poseidon had intercepted them here. Hearing the accounts of Poseidon's battle, the group shuddered with dread, secretly grateful they had not stubbornly remained to resist. Otherwise, the powerful beings of the heavenly gate universes would never have withdrawn, nor would Poseidon have fought them. Later, when they learned that Hanyu had appeared, ruthlessly slaughtering the powerful figures of several heavenly gate universes and seizing all the divine realm's essence, before enduring Poseidon's fatal blow, they were utterly shocked. Some among them wondered whether, if they had stayed, they might have held out until Hanyu's arrival, preventing the fake Hanyu from later stealing the divine realm's essence. But given the current circumstances, such thoughts were futile. They had no choice but to resign themselves to fate, evacuating the southern heavenly gate's forces in waves. Still, a few chose to linger near the heavenly gate, curious to see if Hanyu's prediction would come true, whether there really would be a cataclysmic battle. They waited for many years until, finally, a terrifying pressure descended. All eyes turned toward the heavens above the divine realm. There was no sun, only an eternal azure divine light that kept the realm in perpetual day. But now, the sky cracked open with abyssal rifts, a sight both horrifying and awe-inspiring. These were no ordinary spatial fissures but wounds upon the divine realm itself, gashes capable of annihilating the world. The gods could scarcely imagine the horrors unfolding above them. Not daring to remain, they fled back to the southern Heavenly Gate universe just as the residual power loomed, sealing the Heavenly Gate behind them. Shortly after, the towering gate trembled violently like a mountain quaking. The sheer force of its shaking sent countless gods who had been guarding it flying hundreds of thousands of miles away. Terrified, even the most curious among them dared not approach the gate again. After bidding farewell to Han Xiaotian and the others, Han Yu soared straight toward the 33 heavens. For the denizens of the divine realm, even those capable of flight, breaching the heavens was impossible. They couldn't even reach the first heaven, despite its seeming proximity. This was because space and time within that domain had been distorted. Without sufficient strength, crossing that threshold was beyond reach. To ascend to the first heaven, one needed at least the power of a second-level heavenly god. The first heaven was the closest to the inhabitant of the divine realm. When they gazed upward, the celestial palaces they saw were all part of it. Here are still many ruins of divine palaces. When Han Yu arrived, there were already many beings from other realms searching the area. They had been brought here by heavenly god-level experts from their clans, hoping to find opportunities. The remnants of these celestial ruins still contained lingering divine energy, which could greatly aid their comprehension of the divine path. Han Yu swept his gaze over these otherworldly beings, who were also watching him cautiously. This place is about to collapse. It's not safe to stay. Best leave as soon as possible. Han Yu spoke casually. The outsiders hesitated, unsure whether to believe him, but Han Yu didn't bother explaining. His words were merely a passing remark, spoken out of a fleeting sense of pity. After speaking, he continued flying toward the second heaven. The barrier between the first and second heavens was far more difficult to cross, yet for Han Yu it posed no challenge. Effortlessly, he ascended to the second heaven, where there were fewer beings from other worlds compared to the first. Han Yu repeated his warning before pressing on toward the third heaven. Then the fourth, then the fifth. Boom, boom, boom. By the time he reached the 11th heaven, even the crumbled ruins of celestial palaces had vanished. Only swirling lights of countless colors remained. Han Yu continued upward, arriving at the 22nd heaven. Here, even the swirling lights had disappeared, leaving only boundless void. An ordinary deity stepping into this place would likely find movement nearly impossible. Directions blurred, time and space twisted into chaos. The higher he ascended, the more disordered reality became. Up and down reversed, left and right indistinguishable, time itself fractured. Finally, Han Yu reached the 33rd heaven, and there he saw a figure identical to himself. "You've come." The figure spoke, its voice identical to Han Yu's, yet devoid of warmth. This was no ordinary coldness. It was the absolute indifference of something beyond emotion. "Are you the heavenly Tao? Or perhaps an incarnation of it?" Han Yu asked, staring at him. The other Han Yu smiled. "That, yet not entirely." "Oh? What do you mean by that?" Han Yu's curiosity stirred. The other Han Yu made no attempt to conceal the truth. "Because part of me originates from beyond the heavenly Tao." Beyond the heavenly Tao? Could it be that so-called immortal race? As Han Yu uttered the words immortal race, he suddenly realized something. Despite all his years in the divine realm, he had never uncovered any substantial records about them. There were no descriptions of their appearance, only fragmented mentions that they were nearly impossible to kill and that they were responsible for the divine realm's destruction. No, there's something else I overlooked. The most crucial detail. In the original novel's plot, the immortal race never even existed. After Han Yu killed the protagonist, Tang Chun, he gradually forgot one fact, or rather, it wasn't that he forgot, but that he subconsciously ignored it. Namely, that he was in a novel's world. He had transmigrated into a book. Since this was a novel's world, logically, elements that didn't exist in the original world shouldn't appear here. So, what exactly was this immortal clan? Han Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at the other version of himself, or rather, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. "Answer me. Are you the immortal clan?" The heavenly Tao's incarnation smiled faintly. "I am the immortal clan, and so are you." Huh? Could it be? Hearing this answer, Han Yu's heart trembled, as if he had realized something. That so-called immortal clan is an existence from outside this novel's world. And my soul comes from outside this world. You are correct. You do not belong to this world, and thus you must be purged. The heavenly Tao's incarnation spoke indifferently. You have disrupted the original trajectory of this world. You are its greatest destroyer. You must be purged. Damn it. As if I want to stay in this shitty world. Hand over the essence of the divine realm, and I'll tear through these 33 heavens myself. Maybe then I can leave. No. You must be purged. The heavenly Tao's incarnation was like a program, fixated on this single thought. After speaking, it lunged straight at Han Yu. Boom! 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 The two clashed violently, their battle shaking the surrounding space to its core. Han Yu quickly realized that this thing was a perfect one-to-one replica of himself, created by the heavenly Tao. Every ability he had, it possessed as well. When Han Yu summoned the Bone Throne, it summoned the Bone Throne. When Han Yu manifested 6 divine avatars, it manifested 2. The two fought from the highest reaches of the 33 heavens down to the lowest, then back up again. Divine power surged like a celestial river, shaking the entire divine realm to its foundation. This battle was even more intense than the previous cataclysmic tribulation. Back then, the calamity had merely scoured the surface of the divine realm. But now, the clash between the two Hanyes shattered the realm itself, breaking its landmass into countless fragmented islands. The divine seas churned with towering waves, their currents surging uncontrollably across the realm. As the battle raged, what frustrated the real Han Yu the most was that this copy also possessed the system's traits. No matter how badly injured, it could instantly recover. But the most infuriating part? Fighting this thing didn't generate any malice value for him. The heavenly Tao's incarnation didn't seem intent on killing him, only on depleting his malice value reserves. Han Yu understood. The heavenly Tao had seen through his trump card. Then again, that made sense. Every move he made was under the heavenly Tao's scrutiny. Of course, it would know his weaknesses. Damn you, heavenly Tao! Han Yu cursed. This time he might truly lose. Fighting an exact copy of himself was an impossible battle. Worse, while his opponent could endlessly drain his malice value reserves, it provided no new source of replenishment. Once his malice value ran out, he would lose his immortality trait. And with that gone, the heavenly Tao could easily erase him. In that case, there's only one thing left to do. Heavenly Tao, oh heavenly Tao, this is your world. Since you've pushed me into a corner, don't blame me for flipping the table. With those words, Han Yu shot downward through the 33 heavens, pursued relentlessly by the heavenly Tao's avatar. Arriving before a celestial gate, he kicked it open with a single strike. Then, he hurled the God King Trial Tower into the universe behind him and unleashed a frenzied slaughter, like a demonic force of annihilation. Each universe held trillions upon trillions of lives. After massacring them all, the sheer amount of malice energy Han Yu gained was beyond measure. Heavenly Tao, you want a war of attrition? Fine. Let's see who outlasts who. Moving with practiced ease, Han Yu proceeded to annihilate the remaining Celestial Gate universes, including the Southern Celestial Gate universe where he had once resided. Now that he knew this was nothing more than a fictional world, Han Yu felt no shred of mercy. A novel's world is no different from a game. Destroying it means nothing. These so-called characters weren't even paper cutouts, just figments of words strung together. Under Han Yu's rampage, the universes were left nearly devoid of life. Only 2 versions of Han Yu remained, locked in an endless battle, from the Southern Celestial Gate to the Northern Celestial Gate, then back up through the 33 heavens. All the while, Han Yu continuously refined the world origin he had already seized. Among the powers replicated by the heavenly Tao's avatar, the one impossibility was copying divine world origin. No, this shouldn't be called divine world origin. It was heavenly Tao origin. And perhaps, just perhaps, this was Han Yu's only chance to break free. The two Han Yes battled endlessly until time and space collapsed entirely. The 5 celestial gate universes and the divine realm fused together chaotically, like differently colored lumps of dough kneaded into one another, their boundaries indistinguishable. After refining dozens of heavenly Tao origins, Han Yu's strength surged, eventually surpassing the heavenly Tao's avatar. At last, he slaughtered it and seized the heavenly Tao origins it held. Strangely, the moment Han Yu acquired these 30-plus heavenly Tao origins, he felt as though he could refine them instantly, as if he had already done so before. Something felt off, but he couldn't pinpoint what. At last, I've killed that outsider invader. Time to return to the heavenly Tao. Such a thought surfaced in Han Yu's mind. He refined all the heavenly Tao origins in his possession. The next instant, his physical form vanished, or rather, fused completely with this world. He had now become the heavenly Tao itself. That outsider was truly insane, destroying the world like this. It'll take considerable effort to repair everything. The new Han Yu muttered to himself before beginning the reconstruction. The divine realm and the 5 celestial gate universes were restored. Next came the revival of all living beings. Those slain by Han Yu, or who perished because of him, were brought back to life. No matter how powerful Han Yu had been, so long as he existed within this world, he had always been under the heavenly Tao's dominion, which meant he could never truly defeat it. Even if he became the heavenly Tao, he could never defeat himself. The Tao is ruthless. It treats all beings as straw dogs. Now, Han Yu was like an unfeeling program, dutifully ensuring the world followed its predetermined course. He silently observed everything under the heavenly Tao's rule, watching as the protagonist, Tang Chun, trod the destined path, humiliating bullies, slapping faces, and climbing step by step to the world's peak. Then came the second protagonist, then the third, the fourth, until the 5th arc, where Tang Chun underwent a God King rebirth, embarking on a journey to reclaim his lost wife. It made Han Yu furious. At last, a sliver of emotion, long drowned in the endless sea of nothingness, surfaced. Damn it! I really want to kill this damn protagonist. The moment that emotion flared, it surged forth like a bursting dam. He remembered everything. Recalling everything, Han Yu's eyes blazed with fury as he cursed, "That damn author! So you're the one who screwed me over." At this moment, Han Yu had become the heavenly Tao of this novel's world, gaining omniscience over its workings. He remembered. He had been reading this very novel late into the night, alternating between skimming and cursing, before inexplicably transmigrating into it. But the true culprit behind everything was that bastard author. As the heavenly Tao of this world, Han Yu had already sensed the author's location across the dimensional barrier. Without hesitation, he shattered the boundary and returned to Earth. Meanwhile, in a certain city in China, the renowned web novel legend Tang Xiaoye smirked coldly at his computer screen. Damn idiots, thinking they're so clever just for reading my novel. Enjoy your reformation. His fingers flew across the keyboard, dragging one hate reader after another into his fictional universe, a unique ability he had gained after the awakening of spiritual energy. In the past, he had endured the insults silently, convincing himself that it didn't matter as long as the money kept rolling in. With financial freedom, a deceased wife, a college girl now married, and a comfortable life, being flamed online was just part of the job. Still, the frustration lingered until this supernatural power awoke. Finally, he could vent his pent-up rage. Tonight alone, he had already trapped thousands of trolls inside his written world. Within that domain, he was the supreme deity, free to torment those self-proclaimed transmigrators in every imaginable way. Among them, the one who suffered the most was a certain hate reader named Han Yu, a minor pest who had been brutally reset multiple times. You little fool, really thought just because you read my novel and memorized the plot, you could change the ending? Ha! Trash. Died 9 times already. Mad about it? Ha ha ha. Once I finish torturing the others, I'll come back for you, you mongrel. Tang Xiaoye grinned viciously and continued typing feverishly. Meanwhile, from beyond the dimensional rift, Han Yu had witnessed every last bit of this scumbag's actions, his fury boiling over. Tang Xiaoye, you filthy bastard, Time to die. Han Yu lunged straight out of the computer screen and slammed a fist into Tang Xiaoya's face. His glasses shattered instantly, leaving only the broken frame dangling from one ear. Tang Xiaoya was stunned. What the hell? Who the fuck are you? How can you come through the internet to hit me? After tormenting me so many times, you don't even recognize your own daddy. I'm Han Yu, you piece of shit. Impossible. I dragged you into my novel world. You shouldn't be able to escape. I installed firewalls. Even if you became the strongest in that world, breaking out was... Save it. Just die. Han Yu fully emerged and proceeded to beat Tang Xiaoya senseless, first crushing his tiny treasures underfoot. Take that for stretching one novel into 5 sequels. And that for marrying a college girl. This one's for editing your own work, then reporting others' novels. And this, for making the final boss die from getting rammed to death. Each punch discharged Han Yu's wrath, until finally, he outright murdered Tang Xiaoya on the spot. With the author dead, his supernatural ability unraveled, freeing all the hate readers trapped in his world. And Han Yu? Upon returning, he discovered his side effect transfer system was still intact. Perfect. Just what I needed. The real world. Here I come. And thus, a new story begins. The end.